just like that, we're live. What is going on, internet? And welcome to OnlyCops. We have producer Juan with me today. I believe we're getting a bill here shortly. Not entirely sure that we will or not. I definitely think we're not getting a Keith. Um, let's see. For Juan, I'll only take half points. For Bob is the name, I'll take full points. Oh, actually, no. Juan did it twice. That counts as full points. Let's see.
That was a test for Bob, and he failed.
He failed. Oh, it's the only ones. Wow. You know what? Just for I'll only take.
Everybody else had some discipline.
I'm very proud. You know what? For chat, I'm gonna give 5. Juan gets a pass for being Juan. Everybody else, shout out to y'all. Juan's oppositional defiance is unmatched. That is true.
Wait, where's that?
Let's hold on. I'll pin it for you. Good shout out to Emu on that one. Here, I'll give points to Vigilantes for that. That is spot on. You don't get accused of much, but that shoe fits.
That one's accurate.
That shoe fits
on point,
like a sock.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, for the uninitiated here on OnlyCops, we do law enforcement related discussions when we do live streams. So on Tuesdays specifically, we're looking at law enforcement adjacent stuff. So it's going to be news stories. They won't be necessarily body cam specifically, though I'm sure there'll be some sprinkled in there. On Thursdays, we tend to do strictly just body cam breakdowns. The reason and rationale behind it is that ironically, you don't get to a broken state of things in law enforcement without there being bad things, right? Whether they're trends, poor training, misconceptions, stuff like that, right? I just learned the other day that apparently coffee doesn't dehydrate you, like at all.
What?
They did a test and they did tea.
Oh, because the amount of water in it,
it offsets it by a lot. It says caffeine absolutely is a diuretic, right? They said, but the caffeine to water ratio is like the amount of caffeine you'd have to take in. Like maybe if it was like an Americano or not an Americano, like a
yeah, because I was gonna say an Americano's like this much espresso, this much
but it's
water.
like if it's just, or like you get like those Turkish coffees, it's kind of the same deal where it's like very, very little amount of liquid, but a lot of caffeine. That I could see. But they said generally speaking, like a latte or a drip coffee, like a French press kind of coffee. He's like, you're actually getting just as hydrated as you would with a glass of water. Which is kind of crazy to me. I thought I was really impressed by it. Anyways.
Cheers to hydrating. I'm hydrated.
There is misconceptions out there. There's a lot. I mean, heck, in the last, since
I got more hydration brewing, actually.
Yeah. Since I got into law enforcement, the things that have changed, the VNR went from being a thing that we did to each other in academy to now basically the equivalent to shooting somebody. You have stuff like excited delirium that has completely changed. The DSM-5 literally changed. So the way we look at mental health and mental health evaluations has changed. The legal standard for how we evaluate use of deadly force has changed, at least on the civil side of things. So it's a complicated equation. I think there's a lot of people that sit on I did law enforcement for 30 years and I never did anything wrong. And so I'm going to apply those 30 years with the law enforcement experience without trying to look at new events or how those 30 years unfolded and how it got us to today. Right. And so it's not that experience isn't the actual physical job of handling people, negotiating the complicated nature of law enforcement as far as domestics and violent assaults and all that stuff. That really hasn't changed. To develop someone into doing that job safely hasn't changed, but how we do it, how we should evaluate it, and whether or not it's lawful or not is complicated. I had a great conversation with a colleague of mine talking about the lack of education as a whole. He says he said it was very common. I'm talking on like a 1-to-5 ratio of having for every one officer that you thought was like very squared away, the other 4 had no idea what CCP was or how to articulate probable cause. And he's like, I would have to, and he was a supervisor.
I'm glad we're up to 2 out of 5 now.
Right. We're at least 2, right? But he said I could pull the case law, give it to some officers, explain it to them, and watch them screw up that exact same thing that same day. It was crazy to him. He was like, and so anyways, the goal here is to try to alleviate that. both for the people that are still currently doing the job. We have a lot of really good educated officers that are here. I'd like to think some of them are the cream of the crop. And then new people coming in.
And then there's millennial.
Right, then there's millennial, right? And then I think a lot of the other issues are we look at the way it's done administratively. I think law enforcement as a whole is very similar to the corporate sector because it's kind of where we stole the promotional process from, in that you're promoting the people that want to be promoted, not necessarily the people that should get promoted. And so what you end up getting is incredibly poor leadership that sets inconsistent expectations through recruitment, holds inconsistent standards for how you hold officers. They allow, rather than the procedurally just way of going about doing it, they allow stuff like nepotism or favoritism or worse, just outright corruption, right? The thin blue line gets a little thicker. And administrators are kind of, though I think line officers are the one that's ultimately going to hurt you on an individual basis. When you look at the DA's office and then you look at the way like chiefs and deputy chiefs have gotten promoted historically in the last 20 to 30 years. If you want to know why recruitment's down, that's kind of the easiest place to point your finger. And again, you can't blame if the Army, let's just say the Army is like, hey, I need to make tank engineers, but I'm not taking, let's just take the ASVAB out of it. I'm just kind of drawing from a hat and saying, oh, you can do some push-ups here. You're going to design our next tank, right? You would never get anything out of it. You'd have basically what Russia has. But that inability to really enforce standards or evaluate them has been kind of the end-all be-all for that. So anyways, we try to promote that kind of stuff here in OnlyCops. We have a huge now base. I'm actually very proud of the community that we've put together. You have vigilantes. If you see, they're blue shields now. I miss the wrenches. I have vigilantes that are in the entire scope of either law enforcement or non-law enforcement that have now seen enough of this that they can kind of help curtail some of those questions. Obviously, we're here to answer them directly. I have a lot of qualified professionals within the chat to challenge or approach some of these topics. Some will be hot takes. There's definitely going to be some controversial topics that are there. But that is what the stream is going to be about. I tend to say hello to everybody at the very, very beginning. So if you want to skip this, if you're watching it later, I will click away from our scorecard and onto the actual playlist. Shout out to the vigilantes for putting this together and to everyone that is part of our Discord for submitting these. But yeah, I say hi to everyone first, so wait till I click away. The scorecard, you can kind of look at it and see how we're doing for the year. Most of these are pretty accurate. The ones for the hosts are kind of their own thing.
They're the most accurate.
Good Boys is probably the most accurate, in my opinion. But this is just kind of a tally of how you're doing. They gain points by seeing good conduct and good law enforcement things being done. You lose points by misconduct or just things that are outright illegal. Which is why state boys are doing so poorly this year. They can thank effectively the East Coast almost alone.
Like 80% of that is Tennessee.
Dude, it's so bad. The amount of stories that came out for that have been
10% was that one the drug enforcement officer.
Right. Caffeinated. DSM fine mentioned CI teacher.
Caffeinated, you need to change your name to hydrated.
Yeah, I know, right? It should be hydrated LD.
Yeah.
CI teacher. Where's EMS? I'll give him points for that. Oh, it's pretty funny. Yeah, the DSM-5s. It's really it's the best possible answer we have for evaluating mental health, and obviously it needs to be done by mental health professionals, not cops, not people that are trying to do it. I think a lot of people kind of treat it like they're Myers-Briggs. And not like, no, this has to be evaluated by a professional that is specifically looking at symptoms and behaviors over a long period of time. Not one sit. I can't sit down with you for 5 minutes and decide, oh, you have schizophrenia or whatever.
Myers-Briggs is generous. They treat it like a Hogwarts house.
That's true. It's a Hogwarts house or, at least like the, what is it?
BuzzFeed quiz.
What is it? The, astrology, at least it's like a date. You know what I mean? You're just associating yourself.
There's at least one hard piece of data involved, which is the day you were born. Everything else very fluffy.
Yeah. Lisa Rowe, you were indeed first. I did see it as it happened. So she has her little first place prize right there. Bingo cards are available for people that are in the Discord. Thank you again to the Vigilantes for putting that together. The last winner was indeed the Dog Sled Sheriff. If you win, you get to hang out on the scorecard, and then the special thanks just goes to whomever I give the special thanks to. I said hi to Lisa. Poe, who's just brought Pitt, welcome. Timestamp compiler, welcome. Miss Anthropic,
Misanthropic.
Misanthropic.
Like from misanthropy.
Oh,
misanthropy.
Misanthropy.
I don't know if that's a reference to like the AI company or if that's just like a.
Or her next year it's gonna be Miss Palantir or something like that.
Yeah. Depends. It depends. Did you name yourself that because you approve of them not wanting to auto kill all of us, or?
Christy, it is good to see you. Ivana was indeed very, very close to getting first. Dillix
points to Anthropic for baseline ethics, like the bottom of the barrel.
There it is.
Baseline ethics.
Vigilantes gets points for promoting good ethics.
They said, let's talk about Terminators before just doing them.
Richard, welcome. Let's see. Caffeinated or hydrated, should we say? Peacekeeper Chris. Not a reject, baby emu, which I'm still convinced is Diego. Shout out for not putting Diego in the name. Let's see. Cosmic Dark Matter, welcome. Christian Halsey, Arca Valentine, El Pete, I'm old Greg. It's literally Greg, all caps. I didn't miss you this time. Tweaky, here to take me out of context. Valkyrie, welcome. Kimini, I almost missed. I was scrolling. Bob is the name. Easy the Tired. Millennial de la Policía has brought it back to the OG name. Coolest Guy Nick. NTX Mike. Is that North Texas Mike? Yo.
North Texas Mike?
My dog. Shit. Welcome. I just realized that Fort Worth and Dallas are both on the top 10 largest cities in the country.
Yeah.
And make up as a metropolitan area, like I think one of the top 5 in the world or something crazy.
We're bigger than most states.
Yeah.
Just DFW by itself has more people than most states, which is
crazy.
why I think we should take votes away from Wyoming.
Dude.
And Wisconsin.
For
and
real.
any state smaller than DFW should not have.
Just take one.
Yeah. So we're starting with that hot take, and we're going to get worse from there.
Could you imagine? Bro,
it should just become one big state, and then we can have equivalent, and it would make more sense.
North Texas versus Texas. It just be, or we'll be like Washington D.C. That's just like a province or whatever.
Yeah, it'll be its own little. It'll be like a territory or something, or like a. Maybe we could get like a First Nation status or something.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool.
You know?
We'll be first generation. Was it?
Yeah.
North Star or whatever the heck.
I like it. Ooh. Call it North Star would be a cool name.
Or just Norteños is what we'll call it.
There you go. Yeah. There you go.
Oh my God. Django is here. Good L Nation, welcome. Notorious Emu, welcome. Scrolling. Let's see. Did I miss somebody? I feel like I missed some people here. Django, I feel like I didn't miss you, but I'm gonna say it either way. Welcome. Italian Uncrustable. This was a whole bit.
Wait. Is that like an Uncrustable, but it's got like cheese and pepperoni inside of it?
Yeah, so like a Stromboli.
Or like a calzone,
or like a calzone or something like that. Yeah,
it's like an Italian empanada.
I was gonna say a Mexican Uncrustable would be an empanada, basically.
Yeah. Okay, I'm tracking. I'm here for it.
We're locked.
I want give points for that. Okay. I agree with it.
Chat for the Italian Uncrustable.
I believe in it. I had never thought about the possibility.
I saw it in general chat and it hit me right between the eyes. I was like, wait a minute. This kind of tracks, dude. Like I'm here for the Stromboli Uncrustable.
They're saying it's just a hot pocket, but it's not because it's bread.
Exactly. A
It's
Hot
not like a
Pockets,
pastry thing.
it's also not
Like a
fried. It's baked. I feel
right.
like Hot Pockets get fried first, and then you bake them to just heat them up.
Yeah, it's something. It's just. I mean, yeah, it's like a reheated
God, dude, Hot
something or other.
Pockets. That would be like comparing, like the Hostess little donuts to like pan dulce that just got made. Or you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like those mom and pop shops that do like donuts like fresh every day versus like something that's sat in a bag for the last 4 months. That's like a
Mhm.
Hot Pocket to like a calzone. Like that's a
Yeah,
really offensive comparison.
but also just the end of it because it. I would think it's more like just a meatball sub, but you reshape it right
Right.
to be portable
Mm-hmm.
and sealed,
Yeah, Hot Pockets are
which
objectively
is
worse.
kind of a calzone,
Kind
but
of a
also
calzone.
kind of not. Which is why
You,
it's so. It's a
you know,
it's a brilliant.
Hot Pockets are more like burritos, to be honest.
Yeah,
In
a little bit more. It's like a
because it's
Italian
not
tortilla is
because
what
it's
they're
not
wrapped in.
bread. It's
It's more like a, it's more like a wrap. It's like a
yes.
wrap burrito
Yeah.
situation, just sealed.
This is an important discussion.
It 100%. This is more important than policing. Can we just skip?
This is
We're
what
gonna change the
happens.
playlist to just different styles of Uncrustables.
Oh man, I just do an entire stream of
This
what
is a cooking
counts.
channel now.
Yeah.
We're only chefs.
Only chefs. Abs, it is good to see you. Custodes, I'm almost at the bottom. King Margot, welcome. Let's see. Did I miss anybody?
Did you get Donnie Manicotti?
I did not get Donnie Manicotti. I have not scrolled that far.
Oh.
That or I missed it. One of the two. Little, welcome.
I believe that's our Italian expert here.
Fierce Bubble. Cherry Folk. I gotta be careful when saying that. Frag, welcome. Let's see. I'm scrolling. Robert Carson. Alex, welcome. All caps me if I missed you because I'm starting to get to the bottom. Psycho Squire, welcome. Hit you with the Julian, my dog. Let's see. Revenge of Kenny, that's incredible. Not Sam, welcome, Sam. We're getting hydrated with caffeine. Scrolling. That was a lot of chats that happened. I said hi to Kimini already.
I found it.
Did you?
I found the Italian Uncrustable. Somebody has a recipe.
So when's the Uncrustable stream? Mr.
Homemade.
Matthew, welcome.
I'm dropping it in general chat.
Culperistic, I think that's what I said. Welcome. Sarah, welcome. Josh missed me, but whatever. I genuinely did not see you. Mac, I did not see you. You didn't get Mac, you're racist. Yeah, Donnie Manicotti. And he said, hey, yo, talking about my people. I think, okay, if I missed you, I'll caps it. I've gotten to the bottom. Anyways, we're moving on. First, I got to see in general. Hold on. If you're not in the Discord, get wrecked.
Yo! There's like
a homemade grilled cheese Uncrustable.
The
When
TikTok
Cody
one
tries
is
to tell me
technically a
about
little
this
bit better,
device, I
but
can
it is
turn any
this is
sandwich
good enough.
Back and forth with cheese Uncrustable. But
I go pretty hard for that, dude. That's
like,
yeah.
I need whatever that little thing is that the Uncrustable,
Yeah.
the Uncruster, I guess.
That's what I need.
That's what we'll call it.
The Uncruster. Dog Sled Sheriff, I said hi to you actually earlier because I mentioned that you won the bingo card last stream. So, meh. Luke, I did indeed miss you. Or Liam Duke. I just said Luke. Do I lose points for dyslexia? I feel like I do for that one. I literally just smashed his name together. DeBob, I did miss you, DeBob. Ryan, is it Ryan Sanger? Hey Josh, I was late, so it's okay that you missed me. I appreciate your reasonableness. That's rare in these parts. Not going to stop saying hi. Hey, come in. That's not a bad strat, to be honest, because I have to scroll like a lot. You remembered me? Yay, I did. Let's see. P-Woo, I did indeed miss you. We talking about Uncrustables? I would say you could probably take the crust and shred it into like a breading and do like
You could.
yeah.
I've also seen where you can like dip it in stuff and then like fry it and make like little snacks.
I don't hate that.
It'll be good. Just
don't hate
put it in olive oil or butter or something and just
Yo.
make it into like chips.
Or just do like a
covered in
cake. Just
cheese.
imagine if you did a cake ball, but instead of it being cake, it's all the bread crust, right? That you've like smashed together. You just do like butter, garlic, like olive oil. Like you just make it like a savory cake ball. And what you got to do is either air fry it or like very, very quickly. So it's like just a little bit crunchy.
Crispy. Yeah.
Oh.
You need a little crisp.
Oh,
Stuffed cheese in the middle.
that would go hard.
And
There you
then
go. That's what you do with the
well, and then
crust.
you got and it's not an uncrustable, but now you got an escalator that also de-escalates because you can throw it
Oh, it's
and it gives a little bop, but then they go like, to break
uncrusted.
them out of their spell, but then they have a nice little snack to be like, oh,
Also got like a little pock mark of like oil.
yeah.
That
That way, when you lose track of them, you can recognize them later.
Did I miss a super chat?
You missed a couple, I think, but
Oh, I
it was
did.
just caffeinated, so it don't matter.
Can we give Good Boys 35 points? Okay, for missing it, I will make it
3,500?
3,500. Yeah. There it is. Django,
there.
sorry I missed it. Every once in a while it refreshes. And then I miss stuff. That's what sucks about this chat. This specific chat that I have to look at to run the stream.
The OBS one?
Oh, dude, it's the worst. Yeah. It's not OBS, it's the studio one. It's like the YouTube.
Oh, the studio one's
chat.
terrible because it disappears things.
It disappears, stuff goes, it's weird.
Well, and sometimes for me, it just decides to be like, this doesn't work now, and it gives me this little
Why-
reload
Why am I-
screen.
Why am I getting yelled at? 35 points exactly. Okay, hold on.
Oh, were they trying to get some kind of math going? That would have been
Is it
8350 or 855 or 75?
So 35
35?
would be 85.
85. Oh, I get it. I get
Oh, that's so stupid. You're so dumb. He said you ruined it. They're all yelling at me. Oh man, I'll try to change the font to make it more blocky. Right?
Sorry, we're trying to be mature. There's a grown-up stream.
In some
about
places,
Uncrustables.
3,500 is the PIN code for deceased person. I missed somebody.
We activated a sleeper agent just real quick.
I was about to say just right now. Gingy, welcome. I missed a couple people. Virginia, Mac, if I did not get a chance to say hi to you. I have a potato. I brought a potato just for you. I found the potatoes just for him. Brett, I did miss. I think I said hi to Liam. I called him Luke. Okay. I knew immediately. Little knew. Uncrustables are serious, but they really are. Okay. We're finally getting on with stream. Drop a like. If you guys get to 100, I give you guys points for chat. If you guys get to 150, I'll double it. Just got
Give
here.
to the
So
next person?
Gingy, we'll double it and give it to the next person.
The next category.
Yes.
24. Johns Creek, Georgia. Officers responded to
fire.
a single
Great.
vehicle crash on fire with a woman
Hey,
trapped
shout out
inside.
to society
the
already.
vehicle
Look at them. They're doing it wrong,
They
but
have replaced FD with a $35 fire extinguisher.
was flipped on its side, grass ablaze, and time was running out.
Yep, it's going to be a rollover in the front of a residence. There was what? Is there somebody in the car?
He's in a hurry. In all
he's shaking.
yeah, in the corporal's defense, there is a moment when you make scene where you're trying to take in everything, right? So you're trying to, okay, I have a crash. I need to notify dispatch that I have a crash. Do I have extra units? Is this a DWI? Is this a domestic? Is whatever. There's a lot that you got to take in as a peace officer. I like to, bro, what is with this prime? Whoa, my boy.
I was literally okay. I was gonna let you finish your point before I went on a whole.
It caught me
rant
off guard.
about how you should take points from this Gen Z officer.
Yeah, this is
For drinking garbage.
gross. This is disgusting.
This is why he's bad at his job right now. He can't get the get up and go.
Yeah,
He's being held
basically-
back by.
Take points. Okay, I'll allow it. It's PD, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll take points for PD. So, but the whole idea is you show up.
Too
and-
busy scamming children and faking boxing matches to
Right. Exactly.
put out this fire.
This. I hope this is a prank. That's my hope. But there's some judgment happening here. Like Jocko Fuel, I might apologize for. Like,
Yeah.
but this. Ugh. So there's a lot to take in. You make seem there's a lot to take in. So sometimes it'll seem like they're hesitating when really what you're doing is you're scanning, right? However, there's a handful of situations where it should be a pretty easy equation. A fire, am I blocking traffic for FD or am I getting involved, right? Like a domestic or something like that, like an assault in progress, like your job's to keep the peace. So regardless of what's going on, you at least want to intervene. And then the biggest time to slow down that I think a lot of people miss is if you're going into a big crowd of people, is this a crowd that's happy to see me or a crowd that's not happy to see me? Because if they're not happy to see me, maybe I don't go and get myself surrounded by a crowd if I can avoid it. If they're happy to see me, well, then let me go over there and just alleviate this situation as quick as possible. And then a big one is when you're pursuing an armed suspect. That is a good way to get shot in the face. So there are times where it's going to seem like they're just hesitating or moving too slow. In this one, it's not a terribly complicated. You already got other people trying to fight the fire. They're starting to say that somebody's in the fire. Hey, it's time to go do hero stuff, yeah? At least he's got a fire extinguisher. He's got it figured out.
Did you say there's somebody inside?
Yes.
38, we have entrapment.
On the base, look at you. You gotta pull that. You got it. You got it.
I don't know how to get her out.
Hold on 1 second.
A glass breaker. So, you're an emergency responder here, right? So you're the hero. The easiest way to do this would be you hand it to that person. This is easy. I just need you to take this, spray it at the base of the fire, and sweep. Spray it at the base. That can happen very quickly. I've already pulled the pin. You pull this plunger, just keep that fire from growing while I get this person out. Me, who's going to take on the liability of having to go get cut or messed up or this car rolling over on me or whatever, you'd hope is a little bit more physically fit than just the average Joe, is going to go break out that windshield and get this lady out of the car, right? Because regardless of how much we can or cannot affect this fire, we are still leaving this lady trapped here. If she doesn't seem like moving her is the end of the world, it'd be nice, because then what happens the second that fire extinguisher runs out, you now have no way of fighting that fire outside of maybe a garden hose, right? So I would recommend passing this off. You see this a lot in CPR training, right? So can I do chest compressions? Heck yeah, I have the training to do chest compressions. Can I do chest compressions and call 911 at the same time? Not saying no, but not effectively. So it's something where you typically say, hey, you go call 911. You go find out if we have an AED anywhere nearby, like a defibrillator. I'm going to work on chest compressions because I'm the person with the training. Doesn't take any training to figure out where a defibrillator is. Go find somebody to go ask. Go flag down the cops. If there's other people standing there, hey, you make sure all the exits are open so that like emergency responders have a way to get in here. They teach this stuff. The same thing can happen. You're not deputizing them, because using a fire extinguisher is not a law enforcement action, right? Doesn't require a special certification. This is literally, they teach elementary school.
You need to
teachers.
handcuff that fire.
Exactly. So this is sometimes where it's important. We'll see this too in like in a crash. I've made people self-rescue. The very first call I ever worked as a police officer was a major accident that happened, right? I was by myself. I literally made it out of the station, little baby cop Josh, right? And I drove down the street and watched a head-on collision happen right in front of me. Unfortunately, I had very good training. First person starts crawling out of the car. I said, "Are you okay? Can you move?" They said, "Yes." They were also the at-fault party. She blew through a red light, and she gave me a yes. I said, "Walk over to the sidewalk. She can self-rescue. Let her do it. I'm by myself. I have nobody else here with me." Right. I'm now checking on what ended up being the critically injured person. Her whole arm had snapped in half. It's a good time.
Ooh.
She was also like 65 or 67 or something like that. And
Was she driving like this?
Yeah, she
And the
she
airbag?
Yeah, she'd
Okay.
clenched the Ooh,
I was
what
so because I have a habit of driving like that, and it only dawned on me recently that like, oh, if an airbag deploys, I'm gonna just smash my own fist into my face and die.
And so, I tend to drive.
So I've been having to
gravity
retrain
bottom
myself
in
to like,
general.
to like drive with the, because I was like, I grew up on like, oh yeah, 10 and 2 or whatever, and I'm like,
And
well,
technically,
that's probably a
10
bad
and-
idea.
10 and 2 is
10 and 2
still
is better.
prescribed. For
Yes.
driving, it's just right before an accident. You actually see NASCAR drivers do the same thing. They just let go of the steering wheel. They're like, this doesn't help me. Let go of the damn thing, because you're just going to break your arms, or worse, the airbags are going to hit you, and then you're going to burn yourself, and this whole thing. It's a whole thing. But anyways, just in general, because this doesn't even just apply to law enforcement. This could be anybody. You're responding to this accident. You have an entrapped person in a fire. Start handing off tasks if you're the most put together person.
Peak 9 and 3
So yeah,
now.
the vehicle's on
but
its
I gotta
side,
have
and we have
hand
one
freaking up
entrapment.
here.
We got a hose out here. Let's go.
One hand in that fire extinguisher. Shout out.
Yep. Keep using my fire extinguisher.
There we go. I'm proud of this guy.
Ma'am,
sunroof.
I'm gonna hit your sunroof, okay?
Not having a glass breaker's a fail.
I need you to stay as far away as you can for it. Can you go in the back seat?
Hell no.
Can you go in the back seat?
I don't think she can hear you, dog.
Right in the corner. In the corner.
Shows you how good this works.
This one right here.
Ma'am, are you okay?
Gloves. Ooh. So
You crawl out the tiny hole.
yeah, the reason I'm always such a big proponent of gloves is this is what 3 o'clock in the afternoon, right? Or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. No, 3 o'clock. I was correct. The problem with getting your hands cut, let's say you just got on shift at 11 and I have 10 more hours or 8 more hours or 6 more hours that I have to work. You will respond to other emergencies, right? You cut up your hands, you now have to work with said cut up hands, or worse, you cut your hands so bad that you can't work. Now you're a unit off the street. As much as this might seem like to the average person watching this call that's not ever been an emergency responder, you might get 3 of these in a night. You might get this and an emergency domestic, or you might get this and a like an emergency detention where you have somebody that's in like crisis that needs intervention for like a Baker Act or an emergency detention or whatever. And so like you need to keep yourself in the fight. And the second you start raw dogging glass with your hands, you will cut yourself up. Worse, you're going to expose yourself and the other people to your bodily fluids, which nobody wants. So from a safety standpoint, let's use gloves if we can. Points from Josh. He missed me 3 times. Oh no! Tyler, how long have you been here? I didn't see him at all.
I saw him.
Damn. Tyler.
I saw you, Tyler.
DeGrappler. Welcome. I did miss a mod. Okay. I'll take points. I'll take a decent amount here. And then because Tyler, you're municipal, right? I can give it to municipals.
No,
Oh
he
wait,
said
no,
to
he
me.
said points to Julian. That's
right.
That's Mo.
I get points.
Wow.
Don't mess with the back two. Just give me 100.
It's so stupid. Mechanics gloves. Yeah, mechanics gloves are fine. I also like pig rig gloves. SKD makes them or has them. There's a couple different companies, but have some. They're not disposable, but there are not mess your hands up.
Like this Officer Raw Dog when his next call is in the jalapeno and lemon juice factory.
Tyler, I'm sorry I missed you, dog.
It's through, but the
Water better, no more.
So something else to
You're
consider.
already tired too now.
Yeah,
'cause-
this is a it's got what's it called? Tint on it. There's like a plastic film on this that will hold it together. It's meant to do that, right?
Well, right, and it's supposed to be sturdier because of rollovers and stuff, right?
Right.
So it's not like
You got a nice big window right here
easy.
that
Mhm.
doesn't have tint on it. Now, some more modern windshields, I do believe, have like crack resistance.
So you grab it and you bring it all the way down so you can get at the side window.
Oh yeah, just push it over, right?
Yeah.
Into the fire.
No.
Oh, roll it. Just continue to roll it over.
Yeah, he's already down there.
This old timer getting after.
Yeah.
Literally a glass breaker does this.
You know he misses his old baton.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
He's so pissed he has to use this thing.
No, it's more of a.
This ain't doing nothing. Just pit it with your car at this point.
Oof.
Ask her if she can kick it from the inside.
So all of this like particulate matter glass, you're totally breathing in.
That's how it peels my boiled egg.
Also, we're like, it's also where like a Halligan goes in pretty well.
Shotgun.
Yeah. Dude, my power went out.
My power went out. This guy's got a real emergency here. I'm in the middle of Bridgerton. And my power went out.
We all flamed to death.
There it is. He's figuring it out. I'm just glad she's not like
fire
about
out?
to die right
Fire looks like it's supposed to be out. So fire is supposed to be out.
now. Okay, then we can slow this down. Oh, worse. Más triste. There's like a cover
Yikes.
that he's gonna have to cut through.
Ma'am, are you away from the glass? Are you away from the glass?
He's bleeding.
And stay away from it, please.
Bleeding a lot.
All right.
Now, let's say this thing's partially engulfed and you're like seconds away from this lady dying. Get your hands cut. It is what it is, right? But if you can avoid it,
Go ahead and try to see if you can pull it apart for me.
rescue yourself. My boy's looking for life. Hey, shout out to my boy for bringing a hammer.
There you go.
Oh, where's society? I am proud as hell of that guy. Bro, society out here trying to help. Hey, sir, put that down. Draws down on it.
He gets shot.
Hey, you got some flyers?
I need something.
No kidding. In case you're wondering, non-sterile gloves will not help you here. Come on. Thank God this car
Ma'am, go through. Ma'am, I need you to come on through. Come on. Are you okay? What's wrong? Your car is on fire. I need you to get out of your car if you can. Can you come on out? Can you come out?
The wife crushing today. Alrighty, so we got vanilla Zivia and 2 handmade grilled cheese sandwiches.
Ooh,
It's a mix of
crust.
Mozzarella with crust.
Damn.
Yes, they have crust on them.
She's trying to escalate, Josh.
I'm an adult.
This is the beginning of a domestic right here.
Yeah. Oh man, that's funny.
Please. Yes.
Yes, rescue yourself, man.
Are you able to come through?
So the only reason I have issue with this is what if this lady's not ambulatory, right? Completely unconscious. Car's still on fire. We got to make time, right? Now, it's like an 800-pound lady. Like, that's a lot to ask. I get it. She's barely wedged into this car and not fitting through any of these openings. It's complicated, right? But in this instance, I feel like it should be an achievable thing. And if you're really struggling here, try a different method. It happens all the time when you're trying to kick a door and you're like, well, my right leg is about to break because I've kicked this 45 times. Maybe we try a window. You know, maybe we try something else, anything else.
I gotta put this here.
Get creative.
Get my door open?
Ma'am, you're on the side of your vehicle. You have to come through the roof. Probably.
You got a hatchet too? My guy. This is how you know this is a nice neighborhood. Zero fear walking up to the police, freaking akimbo in a hatchet and a hammer.
Yeah, this was Section 8 housing.
Sounds about white.
This would have been an OIS.
Yeah.
You able to come through? Yeah, come on through. This was exploding. I got you.
Weird gloves help.
Are you hurt anywhere, huh?
Sorry, I got it.
I can't control.
Give one of us your hands, okay? We'll take your hands and pull you, and then you just kind of wriggle your legs through, okay? Yeah, your car was exploding. We need to get you out of this vehicle, okay?
Okay. Can you get the door?
This is the door.
It's not illegal to lie, but maybe don't create concern about an exploding car.
No, ma'am, you're on the side of the vehicle. You're going through the roof right now, okay?
She could have a concussion. Maybe she doesn't know what's going on.
That was my thought.
All right, give me a hand trying to get her up. Give us your hand, hon.
Don't touch the glass.
Don't touch the glass.
Here.
Yep, give me some tall order given how you.
Come on through.
There you go.
I understand.
All right.
Are you trying to give a tip or what?
I think they might be like bandages or something.
I'm going to try to pick you up, okay?
Some
One,
shit.
two, three.
Like bandage?
Okay. Your leg's stuck? Yeah. Yep. Let's go. There we go.
Recovery position.
38. We got one.
That's definitely not the recovery position. Look, she ain't trying to throw it back, okay? Put this lady in the recovery position. Bro, what are we doing? They're like, all right,
recovering from some. It's recovering from something else.
bro, what are we doing? But this is
That's
the
the hangover recovery position.
oh,
Okay.
this is
Extracted.
Oh, hand sanitizer.
All right. Let's get her away from the.
One of your vehicles.
One second.
Sanitizer wipes.
Yeah. Come on, dear. We need you to. Come on.
I'm fine. Can I
Mr.
lay
Bloody
down?
Officer, maybe somebody else touches her.
We need to get you away from the vehicle.
shout out to my boy. I mean, he's just trying to help. I'm gonna give some points to society here. There might be like a language barrier or something, but he's like,
He's trying to give us super chatting cash.
that's wild. OnlyCops gonna roast you for not having gloves. Here's some ice for that burn.
1 second. What is this?
Oh, she just gave birth to
Really?
I was right. That is the hangover recovery position.
Is that mine? Thank you.
I think they do too.
No injuries.
Sir, do you want to get over here?
Those.
Are you getting out? I didn't hear you.
My radio's messed up.
38. Did you copy that traffic?
I'm just gonna leave this living on the
Hey.
ground.
Also, look who finally made it.
These losers have nothing else to do.
Thank God the heroes are here.
Bro, we had
This
the
lady could
most,
have gotten hurt.
we had the most geriatric response from law enforcement, and they still technically are finishing
We're-
putting out the fire.
8 minutes in, with including like cuts.
Right. And then and you got to think it also took likely 3 to 5 minutes for PD to respond.
Mm-hmm.
Dog.
Yeah.
We just got her out of the car.
Other than me.
She alert?
Nope.
Let's
Bro, we're leaving on here like this is a war crime, dog. What are we doing? Like, we have watched shooting suspects shoot a police officer, get shot, and be treated with a little bit more dignity than this lady who is probably committing a criminal offense of DWI. We got a little bit of that reasonable suspicion happening here, right? Big old bottle of wine. She's a little bit out of it. Now, is she going to qualify for SFSTs? Rollover accident, not all there. Probably not, right? But big old thing of wine sitting in her lap that's already open and half done, right? I can kind of smell it on her. I get a warrant for that. Hell yeah. If I really wanted to.
Yeah. She's unresponsive right now probably from drinking.
Thank God we don't need to do chest compressions.
Yeah. Yeah. Any blood's gonna be from me on her.
You don't know that.
Yeah.
Literally don't know. You made her walk through broken glass.
We literally just drug her through.
Yeah.
This kills me, dog.
Oh me.
That car might belong to that neighbor.
Okay.
We don't know.
Okay.
So yeah, sorry for that.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
Witness, but you know, everyone here is just neighbors helping out. I heard it like I thought it was like a dump truck or something. That's how loud it was, and then I was like, "What the hell was that?" And I'm all the way over there, so I. Yeah.
So it was like if she was wearing a dress, it would have been upper dress. That's like she was concealing it like that almost, right? In between her thighs.
Sitting in the seat still?
Oh, she was sitting there chilling like she had no idea. She thought she was right side up, saying, "Why don't you just get me out the door?" And I said, we had to tell her like 3 times,
right.
"Ma'am, you're on the side of your vehicle."
My neighbor thought she was dead.
Yeah, and so
Did anybody see it? The car
I
actually
saw it
crashed?
here.
He went back, he went behind, like she did a reverse, like it was uncontrolled.
Yeah.
It was like
You came in here backwards?
backwards, yeah. Uncontrollable, like.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, I think I drank.
Oh, lady. This is
just-
why
you
you
think
shut
you
your mouth. Frank
That's
had a
suspect.
great. He said that wine
Stop
bottle just happened to be laying in the yard and I crawled over it.
It's not bad.
That'd be top tier suspect right there.
That would not be bad. Everyone said, "Kitty."
To the place where we lived. We lived 25 years ago.
Yep.
And just, I don't know.
Why's your left arm swelling so much? Is that a chronic issue?
Probably broken.
That's not from the crash or anything?
No.
Okay.
I think I just kind of wanted to feel bad.
All right. You wanted to feel bad?
You've accomplished it.
Well, here's where this gets interesting. Is that an attempt on her own life?
Ooh.
Because you could do a lot less paperwork.
Bro, okay, no, stop. Real quick. They're completely unrelated. His name is Officer Bacon.
That is incredible. I respect the game. That's related. It's his guy.
Yeah, that's true. It's unrelated to the emergency detention. I'm just saying it's.
Officer Bacon here.
I gotta drop a little piggy in here. Bacon.
My CRT senses are tingling. Yeah, so there is. Now, will I still work the DWI? Yes. Because ultimately, crime will still afoot, and my job as a law enforcement officer is to do the crime. However, I will attach everything that an institution might need if she's saying, well, I was seeing a place that I used to live at. I was really sad when I saw it. I wanted to make myself feel bad, so I drank a bunch of alcohol and got in my car because I wanted to hurt myself, right? If that's the case, I would put it in there in case an institution took interest in it and maybe they wanted to do a diversionary program. Maybe they want to help with that kind of stuff, but we still treat the crime every single time. I don't care how overt it was. I don't care if she comes out and says, I was trying to kill myself. Doesn't matter. You did a crime while doing it, so good luck. But we can leverage that crime to force her to get help.
Okay.
I just feel like I've been having a bad 2-3 days.
Yeah?
So keep drinking
Yeah.
the drinks.
Okay. You need to go to the hospital and get checked out here.
Drive through a neighborhood she used to live in. A clear, self-incriminating admission made at the scene. The white 2024 Land Rover Range Rover rolled over onto its passenger side, knocked down a lamppost and 2 mailboxes, struck a Georgia Power electrical box, igniting a grass fire. First responders who pulled her through the sunroof reported that Alka was clutching a 1.5-liter bottle of Yellowtail Pinot Grigio wine between her legs at the time of
Yellowtail.
extraction. which became a key piece of evidence. Security camera footage from a neighboring home captured Alka driving in reverse circles through a stranger's front yard right before the crash. Alka was later transported to the hospital where Officer Bacon administered the HGN field sobriety test, showing 3 clues of impairment. It was revealed that Alka's blood alcohol
1-2's a decent amount. So HGN would have just been the eyes, which if he got her to do all the, well, my head doesn't hurt. She's medically cleared. She's at the hospital, right? As they medically clear her, we do HGN. He's like, yeah, I thought she was drunk. She had the thing. She also showed signs and symptoms through a standard field sobriety test. You get enough, unless she consented.
level was 0.12, well above Georgia's legal limit of 0.08. Alka was charged with 1 count of DUI less safe, 1 count of reckless driving, and 1 count of open container. Alka pleaded guilty to DUI less safe and a reduced reckless driving charge, while the open container charge was dismissed. Like and subscribe for more real police cases.
Yeah, I was closing it. That's why I didn't have my hands on the steering wheel, and that's when it flipped.
I'm going to take 25. I think it was an appropriate response. It just took a while.
Pontiac Montana said, nah, DUI more safe.
That's incredible. But this left a lot to be desired. The no gloves was weird. The not having a glass breaker in 2025 or whatever.
I have a glass breaker. Like, you should have a glass breaker.
But they're cheap.
I'm not rescuing anybody but myself.
And then the way they went about trying to break the glass was kind of weird. Not putting the patient in a recovery position, which is like zero aftercare. I'm not saying it's legally required in Texas. Like, even if it's, like you said, a shooting suspect, we are legally required to do something with, and if not, we could potentially be civilly liable. We're not doing something. I took some points. I took 200 points from second responders. They got her out. They deserve a single point. There you go. I gave it to him. Aftercare, who is she? Millennial gets it. Like, if this was a scenario being presented to rookies, that's what you'd be yelling at. Are we just gonna leave this lady down here to die? Do you not know anything about aftercare at all? Did we not teach you or train you anything about after? At the very minimum, maybe don't leave the lady right next to the car that could roll over and crush her. Something. So it is. I took 24 points away. Which they deserve.
Now to changes in the sky.
Also,
New
probably don't
rules near
set the wine that
LAX.
she was just drinking right next to her.
Dude, the amount of people I've had to like criminally trespass. It was a guy that was he'd spent like 2 hours in the McDonald's bathroom, and he gets out and he had it was one of those plastic whiskey bottles. I don't remember what it was, but he sees it and I see it, and he grabs it and starts running. Well, I'm thinking, what? The criminal trespass. He's leaving, right? Just uncorks it and just starts guzzling it, and I was like, oh, this guy's gonna die. Like, I had to go chase him. And I was like, well, I can articulate the PI here. Not to mention, like, effectively an attempt on your life. Like, this was like a huge thing of whiskey, and he was just running with it, trying to guzzle it all down at once. I was like, yo, you need to calm down. I'm in Texas. Yeah, PBTs are indeed inadmissible in Texas, so we don't use them.
PBDs are fine.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what that is.
We'll make something up.
Eric White, the athlete, welcome. Schmang is here, and Amanda Panda's here. Also Alex and Bird Force. We missed a lot of people showed up. Drop a like.
causing a big impact tonight for local law enforcement.
Yeah, CBS LA assignment editor Mike Rogers is at the desk now. Mike, you've been dealing with this issue for the last couple of weeks with SkyCal, but now it's impacting law enforcement.
That's right, 1 and 2Z. You know, SkyCal a couple of weeks ago notified us, our pilots, our company notified us that they would not be able to fly in LAX Class Bravo airspace anymore. Now, previously,
cameras, Josh. You need to get one of these like little rotating cameras.
Oh, just like moves on its own.
Yeah.
As we've told you, that's only been the case during pursuits. Now, our access has been denied altogether. And that's one thing.
That is really weird. I hate this.
For us not to be allowed into the airspace. But now, just in the last couple of days, we have learned that law enforcement is no longer allowed in the Class Bravo airspace. I want to come into my computer here.
There's those monsters, the FAA, getting after it.
I'm going to show you what we were talking about. We've talked about this before during pursuits, and this is a good example. This is actually Desmond's trail the last time he was up. The Class Bravo airspace generally runs from here all the way down Alameda and then down to the 105. It's a very large piece of land. Previously, before these new rules went into effect, we, along with LAPD, used to be able to transition through here, through the shoreline, over the top, a number of different routes. Now, nobody is allowed in this airspace. And as you can see from Desmond's trail, even just to get to where we were, we had to go all the way around. We're not the only ones. Law enforcement, fire personnel, any helicopter is now having to abide by these new rules, as the FAA says they're trying to study the area for safety measures. Meanwhile, LAPD dispatchers are telling their officers on the ground they may not get air support.
Oh, no air support. Wah. Anyway.
What are they gonna do?
I would be annoyed if I was a taxpayer paying for air support and them not getting it. That I understand. Because this is not cheap, like by a lot. But interesting.
Attention all units, effective immediately. Air support will not be able to fly over 77th Newton Southeast and parts of Pacific due to restricted airspace around LAX until further notice. Incident 3416.
Yeah, and tonight the airspace issues are impacting a big chunk of area where the LAPD typically flies. A lot of areas where we see those pursuits. We've seen on the radar these LAPD helicopters having to go around. Fire helicopters will also have to go around. I even saw today a military helicopter have to go around the LAX airspace. They're simply not letting
that one guy on the bus.
Yeah, right there.
Right there by LAX. They didn't have air support. What would they have done?
Exactly.
Anyone in. Tonight, an expert who is the president of a helicopter association here in Southern California says this is not the right move by.
Whoa. Hold the front door.
Should people at your front door at this hour?
Something seemed weird here.
Oh, the fact that like their
helicopters will also have to go around. I even saw today a military helicopter have to go around the LAX airspace. They're simply not.
Oh, it might be, yeah, because the one on the left has the same thing too. They might be.
Oh, just like a cover for the windshield or something like that.
Probably, maybe.
Is the president of a helicopter association here in Southern California says
it was a cover. Thank you.
This is not the right move by the FAA. Is public safety at risk if you allow law enforcement back into the LAX Class Bravo?
No, absolutely not. And I think history shows us that, right? Again, what's happened in the last 50 years? And we have safely navigated LA airspace for a very long time with the cooperation of LAX controllers. This is a pretty broad brush. And
Tyler, what is this air support you speak of? What is that?
I've never had air support.
they're putting a lot of, they're putting millions of lives at risk by not allowing any public safety entry at all.
Drone, so.
We did reach out to the FAA. They gave us a statement saying, quote, while we conduct this evaluation, air traffic controllers will more often prohibit VFR, that's visual flight rule, operators from entering LAX airspace based on the volume and complexity of traffic they're working, along with the daily airspace occurrences, including weather.
Yeah, but they've had the same level of traffic for forever. Is this like they lack air traffic controllers now?
I was going to ask if they have more, or they have the same amount of traffic, but half the amount of air traffic controllers, then that makes perfect sense. But then at least label it that. It's like, hey, we just don't have enough qualified professionals here.
I would understand that. It's like, hey, we got to recruit them.
Or train them.
Or whatever. We lost them during the last shutdown or whatever because they went and got other jobs.
Right.
Like, I get that. Just seems weird to
change it now.
Be like, yeah.
But I'm wondering if it's probably likely, like a lot of these public sector jobs. I'm assuming some of it's going to be manpower.
But it's probably bad PR to be like, we don't have enough people. It makes people feel extremely unsafe when you're like, yeah, we don't have enough air traffic controllers to control the airspace at LAX.
Oh, apparently, Lazink said this happened at Dallas last year. Like Dallas
really?
Love Field or DFW?
I would guess DFW. Love Field doesn't have enough traffic.
Yeah. IFR is somehow better, right? I'm just going to do it on instruments. I don't have to see what's going on. More traffic, fewer controllers. Interesting. Skill issue. Tweaky.
Also, welcome 49 undefeated.
Undefeated? He's been here before.
Undefeated. Okay.
That's how I know.
I got confused because I saw the Arsenal and I was like, why does it say United? But then it doesn't say United. And I was like, you're not a Manchester United guy. You're an Arsenal guy.
Always
What's
been
going on here?
Told by command staff, PBT. Where's he still on PBTs? Blind Pingu, welcome. I want to apply to ATC, but their applications are closed.
Also, isn't Arsenal about to win the league?
Oh,
I check that.
Bury Strasbeck, welcome. IFR is better. They're actively tracked by radar. Oh, okay. I'm assuming it's like, because wouldn't every plane have to be IFR capable? Or is it like a pilot limitation? I think you'd have to be able to do both to be a pilot. How's it going to affect life flights? Good luck. Gotta go around. It's still probably faster than driving, but it will likely cause those to get delayed or take longer to get there. Not to mention fire rescue and stuff like that. Oh, duels, not Dallas.
Dulles.
Or Dulles.
Yeah.
Where's INT?
Sounds like Dallas, but dumb.
It's a pilot restriction for IFR. Gotcha.
By construction. Now, the FAA gave us that statement prior to us learning about law enforcement also being prohibited from the airspace. We did reach out to them again to get some updated information. They did not respond to us. The LAPD also not responding to my questions tonight.
Okay, Mike, thank you very much.
Go. You do not fucking touch.
We're going to take points from feds. Let's go. Not keeping your numbers up and then making it a problem for everyone else. This is a common posture by both politicians and federal organizations. State gets a little bit better. County gets a lot better. Local gets way better. Just because they're a lot more directly affected by the people who are putting them in power, right? General election for the president, he has no idea who you are or cares unless he's going to get a photo op out of it, right? There are tragedies happening all over the place, right? Or money. Really, money first, then photo op, right? At the state level, it's going to be to a lesser degree. I would say cut it in half, which is still not great. But at the county and local level, you'll see both politicians and then also regulatory agencies care more about how it's affecting you. They're also going to be a lot more in tune with how it affects you. The FAA could care less, just a little bit, but barely. So it's they have other issues that they got to go deal with, but I'm still going to take points from them because it's not like this is a new problem. This is probably one they saw happening, like coming on as they were again having attrition rates with ATCs or air traffic controllers, and then watching the uptick in maybe traffic to that area, and then decided, hey, screw it, it's met a threshold, let's shut it down, rather than saying, hey, let's do some recruiting. You know what I mean? Like, we'll do something. I don't know. Anyways, I took points. I'm gonna give points to media because I do think that really he didn't do it from his perspective. He says, now we got restricted. And then what's worse is I found out that CareFlight, FD, and PD is getting restricted. And that's way more complicated because that's people not being able to receive care, especially in an emergency capacity because of this restriction. Okay, we'll keep going.
I am a woman. You're not touching me.
Here, stop.
Stop
Stop.
Come on. You got touch me!
On February 2nd, 2025, officers from the Carabel Police Department responded to a call reporting a trespass at an inn. Upon arrival, officers encountered a mother standing outside in the cold with her baby, a woman who was already known for causing trouble to everyone involved.
Here. What are you doing?
You know you can't be here. I talked with you earlier. What are you doing? What's wrong?
Hit her with the, what are you doing?
Kier, step right over in front of my truck.
Why would I do that when it's about the flood or something? My ears hurt.
Okay, you step right over there. Step right here so I can talk with them. Is the baby okay?
No.
Let me see. Kier, pull the thing down so I can see the baby.
Do she have a gun in that stroller?
So
Start the poll.
There is a, we're gonna say a complication here, right? Do you blame a mom for wanting to advocate for the kid? No, right? Especially like an infant, right? But conversely, do kids become, let's just call them human shields, like 9 times out of 10 when they're involved in a law enforcement interaction? Absolutely. Kinsey and I just recently started watching The Expanse, and there's these like really terrible scientists trying to get off of a spaceship or something, and they were immediately like, "We're just gonna, they're gonna fire on us. We'll just tell them we have kids." And I was like, they even do it in the future. But it's generally seen as a moral wrong, right, to do anything that might harm a child. Here in this instance, we're gonna have a want to look after the welfare of that kid. It is 11:30 almost at night. She is out and about. A mom with a stroller and a backpack and covering the kiddo is not weird, but he already dealt with her, and I'm assuming has criminally trespassed her from whatever this location is. So, baby, but it has y'all are the one. You put Draco. What is the worst? This is also February, so depending on where this place is, it could be cold. She doesn't look.
Got a jacket.
Yeah, she's got a jacket on. I don't imagine these pants are helping too terribly much, but we'll see.
I'm not gonna touch you.
He's also got a jacket on.
Okay, check for a knife.
The woman, 22-year-old Kira Michelle Daniel, was already known in the area for repeatedly causing disturbances. It was far from the first time she had attempted to enter the inn, and the owners had grown weary of their property being trespassed. To make matters worse, Kira was standing outside in freezing conditions with her 10-month-old baby. Her reputation in the area was far from favorable, yet she appeared unconcerned, continuing to add to a growing list of troubling encounters.
So the way this is being portrayed is that she is a societal menace, right? And that law enforcement needs to go and rescue society from this lady. I will present the counter argument for the sake of not seeing this through a biased lens of this is also a lady with a 10-month-old. Like, the amount of care required for a 10-month-old is a lot. You're talking feedings that are still happening likely every couple of hours, you know? These are rest periods that need to be relatively consistent, right? They can't be affected by weather and stuff like that. Outside is not a great place. I'm not saying it hadn't happened for thousands of years prior to, modern society, but generally speaking, at the very minimum for the welfare of the kid, they typically have women's shelters for stuff like this. I have seen a handful of nonprofits. You can look at churches. We had a really active First Baptist church in the 270s, was a beat that was adjacent to mine. And they typically, when weather got bad like this, that was on their priority list of people's, like people with kids, and then people who are old, people who are particularly young. They had like a triage list of people they would try to help to get them off the street. Can you burn those bridges? Absolutely you can. And then it becomes a law enforcement problem here, right? Personally, I don't really care when there's a kid involved about anybody else other than the kid, be honest with you. If it makes the property people feel weird about having the kid there, that just means they're a little scummy. But if it means I have to take mom to jail to get this kid into the care and custody of the state to make sure that the kid's not stuck out here in freezing temperatures, I'll do what I got to do. But victim advocacy, and right here, though she's a transient, maybe she's harassing people, in the town, the victim here, who's really losing out here, is this child. They have no agency whatsoever in this, and you need to be advocating for that kid. So,
Started father him.
another kid.
How long has she been here?
Like 10 minutes. Knocking the door, then she went that side, turned on the fire alarm, and then came back and knocking the door again. The guests are sleeping. They were asking because he was knocking the door.
Okay.
I want you to take her from here.
Do you want her to go to jail? Do you want to press charges on her, or do you want her to just go somewhere else?
They do not get to decide whether or not she goes to jail. That's a weird question to say. Like, do you want her criminally trespassed? Which, whether or not she goes to jail is technically up to her, right? If she decides to leave or not. What are the limitations to where that criminal trespass can be enforced, right? Do they own the sidewalk? Do they own the park? Is this an enclosed area, right? That's going to be a consideration to make. Or is this like a harassment thing? Her pulling the fire alarm by itself is probably a criminal offense. Here, it works. I believe it falls under terroristic threat, where basically I'm doing something that normally causes alarm and will elicit an emergency response. I know it sounds way worse than it is. I think it's only a Class B misdemeanor, but it's an arrestable offense. Put Josh in jail for being too cute.
Somewhere else, but she's gonna come back. Like, it's after you left.
Yeah. So, and to your boy millennial, I love that. That makes my day. You need to make it BOI, not BOY. Commit to the bit, millennial. But if she's already been trespassed, then honestly, I would just take her. If she's already been trespassed from the property, that was our policy. We didn't typically ask them. We just say, has she been trespassed from the property? If they said yes, then I would just take them. I'd also confirm that that's the case, but take them.
She came back. We give her a chance because she came with
Josh is
somebody
yapping,
else. I
making
told
me
her,
sick.
take
It's
her.
like twice, like today it's like twice.
I told her, the other lady, that I did trespass on her, so
There it is.
it's a good way you can just take her. So they took her, and she came back now.
I think she has said something trouble for like that.
Gotta take her to
She has,
jail.
like, mind upset like that.
Yeah. So, if you don't want to press charges for trespassing, that's on y'all. I can take her home. Or if you do want to press charges for trespassing, I can take her to jail. That's up to y'all.
But if you're gonna take her right now, she's gonna come back here.
So she will come back again. Like she didn't have any home, I think so.
She lives at home, but she's been in a episode for the last 2 or 3 weeks. But if y'all choose to, if you want to press charges, she can go to jail, or I can.
So it's kind of a dirtbag way to phrase it too,
right?
A little bit, because it's like, hey, it's gonna be y'all's fault if she goes to jail today.
Right.
Just FYI, like I understand that.
Generally, it's why I would never phrase it that way. Now, is it based
Yeah.
off on a complaint? Sure. If you choose to
Yeah.
complain and you're now a victim, and I now have to advocate for said victim and enforce the law, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Is there some level of onus, right, on you deciding to file a complaint that does it? Right. This is victim blaming 101, right? Rather than showing up and saying, hey, crime has been afoot, I'm going to alleviate it. I'm just here to advocate for you. The decision to take her to jail was completely on me. When I take her to jail, I'm not going to tell her, well, they complained, so that's why you're going to jail. No, you're the professional bad guy. Okay? Somebody's got to go take the new mom to jail. It's going to be you. Okay? I hate that. The other part of this that I kind of, and maybe it's a different state. Texas is a little bit more specific on this. You show up to a place you're criminally trespassed, you go to jail. Period. Full stop. Especially if I can confirm it, right? I would just confirm that she's in the log. She goes straight to jail. It's kind of like violating a protective order to some degree, right? You're on a protective order from a place. That's what a criminal trespass effectively is you're protected. The property is protected from your presence, right? For a determined amount of time. I find you in violation of that, to jail you go, right? She is, based on what they're saying, this officer already knows that she is staying in a group home, which means she has care available for this kid. Does that make this a horse of a different color? This is now not just a transient lady that happens to have a 10-month-old. This is a lady that's refusing to take that 10-month-old and put them in an air-conditioned room and would rather, at 11:30 at night, be walking around in freezing cold temperatures. That's a very different ballgame. That also gets leveraged by DFS or CPS or whoever your regulatory body is going to be for kid advocacy, right? Very different charge. If I'm holding on to this kid because she's going to jail for criminal trespass, the likelihood that they can leverage that to go and dispossess that lady of the kid's pretty low. If the charge now that I'm alleging is neglect, right, or endangerment, that's a whole different ballgame. But anyways, it's a bad time.
Take her home.
28, Franklin.
It's up to y'all, dude. You can choose to
It's
press
not up to you.
Like, this is not my first time, like,
Yeah.
Back to help you, brother.
the cannabis store. So she
where?
so she bought like light or something else. So she asked me, so we got something else. So for the baby, I gave her some water. Like she has a baby, like I gave her the water. So for the makeup, fit the makeup for the baby to do. So I gave her so she went back again and she came back again to the store. And she asked me, like, I dropped something here. So you didn't drop something. You have to tell her, okay, so you didn't drop anything here. So you can do that. So she has to know the dad and everything, and she has to know the spit and everything. So she's shouting at me and she's looking serious and she is searching for something else. So one of the customers came and she hit me. At the time I didn't call you, but she hit me and she went off.
Kira's behavior was not only disturbing the owners, but also their guests. Fortunately for her, the owners showed compassion and restraint, but Kira was about to prove that their mercy would do little to keep her from creating even more trouble.
Kira?
Welcome to policing, by the way. This is always your problem. This call will get answered. Currently, right now, I would argue in America, this call is getting answered 200,000 times tonight. Across the country, this is happening.
You are a very lucky girl because these people don't want to press charges on you and take you to jail.
I hate the way he's phrasing this.
He's such a
Because
condescending.
you could have went to jail right then if they would have wanted to press charges on you. But they said no because they're being nice. So now it's time to go home to your house or to wherever your mom's at or something. And I'm going to take you there. But wherever you want to go, either home or with your mama. You want to go home? Kira, if you sit down right there, I'm taking you to jail.
For the act of sitting? I thought they were deciding whether she was going to jail or not. What are we taking her to jail for?
Resisting.
Nice. I swear.
Got you there.
Bro, I will take
100% is going to be
50
resisting.
just for that. Oy.
Do you want to go home?
You can't be out here in the cold weather.
With that baby. We're not doing it.
Call it
What?
neglect. Move on.
Why?
Because it's gonna flood. It's flash flooding warning, and I'm trying to get into a safe place for my baby.
No. That is not flash flooding. It's gonna freeze tonight. And you're not gonna be out here with this baby. Kira, stop.
So theoretically, if you're detaining her for, let's say it's cruelty to a child, right? Then she theoretically is resisting, right? To some degree. It's almost midnight in February. She has a little baby. I'm with her on that. Mental health apprehension statute in Texas. So an NED is going to take more than that. So she's claiming there's going to be a flood. That could be misinformation. For all you know, she just listens to Twitter or Imager or whatever the heck. Name your thread, of choice. But like, she could be misled to believing it's going to flood. Could also be pipes bursting. It is cold, right? Causing an apartment to flood or something like that. And she doesn't want to keep the kid in that environment, right? That wouldn't be enough for the mental health call there. Maybe she's got a pattern, like a history of mental health issues that's documented. Then you can, as the officer, clearly he knows her, right? So if there's a history, maybe. But yeah, this would be a stretch if you were trying to go that direction.
Oh, yeah, we're trying to get it. We're going to get it. Here, this way. I'm going to take you to jail if you don't come this way now.
Why do you want my baby?
I don't. I want you to go somewhere safe with your baby, not staying out here in the freezing cold. And they don't want you here. They don't want you here.
I'm not breaking in all night, every night. I'm not
Here,
doing
they do not want you here.
Okay, I understand.
So
but
you need to go back.
Criminal trespass. This
Over
is
there. I'm not going all the way across the bridge over there. I'm sorry.
Where do you want to go then?
Not with my baby.
Where do you want to go?
You can.
We're not causing a scene here, so come on to the road.
I'm not calling a woman.
Come on.
And no one's
Come on to the
right.
road. Go.
You're not touching me. I am a woman.
So from a de-escalation standpoint, as much as I tend to like to throw de-escalation under the bus, because I think it does encourage a couple of negative things, I do think that had I gotten an interview done with my alleged victims here, which is the property owners, they're like, we don't want to press charges, we just don't want her here. And let's just say that they're like, though she's criminally trespassed here, I just want her gone. Right? I don't really want you enforcing the criminal trespass warning that she's got on her, right? I would make that's not up to them. If there's a criminal trespass in there, it's a misdemeanor in my presence, I'm taking her. Right? But let's say for the interest of getting this lady or convincing this lady to do something that's safe for her and her baby without having to take her to jail or interfere with her life as the government, right? Let's let the libertarian mindset win here. Could I have approached this lady in a very different way to potentially get her where we wanted her to go? 1000%. Hey, I know it's really cold out here. I have some warm stuff down the street or whatever. Here's some coffee or whatever. I want to do whatever I can to keep you and your baby safe. What can I do for you? That's simple. Take the script. You don't even have to credit me for it. Rather than, they don't want you to go to jail. So if you're lucky, you're not going to jail because of whatever. You started off with a threat. It was an idle threat, right, at the time, because she wasn't going to jail. You may come to that determination with the victim here, air quotes. Because of the posture that you approached her with, right, she's already going to be in a semi-confrontational mood with you. Well, now, anytime you're going to, on the ask, tell, make, you're already in the hole first. Of course she's going to resist. You know what I mean? Especially if she's got a history of mental health issues, especially if likely in the past she's been handled by this exact same agency, this exact same way. Her emergency detentions and all that other stuff, like, it's a problem. She's probably used to having negative encounters with law enforcement, causing this to escalate potentially unnecessarily, which means you're going to have to use force, which means you're possibly going to endanger that 10-month-old, which is what we don't want.
At this point, Kira was only adding fuel to the fire by refusing to follow the officer's orders. Yet, she was about to push the situation even further, squandering every chance she had been given that night.
Go. Go. Now. Kira, go. Or you're going to go to jail. Right now.
Go where? You already said she doesn't need to be walking around here. So it's either you're coming with me or you're going to jail. Like, that's my issue with it, is like, if you're telling her to leave, she's still doing the thing that, like, I get it. She's not doing the criminal trespass side of it, but we still haven't done anything to advocate for that child that we're claiming we care about, right? From a law enforcement perspective. I got issues. This is terrible communication.
Go.
Bum narrator, take points. I like it. I'm here for it. Take it from YouTube channels. It is. Squandering
Refill
all
my
the
coffee
chances.
while she gets tackled.
Here. Go. It's locked.
Can we take you to your mom's?
Deputy's trying to do the right
Will
thing.
you go to your mom's
Go
or
see
your
boys.
grandma's? You can't get back out on the highway in the dark with that baby.
Kira, stop.
Stop.
Kira. Stop. Stop. Come here. Let go. Let go. Stop it.
You can't touch my baby. You can't touch my baby. Oh!
Come on.
You can't touch my baby. 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 You can't touch my baby.
So this is very indicative of some level of mental health issue. She's now going to be stuck in that negative feedback loop. She's concerned about her child, which is perfectly rational, right? But we are no longer talking to a reasonable, rational adult, right? She's in at least a bit of crisis here. She understands push has come to shove, right? I have no problem with them intervening because they don't want her walking on the freeway in the dark with a kid. No reflectors, no nothing. I can understand that, but...
You can't touch my baby. You can't touch my baby. You can't touch my baby.
Yeah.
What are you doing to me?
Come on, figure it out. There you go.
Sit down. Here, sit down.
Take it in the car. Take it in the car.
It works.
You know that's not true. That's my baby Zachariah Apple.
Kira could have walked away from the situation, not only for her own sake, but for her baby's as well. Instead, she chose to disobey and resist officers.
She could not walk away. Walking away is what caused them to take her into... I hate this narrator. I'm going to take more points. Hold on. Is this lady probably a pain in the butt? Yes. Is this lady probably a frequent flyer with law enforcement? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that she's not in need of help, right?
Leaving them with no choice but to place her in the patrol car to regain control. Officers then turned their attention to the baby, who was clearly not safe in the care of his mother under those circumstances.
Is your camera on? Yes. Okay. Mine's turned off. Thank you, sir. We're going to get the, she's going to jail. We're going to get the grandma and come take the baby. I'm just going to keep her inside. Just keep her warm. Thank you. Oh, I got a number. I got somebody. I'll figure it out. Hey, I hate to bother you this late, but I've got Kira, and she is going to jail.
I took points for shitty narration.
And I need Jessica to come to the Franklin Inn and get the baby, or I'm going to call DCA. I do not have her number.
I don't know. BFE? I don't know where Carabelle is.
She's trespassing here, but then when I told her to stop, she run off from me, so we had to grab her.
30,000 Franklin.
All right, Kira, listen. Stay where you at. Huh?
Can you take this off?
No.
No.
No. So listen, you're going to jail.
I don't understand what I did. I'm just trying to get...
One, you're trespassing. Listen to me. One, you're trespassing.
I understand.
And two, you resisted me. Okay? You didn't do what I told you to do.
What are you talking
And then when I
about?
told you to stop, you...
Got the resisting one.
I knew it.
So, if he told her to leave, and when she proceeded to leave, you took her to jail, what was she resisting? Also,
my authority.
Also, what were you arresting her for? If she was leaving, when that's what you told her to do, and you just didn't like the way she was leaving.
I'm a cop, and you will respect my authority.
Carabelle, Florida, that tracks. Is crime afoot here? Probably. I've already talked about, you could easily talk about neglect here, right? You are, at least in Texas, right? The way that we define it, there's a handful of things you have to provide a child under the age of 18, right? Shelter, clothes, and food. That's it. We're failing on at least one of those right off the rip, right? No shelter here. Making her walk outside when you know, based on our prior history, that she has a place she could take the kid. So this isn't like, I didn't have a place, I got kicked out. Maybe my abuser is there at the house, so I don't feel safe there. I'm safer outside than somewhere else. This is a completely different call if that's the case, right? But like, if that was the angle he was going with, I'd argue that's fine. But what's been articulated here is a civil rights violation. Leave. Okay, you leave, now you're resisting. Like, none of that equals, like what he's alleging doesn't match what we're currently seeing on the body cam. Like, that's wild. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I get them not wanting her to go on the highway. I totally understand the safety side of it, but it's not being currently articulated, which tells me that these deputies are making it, or this police officer is making it up as he goes. He doesn't know what's going on. Poor training? No. Poor recruiting.
Took off running. Okay, stop. Where do you want the baby to go? You want your mama to come? No. You want your mama to come get the baby?
If that's what you're being disgusting, but I want to take my baby in there.
No, that's not gonna happen.
Well, that's Zachariah. That's my son. I want to take him in there.
That's not gonna happen. You're going to jail tonight.
For what?
I just told you. Okay. Two.
Why would you tell me? Why would you let me do this to me and show me his head? What are you talking about?
This is what I need from you. Do you want your mom to come get the baby, or I'm gonna have to call DCF?
I'd rather mom come get him.
Okay.
But what the f are you talking about? Y'all all looking at him to get her what? Y'all touching all over him?
Definitely not.
Okay, then why did you do all this? And I was just walking.
Kira's claims were far from acceptable. Not only was she reeling from the consequences of her reckless behavior moments earlier, but she was also making serious accusations against the officers. At that point, she appeared visibly unstable, and her delusional outbursts only further contributed to the events that unfolded that day.
I'm gonna ask again, since we asked her to leave.
We're good. That's what she's on. She's on her way.
I got the baby here, and so listen, Kira.
Why do we keep opening this door?
I can't get a hold of your mama, but your Aunt Amanda answered. Do you care if she comes?
Yeah. Your boy Millennial gets it.
Get the baby.
Also, I'm glad he changed it to I. My dog.
For tonight.
Why for tonight?
Because you're going to jail tonight.
For what?
For resisting.
Resisting for what? What did I do wrong?
Yeah. Donnie Manicotti gets it.
For child endangerment.
Oh, now we're going this route.
Probably talk to a supervisor real quick.
Talk to a registered adult?
Yeah, ask them, what do I have? I put a lady in my car. I'm not entirely sure.
Wait, the criminal trespass I said that they weren't trying to do so she couldn't go to jail? And then resisting, I guess, her doing what I told her to do? Oh, you mean child endangerment? I hate being right. It kills me, though. It was probably a 2-minute phone call with a supervisor that was like, yeah, you got child endangerment, you idiot. Like,
What child endangerment?
Sarah, I'll do what I can.
Your baby. You're out here freezing cold weather.
What freezing cold weather?
Okay, Kira. Are you okay with Miss Amanda coming to get the baby, or you want?
No, I don't want to go into the hotel room. You're terrifying the f out of my son.
That's not true.
That is true. You've been stalking the f out of me, bro.
Okay.
I'm not even gonna play with you.
You want your mom or
no?
Although the officer was attempting to ensure her baby's safety,
You
Kira
have a problem.
There it is.
remained uncooperative and continued to act recklessly. She seemed unsatisfied with the full-blown scene she had already created and persisted in confronting the officer.
Mom's gonna let you get the baby.
Dude, you never be
What? You
cooperative
eating
with
his head?
somebody handcuffs in the back of your car. You're the one that keeps opening the door. She remains uncooperative. Okay.
Oh, there's a one too many R's in this thing.
Narration.
Hold on. What's our timestamp for this? Probably starting at like 1:30. Oh, I can't drop a link.
Yeah.
Do better.
What he was doing.
We'll keep going.
No.
You're going to jail tonight, okay?
I'm going to jail for you eating my baby's head off.
I don't think it's good.
What are you even talking about, Nutty?
That's what happened, okay? Okay?
Just starting to look around a little bit.
She said that we just ate the baby's head off. That's going in my report.
I'm sure. Don't forget the flashlight.
All right. Here he is. It's locked, I think. Oh.
Hey, you didn't see your baby. Hey, baby.
I'm cold. I have a car seat to bring my thing. Does she have the keys to get in the house?
Oh, her keys are right there. Oh. I noticed this earlier. It was in the crib with him, and it's got pepper spray on it.
Okay. Oh, y'all put the strapping in this thing,
And all her stuff's over there. I guess her phone.
If I have a mental health.
Arrest and bring the situation to a close. Even as she was taken to jail, however, Kira's behavior would not stop, causing the officer continued headaches along the way.
It's a constitutionally protected right to be a pain in the ass. Like
That is why you get paid the salary, sir.
Yep.
Because the poll said baby, but it has a knife. Now, it wasn't a knife, but there was pepper spray in there with him.
There was pepper
So
spray.
I'm gonna say that counts.
Yeah, this is zombie.
Whoever
count.
said baby, but it has a knife was correct.
Bro. I found the inn.
Yeah, and he's perfectly fine. Yeah, I understand.
Neglect and
No, he did not. No, he did not.
in the end, Kira was charged with neglect and resisting an officer.
Is he misspelling neglect that he has to censor it? What's going on here? That's weird.
So technically, the deputat didn't do anything wrong. I'm gonna give him 5 points. Man, I'm gonna take 30. But this whole thing pissed me off. Oh, thank you. No, this is perfect. I got snacks. I got cuties, some sliced apples, a cheese stick, and then these little like chocolate like little muffins. I got snacks. For days.
Looks like. Is this your soccer game? Like, what's going on?
Right?
It's like snack table.
I remember
Booster Bob snack table.
It was helping with morale.
There you go.
I'm gonna take some from society here.
Face blacked out all video just to show the mugshot at the end.
I know,
No
right?
kidding.
Like maybe it's AI.
I'm gonna assume probably they are pretty.
Even an idiot
about
can
that.
fail upwards, take more points. So the only reason I'm not taking more is the end goal was correct. We got the kid with family, which is a much better track for kids in general. The system is horrible for kids in general. Foster care, the whole nine. There's a lot of statistics that show that keeping a kid, even in a complicated situation, is better than removing them from the family in general. Especially if you got family that's going to be cooperative and aren't a bunch of scumbags, right? I think in all of the kid cases that I worked, I think I only had like one or two where we actually ended up dispossessing mom and it didn't go to a family member. So the kid was taken care of. They got to the neglect way after the fact. Somebody had to call him and tell him, oh, by the way, this means the elements of the offense for a felony. Sorry. But the, I don't know. That's just really terrible training. I'm going to take some from admin. A lot of this is
Hey
just,
Josh, would you say those little orange slices are cop cuties?
they're in a cop and they're cuties. Cop cuties. That's fine.
To an I-Team report tonight about a police department forced to investigate one of its own. So let me tell you the backstory. Started with allegations of retaliation, but the case then revealed problems of sexual propositions, graphic conversations, and unwanted
one. Okay, yeah, I
advances
submitted this
as
one.
well. We've got Andrea Lucia here
recognize
with
where
us
this
tonight.
happened,
The story.
You might recognize the town where this happened. Just saying.
Really?
We're waiting on, obviously. What more did you discover in all of this? Because that's a boatload what we read already.
Yeah, absolutely. Surveys show that most women in law enforcement have experienced repeated sexual harassment on the job, and not just from the public they encounter. More commonly, they say it's coming from their own colleagues. We wanted to examine.
That tracks. There was call it a trend that if a young female officer, you want attention as a tomboyish girl, become a cop. Or I guess you could join the military. It's like being a pick-me girl on easy mode.
Just
But,
being a female in a male-dominated profession.
in general, right?
It's
But-
going to suck.
Kind of like high school. So we were in a 5A high school. So you had seniors to freshmen. We didn't have a freshman center. So you had 14-year-olds getting thrown in with 18-year-olds, right? There was a common occurrence where you would have said 18-year-old is almost universally men. These are adult men at this point, legally speaking, that would go and take a particular interest in said 14-year-old girls, right? There's a reason for that. There's a reason why that person's affections weren't taken up by colleagues of their own age, right? Same thing happens. Now, it's a lot more legal. At least you're 21 as a police officer, right? And specifically in Texas. But it was very frowned upon. Fraternization's already a big issue. There's a legal issue on it. Not legal, but there's like a policy issue if they're a recruit. Once they're a full-fledged peace officer, it's a little bit different. There's still going to be some rank issues and all that. But we just had this conversation recently.
That through this case in Rowlett, where you can hear from.
No. I'm ready.
Yup.
I'm locked in.
Speaking of that 5A high school,
I'm locked in.
They grew up and became cops.
That's incredible. It's just made my day.
Many of the officers themselves in recordings we got of their interviews with Internal Affairs. We want to warn you, though, at times what you're about to hear.
I know some people that work here.
Mm-hmm.
Here
I wonder if they'll
is
show up.
graphic. It started with a complaint from a male police officer. In January of 2025, the officer claimed he was being mistreated, retaliated against by his supervisor, Sergeant Ryan Doherty, because of the officer's relationship with a colleague. But when detectives spoke to other officers on the shift, It was Doherty's alleged behavior toward the women that caught their attention.
Several have brought up instances where Doherty has approached females for sexual favors.
Scumbag. Not just the Brady list. Jail time. Official oppression. This irks me.
I don't recommend you put money on that.
Bro. No, I wouldn't. Bro, this is about to make me take the bar. I'm about to go be a judge.
Oh, it
Bro,
gets so
I tell you
bad. It
what,
gets so much worse.
I'm so pissed off already.
It gets so much worse.
Just because there's no reason for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, you're a cop. Go find yourself a baddie to go occupy your time, right?
Nurses are free.
They out there, man. Like, badge bunnies, anybody. But, like, one, don't be doing it to colleagues. Because you have to trust them in a professional capacity. They have to feel comfortable enough around you to be able to trauma bond, but also trust you with like that you're going to administer your part of your duty to this organization correctly. And we do need women in the profession. I know there's a lot of people that feel like it's a hot take, but it's not. And if that's going to happen, dude, I'd have a zero. Like if it was, I don't care how big my department was. If you don't automatically disclose some level of fraternization, gone. Nope. Gone. If you disclose it, fine. We can start moving some people around. We got to promote people, whatever, change people's departments. And if I can't, one of you's got to pick. Somebody's got to go. I'll give you an honorable discharge or we'll separate as an agency. But what I won't have is this. I would have a zero, like I caught a whiff of it, gone. And I'd be looking too. I'd be checking MDC messages. I'd be lurking. I'd have spies. Hell no. Because this crushes trust. Like throughout the agency as a whole, like, dude, so stupid.
Your name got brought up. Has that ever occurred to you?
Yes.
Any other females that you know that might have gone through that?
Yeah.
Through nearly 24 interviews, Rowlett detectives pieced together stories of a man who had apparently pursued women at work for years, initiating relationships with direct reports, soliciting them for threesomes, and treating them differently as a whole. But one name kept coming up over and over.
Bailey
always complained about how he harassed her.
I mean, her terms was he wants to me, and I'm not interested.
Several officers said Officer Victoria Bailey told them that Doherty had repeatedly asked her out, and that turning him down had led to problems on the job.
He would talk to her certain ways with the tone. She felt that she was being picked on at work for not going out with him, like outside of work.
The revelations came months too late to ask Bailey herself. In October 2024, she'd taken her own life.
Sorry.
A shocking act family members.
It just pisses me off. They all knew it was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Could she have had a little bit more agency and decided to speak up on it or whatever? Maybe, right? We're not going to victim blame a dead person here, right? But like the fact that everyone knew and it got to this point.
And it took a male officer complaining.
That's what I mean, dude. Like, oh. Bro, consent decree. Fire the chief. Fire. The second this happened, if you're not like combing around trying to figure all that stuff out,
mm-hmm.
You know, oh, we got to confirm bingo. Shit.
Awkward timing,
heart,
y'all.
my blood pressure just went up. Oh, okay. Who was it? Was it?
Brett Pitt?
Oh,
was
it's good luck.
Yeah, Brett.
You know what he's gonna get? I can't do the weird at you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's wild. Anyways.
Say was spurred not by work issues, but by other personal troubles. When detectives confronted Doherty with the harassment allegations, he denied everything.
These stripes, some colors don't run.
Wolfenberg for president, agreed.
Keith, my dog. You know, just for that.
Thanks.
I'm not saying this isn't happening, deputies. We'll give Keith some love here. And then I'll give some points to Deputas for fun.
Also, take points from Big Sarge because he was a sergeant.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, we'll take some points. Anyways, we're going.
It's reported by some female officers in the department that you've either pursued them by asking them out, asking to sleep with you, or approached them with a threesome for your wife.
You're married while you were doing it.
Who in the department have you approached for such activity?
No, so I don't know who was that.
Nobody at all. It's also reported earlier in the year, in 2024, that you asked Bailey to have sex with you, and she said no. Did this happen?
No.
Brady list.
It's also reported that you harassed her after the fact, stopped having her help you with traffic training, and started treating her differently on the shift.
Bailey?
No. So you never asked her out, never asked her to sleep with her, or have a threesome with your wife?
That may have been the...
So, case you're wondering, generally speaking, detectives don't ask you questions that specific unless they got proof. So either he's just bad at his job or a certified idiot. This is not good for me. Maybe I have to go back. Bro, I have a new axe to grind.
The end of it, except for a text shared by one of the officers, in which Bailey claimed she had proof of Doherty's behavior. Rowlett detectives turned to the Plano Police Department, which had investigated Bailey's death and obtained her phone records. The text history confirmed Doherty had repeatedly asked her out, and that the pair had met up once. For months after that night, he'd sent messages ranging from professional to personal to pornographic. Detectives questioned Doherty again.
Did you ever engage in any type of sexual intercourse with Officer Bailey?
Yes.
Okay, so why did you not tell us that in the
weird.
first interview?
Well, because when I was asked in the first interview, did you guys hang out? Because the way the questions were asked in the first interview, there was like 2 questions in some of those, right? Was it this or was it that? Right, so that's why, to the best of my knowledge, what I recall, that's why I answered in the first interview. Because I took the questions as like little questions. Like,
I'm just glad this guy's not in uniform. I'm hoping he's on administrative leave or whatever. While I try to figure the rest of this out. But.
did you ask her to sleep with you? Like, saying like, did I say, will you sleep with
Dog
me?
said I'm not gonna
No, that's
play
why I
the
said no.
freaking saxophone music over this video just because Poe won a bingo.
Bro, chill.
Dog. Read the room.
Bro. I just have issue with that.
That'd be the equivalent of somebody stealing from Tom Thumb, and you getting a call out there and asking, hey, did you steal ribeye steaks? And they say no, and next thing you know, he's got 30 T-bone steaks.
Right.
What we're asking about is the relationship, not the specific words that we use.
Rowlett PD cleared Doherty of the original retaliation claim made by the male officer.
This is really starting to burn me now. Oh.
But said he'd violated policies that required truthfulness and banned relationships between supervisors and subordinates. While the investigation recommended he be fired, the department allowed him to resign last June.
They are.
We're speed running here. I would have gone after his license. I'd have done a smear campaign. I'm doing it now.
Yeah.
It's just,
hey.
You got away with
Tell
it
the
a
truth.
bunch.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no way there was not more complaints, because clearly they found some as unsubstantiated or whatever. It finally got enough of a shakeup that they had to go do something about it, because they think they knew that the news was going to catch on. Well, I don't want to hurt. Here it is. You know what the line was? I don't want this to hurt your career. So, don't worry about it. Just be honest. And you just go on to another agency. That.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
Let's go to San Antonio. They'll take you.
Sexual harassment
San Antonio will take you.
remains one of the most common problems in the workplace, mostly for women. A 2020.
Now, I will say this. There are a lot of studies done around this, right? And as a male police officer, I received a fair share of harassment in the other direction. Okay. It happens. Worse, I think, in professions where you have to mingle a lot, right? So you're gonna spend a lot of time around people. You're gonna get everyone that decides, hey, are you down? Like that's gonna happen to you in most professional environments. I do think, however, women complainants see way less justice than male complainants. So them saying that it's more of a problem on one side of the fence than it is another, I think it depends on how the power dynamic shakes itself out. Because you can see in a lot of situations, there's the joke about, is it Horrible Bosses, that stupid movie?
Mm-hmm.
They happen in both situations, right? But I do think that there are not enough safeguards for people that are whistleblowers, right? Because even if you take the sexual harassment side of it out of the equation, right? Any kind of misconduct, right? You decide to go speak up and say something about it, and you're seen as not a team player, and they can you. No, worse, they blackball you, and now your reputation's in the tank as someone that's trying to go and do that. Shut up. Needs to be a melt-the-pants treatment. I agree. So I do think it is uniquely worse in law enforcement circles or in military circles. I think it's 1,000 times worse. One, there's the disparity of just numbers, right? Men are going to be a lot more tribal about believing in and defending men, especially if it's men that they have relationships with already, than it will be with women who are automatically the minority in all of these professions, right? But if you go to a lot of other public, say you look at higher education places, right? You look at a lot of these other situations where that's not the case. And like I said, nurses get the reputation they get for a reason. Elementary school teachers get the reputation they get for a reason. They're proportionally going to be represented in that. There's just a lot more of them. And so a lot of these studies aren't taking into account, well, how many women exist versus men exist in this profession versus this other profession, and then how often are those complaints either substantiated or not. I still believe as a whole, because men still tend to be in positions of power on the arbitration side of the fence or on the administrative side of the fence, as far as HR, command staff, principals, administrative staff for a hospital or whatever, that when women complain, it tends to be to someone that's going to be a lot less empathetic. That's really more of the phenomenon happening here.
For women in the workplace study found around 40% of women in corporate America said it happened to them. But the numbers are much higher in law enforcement.
That's a low number. I would argue it's like 85%. So there are a handful of ladies out there, similar to myself, when I decided to get into this profession where everyone decides to take a swing at you because they're a bunch of sickos, where you draw very hard boundaries, right? I'm not trying to be friendly. I'm here to go to work and I'm here to go home. I'm not your friend. I'm your coworker. Let's not make it weird unless it's Bill. There's a segment of that number that's not existing because there's those women, right? They're like, hey, I don't take anything from anybody. I will complain to your command staff if you text me ever again like that. It's happening to them, but it's not getting reported, right? So I do think that this is closer to like 85 to 90% of women that enter law enforcement experience this to some degree. Ironically, it's happening also mostly from other women that are in the profession. That is very common. specifically in male-dominated spaces, because male-dominated spaces like law enforcement or the military attract, let's just say, an interesting mixture of women, right? And so it is a higher percentage. It is still a skewed number. This is why I hate statistics, but this will happen internally more to women than it does to men. Externally, it happens to the profession of law enforcement way more than anyone else. You're going to get hit on by the random crackhead lady, the drunk chick that you're having to go arrest on some call, the jailer that won't leave you alone. It's going to happen. But I'm salty about the pick me comment. Who called it? What? Who's mad? Who made a pick me comment?
You made a pick me comment. You said women that go into the law enforcement are like the pick me girls on steroids or something like that. It's out of context, but
It's out of context. Yes, before all of this came out, it's definitely a thing.
yeah.
Oh, and to be fair, in the same way that like men, this is an easy example of this, right? A man can go into a I did ballet for the better part of 6 years, right, of my young adult life. And was it easier to get female attention in those circles? 100%. It's a pick me guy. If you really wanted to do it on easy mode, because I'm not really having to compete with a large pool of male candidates. It'd be the same thing if you were like, I don't know, a violinist or something that might be seen as, elementary school teacher as a man, or a nurse as a man, is in essence, you're going to put yourself in the statistics are skewed in your favor, regardless of how attractive you are, regardless of even what your intention is behind it. My joke there was, it is, in people who are interested in that, an easier way to go about doing it. I'm not trying to shame people for being in the segment or being in those professions. I've said multiple times that I want them in these professions, but like, there is the reality of the circumstances, right? This is why these situations keep happening, is because that disparity in representation is still there. So these situations are going to continue to present themselves unless it either evens out or we have better administrative tools to prevent it from happening. Again, like a zero tolerance policy on fraternization really would solve this outright. You either disclose or get fired. And if you don't disclose, you don't get fired, I'm coming after your license. Like that kind of stuff. I'd make it, heck, you can make it a legal change for all I care. But ask me how I know. That's funny. Anyways.
Enforcement. A recent survey by Police One magazine showed 77% of female officers said they experienced it.
In too many places, the burden is still on an individual woman to tough it out.
Tanya Meisenholder is the director of police research at the NYU School of Law and a former police officer.
There's a stigma attached to reporting in law enforcement agencies.
In a male-dominated work.
That I would agree. That's for both sexes. Reporting in general is seen as not being a team player. Because the same issue that's plaguing women having to tolerate, again, like I said, where I would argue men probably see it, like I'd say 20 to 30% of men might deal with some level of sexual harassment. And this is a total guess. This isn't a study, right? Versus 85 to 90% of women. Again, more people, more opportunity for it to happen. As far as not disclosing, it's a reason why 75 to 80% of all law enforcement has mental health issues, is because admitting you having it is a problem. Going to go seek help for it is a problem, right? So I'm 100% with you on that. I have to go back to LU. Depending on who is watching. Good L, don't be outing me like that. But yeah, I think this is a much more and this topic is not unique to law enforcement. I could see this in I bet you, what is it, like the trades, welders, electricians, boilermakers, all that kind of stuff. I would argue it's probably worse in those fields because there's no real oversight. There's no body cams. There's less of a robust.
No HR.
Also, you're likely a 1099.
There's nobody to complain to, really.
Right. You're a 1099 employee. So you're not even a W-2. So like, who is your HR? They just say, oh, you don't want to be down here, get rid of you or whatever. It's actually probably, ironically, one of the safer places to do it because there is some level of like IA, like they can pull you in and make you talk. And if you don't agree, if you don't voluntarily take part in it, they just can you right off the rip. The problem is you have to have those people be willing to do investigations. I pity the fool if I was ever part of IA in an agency. I'd be, yo, dog, I would be the Gestapo.
Place Meisenholder says female officers often choose to live with the harassment out of self-preservation.
There are ways to, quote unquote, informally punish people for things that might happen in the workplace. Maybe that's changing their shift. Maybe that's not letting them have a day off.
To me, it's almost like some people are just accepting that that's a part of the job.
Jennifer Atherton, the president of the Dallas Police Women's Association, has her own stories to tell.
One of the times it happened to me when I was young. One of the times happened to you? Of course, no, yeah. Trust me, it's multiple times, yes. But one of the times, it was impossible to avoid that supervisor, and that's who I had to go to for any issue, like I had to take off work. It got to the point I had my male partner. I told him, you gotta come with me, don't let him close the door. Here's the thing, though, everybody loved this guy. I even liked him, except for that part. If I had made a complaint on him, I would have been run out of town. And it was all true.
For Atherton, the problem isn't just if an officer should file a complaint.
I would argue in the 80s and 90s, this was 1,000% worse. Just because the advocacy side of it wasn't there. That today, in today's day and age, is probably the safest the work environment's probably ever been for women. I think historically it's been way worse. I think if you held a job in this type of field 20 years ago, they considered you to be lucky to even be there. Not to mention now. So that is an environment that is, I think, uniquely difficult for women, especially her generation. I don't think it's 100% fair to compare her generation to this one, but it's going to be similar.
But when? She recalled one case in which a major had asked a female officer why she didn't come forward sooner.
And I said, why did you ask that? Because I want you to tell me the answer, like, where's the sweet spot? And I was shocked by what he said. I don't know why. I just wasn't expecting it. He said, well, if she would have said something sooner, we could have saved his job.
His job.
Mm-hmm.
That is a scumbag thing to say. Notice my response was, F him. I don't care. I don't care about your profession. I don't care about your career. Anyways.
Yeah, that's where the concern is.
Yeah.
Atherton says when her association
Bro, if I can't trust you with
surveyed
power over your damn coworkers, you think I'm
Right.
going to trust you with the community?
Hell no. Hell no.
Can't trust you to have a decent
That's what I'm
freaking
saying.
relationship with your coworkers.
This is not an, well, what's worse.
And they're not trying to fight you actively.
Well, what I'm saying is, what's worse is, what about detainees or arrestees?
That's what I'm saying.
Like people you have a lot of power over,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they almost have no recourse, right? Like that's way different. And that's really where I have an issue with all of it in general. I don't care what gender is for what or who's doing what, any of this stuff, specifically in law enforcement. There's no room for it.
female Dallas police officers, nearly everyone that replied had experienced sexual harassment or discrimination. In one small effort to cut down on that, her organization has actually posted signs in substations like this one, educating officers on when it is okay to ask out a colleague and
Maybe don't call it shoot, don't shoot. Sorry.
No, give points. Give points for that. I like that. That's funny. That's funny and super.
That is wild insinuation. That's crazy.
That's wild.
Oh,
Wildly inappropriate. Holster up. Shoot your shot. Also, that should literally be a. Is that your coworker? No.
No kidding.
It should be 2 circles.
Let's see. Your mentor. Frustrating work related. Say no. Let's try.
Because, like, already, you go, are you her mentor?
Doesn't matter.
And you're already going for, like, that's already a no immediately. Why are you
right.
why are you adding steps to that?
Yeah, because the well, and this is how do I approach this here?
I think this is just badly set up. It says because there's like a no to all of the above, shoot your shot. This is weirdly formatted.
Right. The idea here is that, and this is kind of why I talk about fraternization as a whole, right? Is that it just shouldn't happen. Period. Specifically in that setting. I can understand if we were working at a you know, as peers, like we're line employees, right? Like you and I have the exact same seniority. You and I are classmates. And even that was frowned upon. Technically. Like you having a relationship with someone that is equal in rank to you was technically frowned upon, and they did everything they could to separate y'all, right?
Chenford is different. They were meant to be.
Yeah, shut up. Don't you dare. I love Chenford.
Y'all don't get it.
The issue with it is it's going to be next to impossible to have objective reasonableness when deciding how to interact with that person. Because let's say you guys are wonderful spouses. It's a perfectly happy relationship or whatever, but you screw up. And you shoot a suspect you shouldn't have shot. Or you arrested somebody you shouldn't have arrested, whatever. And I happen to be the person that witnesses this misconduct. Technically, legally, I can't even testify against you. I'm your spouse. Literally, I can't. There's protections against that, right? And so in a position where there is a high level of trust, you can date people you don't work with. I don't care if you date a chief in another agency. Don't care at all. But the second it's the same agency in which you have jurisdiction, I'd have an issue with you dating somebody at the DA's office, to be honest. No, too bad. One of you's got to pick a career because I need to have a completely pure system of trust here where I know that you're going to act reasonably and objectively. So that's really why I'd have an issue with this as a whole, is there should be zero overlap. If you're going to have a romantic relationship, there's got to be zero overlap whatsoever for you and this other individual that you're seeing. So it's like, I don't know, disclose or automatically. I don't care if you're just texting each other. If it's past, yo, or did you make it home today or not? If it's, yo, what are you doing after work? And you want to grab some drinks or whatever, and I catch wind of it, and I would be looking. I should trust things. I have issues.
When you definitely should not. It has questions like, are you their mentor? In their chain of command, have they already said no? It may seem obvious, but I was surprised to learn officers often don't get this same kind of HR training on this that is so common in the corporate workplace.
Back to the Relic case real quick.
That's 1,000% false. Bro, you know how much of this, like, it is a mandated, like, 16 hours or something like that that you have to take just on this. You missed me with that. Sorry.
Did the former Sergeant Doherty or the police chief, for that matter?
Because they're pointing out something interesting here. So there's the, are you his mentor, her mentor, does she have permission, whatever. Did she say no? Kind of leaves it open to, well, if they said yes. Despite all this other stuff.
No, it shouldn't make it to here. Like, this should just be a
like,
no
I get it's not
category.
sequential, but there's implications there. Yeah. They're like, well, but they were into it. Like, you're still a mentor, supervisor, chain of command, whatever.
Right. Layla.
I do have an issue with Angela and Wesley.
Angela and
deserved
Wesley
better.
are terrible. Yeah, exactly. Angela, don't get me started.
Wesley's the worst.
Wesley is the worst.
He got stabbed by an Oscar. Elderly man.
An elderly man.
Should have been able to take him. Come on now.
That's true.
Chief, for that matter, have anything to say?
Yeah, Police Chief Mike Denning declined our request for an interview, and former Sergeant Doherty did not respond to our attempts to contact him. Our open records request showed both sides signed a contract that included a confidentiality agreement
I get that
and
it's not a sequence.
non-disparagement clause.
But it still gives an impression because it's badly formatted.
Golly, I had to take
It's
a lot
bad
of
graphic
points.
design.
Yeah.
Take points from, I don't know, somebody for bad graphic design.
We'll do media.
I like the name, though. I like the shoot, don't shoot.
So, Alex,
egregious.
I understand you have room temperature IQ because I know what agency you work for, but the people that read that are going to read between the lines. And if you don't make it clear, it's kind of like a stop sign, right? What does a stop sign have on it? The word stop and red. Specifically because if it was a green stop sign, people would get confused.
Mm-hmm.
If
You
it
know
was
what
a
they're going to
yellow
do?
stop sign, people would get
They're going to
confused.
go like, Sergeant, what's his stupid face?
That's
being
what I
like,
mean.
well, there were two questions in that one question.
You cannot
Well, it didn't
leave-
say no. They didn't say no. They said
it's kind of my point. Specifically to the officer that's now not with us anymore, right? And although they're claiming, well, it had other stuff to do. Well, getting sexually harassed every day at work didn't help. Okay, that is a comorbidity if I've ever seen one.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because maybe if she felt like she had peers she could trust, and she felt like she had peers that were going to be there, maybe she would have sought help, and maybe she wouldn't have had to eat her Glock. But my point to it all is that on specifically those type of topics, you cannot leave it vague at all. Like,
people want to find the
yeah.
loopholes. That's the whole.
Well,
thing.
I'm only her corporal. You know, I'm a sergeant, but we're on a different shift. Do you interact at all? Too damn bad. Sort it out. You want to work in the property room? Maybe. Like, I got big issue with it, mostly because it again, for me, and this is just maybe a personal hot take of mine, who's the victim in this situation? It's going to be the person with the least amount of authority, right? On the power balance, do you think the sergeant's going to get it worse or this P1's going to get it worse? The P1. Although while the P1, right, the regular police officer was that one time she was cool with what the sergeant was asking for, it was all gravy. Nothing wrong with that. I bet she would have gotten preferential treatment. She probably would have gotten promoted quicker. She would have gotten better assignments, all that stuff. The second she stops, it turns into the Gestapo, you know? Nowadays don't get approved. Training doesn't get approved. The whole nine. It's scummy to me. The whole thing pisses me off. You should have
go Morbin time.
Oh, nice. You should have clear boundaries to protect the people that don't have. What are you doing after work? Reading books. Not well, but I'm reading them. Actually, I'm about to do the cop thing for free. But I don't know. This stuff stresses me out. That whole story. It was a good story, so I'm not taking points from vigilantes. I'm glad they picked it, but it burned me in the deepest of my soul. Especially because there's no way that was the end of it.
Mm-mm.
And the fact that they're over here, like this is not a hard one as a supervisor, as a leader, right? You're a police chief. That means you're a leader in your agency. To come out and say we won't tolerate that kind of behavior in my agency.
It's also not a big enough agency that you didn't know.
Right.
This kind of stuff.
That's
was
what
going.
I
Like,
mean,
there
bro.
were rumors.
I had
100%. With that many officers being like, yeah, that happened to me.
I did not know 80% of the officers that worked at my agency. I didn't work with them. I never saw them. You could have disguised yourself hitman style as an Arlington police officer and showed it to my call, and I'd be like, all right, cool. I guess you're from Southside because I've never seen you. You know, I would have known. We had 700 and I think 60 sworn or 750 sworn. Like a ton of people I didn't know. Mm-hmm. Supervisors, lieutenants, all of them. Jeez.
There's, according to this, 111.
You knew every single one of them.
Yep.
Every single one. By name, probably.
Patrol division consists of 38 police officers.
You knew every single one of them. Oh, I
got more people than that in my house. Got more cousins than that.
That's what I'm saying, dog. I have beef with that. Anyways, it's important. It's important to draw very specific distinctions. I think that chief's a coward for not wanting to come out and advocate for, and I hope it hurts their recruiting, because that tells you the kind of protection that you're going to get as a baseline police officer, brand new to a department. They do not care about you. They care more about protecting their homies and their homies' careers than they do about doing the job judiciously. I have beef with that. Shame on them for that.
11 minutes of nonstop news continues with this late tonight. Some new technology being used at the Colorado Springs Police Department is expected to increase public safety. We've told you about the real-time crime center at the Police Operations Center in downtown Colorado Springs before, but officials today showed off some recent additions. Rachel Ramsey has more on how they're...
He was mad at me for yapping. I'm over here advocating for the rights and protections of young female officers, and she's over here like, quit your yapping.
I mean, Emu's being a bit of a pick-me right now.
Oh my God, chill. Where's the, hold on. Where's the sound bite? We got it. We're gonna harass somebody today. Oh, I can't pull it up. You're safe.
Okay, with
You're
the
safe.
Emu one?
You're safe for now.
helping police.
I like sausage.
There it is.
Drones, D-drones, translation technology.
I'm here to help you.
She said, "I'll fight you." No, it's Julian. You misspelled Julian. When he's being bad, you can call him Julian.
Estoy aquí para ayudarle. All of this and more now available to the Colorado Springs Police Department in its real-time crime center.
It's a game changer.
The unit supports responding officers by gathering and supplying information in real time.
Well before a first responder is going to get there and be able to quickly provide them with information. For the officers that's responding, it could be, hey, this suspect's been encountered before and he assaulted an officer, or this person's known to carry a weapon.
The center was created in 2024, and since then it's continued to grow.
When we first started the Real-Time Crime Center, you know, we had limited hours. We didn't have all divisions covered. We didn't have the 24/7 coverage. We have all that now.
With the addition of this technology, including 7 new remote drones that will soon increase to 11, Colorado Springs police say they'll be able to respond to situations faster and stay more connected while doing it.
So I can immediately tap into that officer's body-worn camera footage and see, okay, hey, they're actively fighting with a suspect. So now I can tell those responding officers.
And the brand new technology additions are already making a difference.
We had so many more opportunities to launch the drones for calls for service throughout the city. A few domestic violence calls for service. We did some traffic crashes. We went to a car fire.
Sergeant Jeff Edmonds says it not only increases public safety, but officer safety as well.
We go based on what we know, what information we had gathered, and that allows for better decision making.
They have another person to make sure that the parking lot's clear while guys inside of a store are shooting people.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm being petty.
For the officers, that allows for better allocation of resources to handle the incident. So we can
like have the SWAT team, you know, secure the roof.
Yeah.
I can't with these guys.
Provide all that in real time.
We got to do a landing zone for the drones. I don't know. You can swap out batteries.
I don't know if they'll ever recover from that for me. I hear Colorado and I'm like, nope, scumbags, all of them.
Colorado Springs, Rachel Ramsey, KKTV 11 News.
If you want to learn more about the Real-Time Crime Center,
it's great technology. I think I discussed this. I was discussing this 2 years ago. That I was like, you should be able to have non-sworn personnel verify call text before PD even gets there, and then provide updates that doesn't require somebody getting on the radio. I'll give him a decent amount of points for that. That's very good. No fixed wing aircraft though.
Thank you, Senator. You know who does have fixed wing aircraft?
Hmm.
Iran. I saw their fleet of Toyota trucks that has the fixed wing aircraft on the back.
Do indeed. They do indeed.
Yep.
Senator Blumenthal,
I was like, damn, they got it before we
members
did.
of the committee. My name is Ryan Schwank. I swear.
Schwank is a very unfortunate last name.
Mm-hmm.
He got picked on for that. Hey, Schwank.
That's why he's whistleblowing. He's got no loyalty. He's like, screw you guys.
I got schwanked.
Mm-hmm.
So is this like an Emmy award? What's going on here? Oh no, it's like one of those barriers.
Stanchion, I think. Yeah.
Hold the Constitution. When I joined ICE on August 1st, 2021, as an assistant chief counsel, I followed that oath.
Oh, this is like their version of the attorney or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
For 4.5 years, working side by side with ICE officers, and I followed it when I resigned on February 13th, 2026, a little over a week ago, so that I could speak to you today. I am here because I am duty-bound to report the legally required training program at the ICE Academy is deficient, defective, and
wow, surprise and fries.
Broken. No. 5 months ago, I was asked to teach the law to new cadets at the ICE Academy in Glencoe, Georgia, where ICE is training its new, inexperienced recruits. I volunteered, those without law enforcement training, I volunteered to take on this assignment based on my experience in law enforcement oversight, including at the state and local level prior to my work with ICE. On my first day, I received secretive orders to teach new cadets to violate the Constitution by entering homes without a judicial warrant. For the last 5 months,
Also,
I watched ICE dismantle
Not quite
the
that
training
secretive because it
program.
has been reported a lot.
Right.
And I'm pretty sure spokespeople have mentioned it and freaking politicians have said that, yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we've told them. And it's like, but it's weird because especially with political stuff, they can say it to a camera and a reporter
Right.
straight out and no one cares. but you put it in this setting where it's like it's a secret orders with whistleblowers. All of a sudden, a huge scandal, right? It's the craziest thing to me. It's one of the biggest things that pisses me off about the media is like they only care if they can pretend to be a detective about it and like, you know, I don't know, like break the news and have it be like a big thing that they discovered, as opposed to like, hey, they literally just told you they were doing this to your face in a press conference, and you were like,
it's all right.
Dude comes to a congressional hearing and says it. And it's like, oh my god,
like how
we never had any idea.
Like how PD Waltz, like welfare checks, that requires exigency, of which DHS isn't doing.
No,
but yeah, this is the death of what's it called? Journalism occurred when they stopped caring about this. You know,
Getting 240 hours of vital classes from a 584-hour program. Classes that teach the Constitution, our legal system, firearms training, the use of force, lawful arrests, proper detention, and the limits of officers' authority.
Literally
For
everything.
example, they ceased all of the legal instructions regarding use of force. This means that cadets are not taught what it means to be objectively reasonable.
not to throw shade, there's a department that I won't name that I took a class with, and a senior officer there did not know what the word proportionality meant, despite it being a word used in the legal definitions for our use of force policy in Texas. He's like, oh, I don't know. It's for everybody else. Here's a palate cleanser.
Will you name the department after you passed your TCOL test?
Yes.
Okay.
She's disappointed. Oh, she didn't like that.
Oh yeah, she's about to whistleblow on you for.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
The very standard which the law requires them to meet when deciding whether or not to use deadly force. Our jobs as instructors are to teach them so well that they can make split-second decisions about what they can and cannot do in life or death situations. Yet, in the name of churning out an endless stream of officers, DHS leadership has dismantled the academic and practical tests that we need to know if cadets can safely and lawfully perform their job. All to satisfy an administration demanding they train thousands.
You guys are back there like this guy's spitting fire right now.
of new officers before the end of the year. DHS told the public that new cadets receive all the training they need to perform their duties, that no critical material or standards have been cut. This is a lie.
Based.
ICE made the program shorter, and they removed so many essential parts that what remains is a dangerous husk. No reasonable person would believe a training program suddenly cut nearly in half could meet the minimum legal requirements. These aren't abstract rules. They're required in regulations such as 8 CFR 287G1.
I was going to say, to do your job and to be commissioned as an officer to do it, there's like the regulatory body, someone like the FAA, right? Here it's TCOL, right? And so the Texas Law Enforcement Coalition of whatever, I don't remember what the acronym stands for, but TCOL,
I'm gonna look it up,
who decides what the licensing requirements are.
Texas Commission on Law Enforcement.
There you go. But they say you have to have taken all of these classes or demonstrated, a lot of which is in person, right? And demonstrated XYZ proficiency before we'll allow you to be a peace officer. If they didn't do that, and they allowed people to go around doing law enforcement interactions, like, apprehending people and, a lot of the stuff that they did. There's either a posse comitatus issue where you're going to have to treat DHS like the military, which in that case, they shouldn't have been there in the first place, right? It's old Rob from BP, right? Running off and doing stuff he shouldn't be doing. Or you have huge lawsuits coming out of that because you as an organization allowed a lot of people that were not qualified to do it, but you paid them and provided them to go do a service that they were not qualified to go do. It's sketchy.
Congress requires immigration officers to meet minimum standards for a reason. ICE cannot lawfully perform their duties, make arrests, carry weapons, and use force without passing appropriate training. New cadets are graduating from the academy despite widespread concerns among training staff that even in the final days of training, the cadets cannot demonstrate a solid grasp of the tactics or the law required to perform their jobs. Without reform, ICE will graduate thousands of new officers who do not know their constitutional duty, do not know the limits of their authority, and who do not have the training to recognize an unlawful order. That should scare everyone. DHS assures the public these cadets can get the job training on compensate for anything missing at the academy. This is a lie. Many graduates go to their home office just long enough to get their gun, their badge, and their body armor before deploying to places like Minneapolis and other ICE operations with minimal supervision. It's shocking that anyone would think this is safe or responsible. And this pattern of lies is not isolated. It extends beyond the training program to include deceiving Congress and the public about the rules followed by ICE officers once they graduate. On my first day at the academy, I was instructed to read and return a memo in my supervisor's presence, which claimed ICE officers could enter homes without a judicial warrant. The acting ICE director authorized the very conduct that DHS, in its own 2025 legal training materials, had called the chief evil against which the wording of the Fourth Amendment is directed. That is, physical entry of the home without consent or a proper warrant. Never in my career had I ever received such a blatantly unlawful order.
I was gonna say, I was like, yo, like, what are you talking about? Like, because like this isn't even like a you're not teaching them enough issue. It's your outright like Pinkerton style asking them to violate the Constitution. That's
You're treating them wrong on purpose.
That's a whole other issue.
And not as a joke.
Yeah.
For those who get that reference.
Nor one conveyed in such a troubling manner. Incredibly, I was being shown this memo in secret by my supervisor, who made sure that I understood that disobedience would cost me my job. ICE is teaching cadets to violate the Constitution, and they were attempting to cloak it in secrecy by demanding that I lie about it. I am here to convey to the public the danger that is being created at the ICE Academy. I know from my conversations with many facility members, many of the faculty, that I am not alone in my fear. Law enforcement is a deadly serious business. It is not a place for shortcuts.
PD Walt, I can answer that question for you. During lockdown season, as we called it, during 2020, I had a very real moment there in Texas where we didn't know what we were going to do as law enforcement officers. There was one sheriff's office that went full send, Leroy Jenkins, and took an MRAP to go arrest a guy for being in his gym. I don't know if you remember this. It was early in 2020, but it was a big deal. And the lockdown mandates came out from the CDC. And literally, I'll never forget this. This guy's in a rural part of nowhere. He had one of those like little box gyms. So it's just like a steel building. And he was like, screw it. I'm going to keep my business open because I can. And this guy came out. This was a sheriff's office. Of course, it was a sheriff's office. But came out, MRAP and all, and went and arrested the guy for it. And I was like, you're crazy. Like, hell no. And so the question came out. Well, we're at the back end of the 2 to 3 weeks that they had, like everyone had kind of voluntarily done it. What happens if they come back? Because the CDC is now asking us to extend that recommendation. And the fact that it was even a question for us that have read, the law and understand it and shown proficiency in it, I was like, so where exactly does this fall under like a law being broken in my eyes that I can enforce, right? What's my law enforcement objective in this? The city attorney is like, oh, I don't know. Let me ask some questions. And I was like,
figure it out on the back end.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. So before I get into a use of force over this, you're going to need to show me where it says in the law I have to do this. Because currently, from my perspective, it doesn't look that way. And it was a handful of us that said, if you ask us to enforce this, that'll be my last day as a police officer here. So I won't do it. Because there'll be people that comply, sure. And I'll go take them to jail, and maybe they sue the department, maybe they don't. There's going to be people that don't comply. And normally, I can point at the law and say, hey, the law says they're committing a crime, all the way up to, if it requires this, killing this human being. I will seize that person's body and take them to go try to get justice, right? That is the social contract that we've agreed upon. I am the boot that enforces that law. This is not the case. This is a clear, fundamental breach of that relationship, and it is my job to say no to that. I need to know enough. It should have been my agency's job. And eventually they got their head out of their ass and they're like, okay, we're not doing it. Like, do what they want. Oh, and literally our policy was, you saw somebody and say, okay, cool. The fire marshal was going to come by and come talk to you. And the fire marshal was going to be like, yeah, I'll get right on that when I get done sitting down for a little while. Like they never came out. But this seems, I know a lot of people point at that. Well, there should be cops, right, that are willing to step up and do it. Here's an excellent example of somebody doing it at a much higher level. This is an administrator, right? This is this is not just a DHS guy, right? I do think that this happens a lot more often on the local level. You start talking about like parking and stuff like that. There's smaller stuff, but on big steps like this, where you're going to say, I'm going to enforce something huge, right? Or where it's constitutionally questionable. This is where education matters. You got a big old ignorant police force that's just, hey, boss said to go do it. I'm going to take the Nuremberg defense and just say, I was told to do it. And I don't care why, and I don't believe in that personally.
Deficient training can and will get people killed. It can and will lead to unlawful arrests, violations of constitutional rights, and fundamental loss of public trust in law enforcement. ICE is lying to Congress and the American people about the steps it is taking to ensure its 12,000 new officers faithfully uphold the Constitution and can perform their jobs. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today and happy to answer any questions you have now or in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Schwank.
Mega based. Shout out to that guy. It does take some stones to go out and do that again. And this is
once we don't have a great track record of treating whistleblowers well.
I'm shocked he didn't take an opportunity to say, I am not suicidal. I am not, you know what I mean? Like, is this society?
I guess technically now he is, yeah. I wouldn't give it to feds because
hell no.
It's their fault.
Let's give it to society here. No, I'm good. I'm good, thank you. Should offer me grapefruit juice for my blood pressure. Y'all be stressing me out. I'll take it from feds. We'll take 1,000 from feds. Being scumbags, actually administrators also. Being mega scumbags. Outright teaching people illegal stuff is sketchy.
I'm one of the world's biggest data nerds. So I said, this is going to be the easiest.
I think one of the biggest annoying things about it is the fact that like there's this very clear understanding that they can kind of flood the zone, right? With BS, knowing that by the time the courts get around to it, you can do a whole lot of stuff.
Right.
Because like this is working its way up through the courts, right? A ton of it's being struck down, but it takes a long time for that to happen. And in the meantime, unless you have a whole lot of attention brought to it to shame people, right? You can just kind of get away with it.
It kind of goes back to like my stance on bite dogs, right? Currently, as it stands, the posture law enforcement has in general with bite dogs is, hell yeah, chew that guy up. Unarmed or not, chew that guy up. When it would take a regular officer a knife and some pliers to do the same amount of damage to a human being, right? Like what you would easily argue is an unlawful use of force, or you know what I mean, especially on an unarmed individual, right? They bless and literally reward the dog. I mean, they kind of have to, based on the nature of it, right? But they don't sit back and think to themselves, well, would I have been justified in shooting this guy? 'Cause that's SBI, right? Serious bodily injury, potentially death. A dog can cause that. Now, guys in a situation where he's earned that much force, knock it out. Send the dog, go chew this guy up. But like 95% of the dog usages we've seen, everybody's high fives and everything after the fact until somebody decides, you know what? I think this is cruel and unusual punishment. I was unarmed. I gave myself up and you stuck a dog on me anyways. I didn't run. I just got a little weird during a traffic stop, and here I am getting part of my calf ripped off my body, and I'm now permanently maimed for the rest of my life. Then that officer loses qualified immunity, then the department gets sued, and then it has to go up the chain to decide, because then the department's, of course, going to fight that. But that'll take years. If they started today, how many people have been bit by dogs historically, right? I find it a very serious violation of constitutional rights, but that's me. But like you said, you're going to get away with it until then. You're going to skirt until then, unless you have an educated P1 force that's like, hey, maybe we shouldn't let this dog go and eat this guy up. You know, like that sounds like a terrible idea. I mean, it'd be like using a beanbag shotgun at 0 yards, you know, tasing somebody in the eyeball. Like if my goal was to just stop the guy, not
Which
to,
we've seen.
right, not to
I mean,
maim
not
him.
technically the eyeball, but
Yeah, but like
close
that,
enough.
that's my issue. But yeah, we'll see what this guy's say.
Paper I ever write. I'm going to go get some data. I'm going to go show that the police are biased. Finally, people are going to like me. And my grandmother's going to go, you showed that the police don't like black people. Really? What are you doing up there? Right? Like this was I had it all laid out. And then I had dinner with a colleague of mine, and I was telling him about my plan. And he says, you know, Roland, when you work on schools and other stuff like that, you really just are in the schools. And so it's weird for me, strange that you would just download police data and not understand more about the police. He says, I wonder what the police are maximizing. A very econ kind of thing to ask. I wonder what the police are maximizing. And it dawned on me in that moment, I didn't know, nor did I think I cared. So I said, okay, fine. I didn't give him credit in the moment, but I laughed and said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go figure out what police maximize. So I set up ride-alongs in Camden, Philadelphia, Houston, some places in Massachusetts to ride along with the police. Now, back to 1990.
You did try it in Houston.
I don't like the police very much. I don't.
What had been your experience with the police?
I had been roughed up by the police. I've had guns pulled on me. Mind you, they pulled me over, and I decided it would be a good idea to get out of the car and walk away. The details are important, probably. But in any event, I didn't like their customer service. And so I just
get a gun pointed at you.
didn't like police. They came, they took half my family away. Granted, they were selling a lot of drugs, but again, not the greatest customer service. So I was biased against the police. I'm not, that's obvious. I went and I don't think I've received a better education since my grandmother taught me to read. It's a hard job. And I know that sounds obvious sitting on a stage. It's a really hard job.
Malcolm, drinking in duty would be your last day on the job for me.
Unless you're in New York, apparently they can have 2 beers at lunch or whatever.
90% of NYPD I wouldn't employ, so that makes sense. that tracks. What I've seen from there are some incredible.
They're
officers.
very different up there.
Yeah, there's some incredible officers probably doing God's work up there at NYPD, but the ratio is not great. But LAPD, some of the best policing I've ever seen has come out of that agency. Hell, Dallas PD. I've seen some incredibly good officers come out of that agency.
Dallas does a good job with what they have. They don't respond to a lot of stuff though, because they don't have enough people.
Well, and sometimes the mortar between
But
the
most of the
bricks,
body cams we've seen, they're really squared away.
Yeah.
Like for the most part.
drinking in uniform off duty. You shouldn't be off duty and in uniform.
No. Easy way to get yourself shot.
Also, if you, there was maybe twice that I was off duty and in uniform. Once it's because I had to go get my wife some groceries. Literally got off work, went straight to the grocery store, and I was like, why am I getting my badge on me? I might as well keep the damn thing on. And I was still technically within my jurisdictional boundary. I was in Arlington, right? I could click on a radio and go do my thing if I really needed to. Like, show me on overtime. I got a robbery in progress or whatever. But generally speaking, I didn't have a uniform on unless I was on duty. If you want to go off duty and drink the second you get off of work, one, we probably have bigger conversations to have. But two, take your uniform off.
Hit me up. No.
Yeah, no. Take your uniform off and do it then. I don't care what you do. Well, generally speaking, I don't care how you conduct yourself as long as you're not reflecting directly on the department and what you're doing is lawful. But conduct unbecoming is a thing for a reason. I will not have somebody in an agency that I represent or part of that's going to be doing that off duty. Sorry. You don't like having diminished rights? Don't sign up to take them away from other people.
I am a terrible police officer. After 4 hours, everyone looked like a criminal to me. I don't know if I was hangry. I don't know what it was, but I'm telling you, I'm serious. They were like, you could never be a cop. Because I was like, hey, let's pull over. That kid's got a basketball. I don't like it.
In the matter of excuse.
Now, that is most people. I honestly, the amount of times I took people on ride-alongs, and I did not work in a green area. Like where I was operating in, there was a lot of poverty, and there's a difference in between poor and criminal behavior, right? A huge difference between the two. And to the lay person, especially if you're not in that environment all the time, it looks the same to you. You know, why is this random person walking down the middle of the roadway? Probably just trying to get home. Like, you know what I mean? He's got a paper bag in his hand and some smoke. So I was like, he's not wearing colors. He's not carrying a gun. I can tell you that from here because he doesn't have a shirt on. His pants are near his knees. That's just normal behavior out here in the 30s, dog. I don't know what to tell you. But like the amount of people I took in that environment, and they're like, I do a traffic stop for like an out tail light, and it's on like a 89 Grand Marquis, you know, with big rims on it, and the sound system's really loud. And they're like, "Are you nervous? That guy's a gangbanger." I was like, "No, this guy just likes cars. Okay, he's a little ghetto. Okay, like it's cool. He's allowed to be ghetto."
You're pulling over everybody at that point.
That's what I'm saying, dog. Like it's a pedestrian in the roadway requires very specific requirements. There was no sidewalk provided in that specific instance, and there was no crosswalk. They weren't within 100 yards of a crosswalk. So suck it. Understanding the law.
C49 defeated. You are this guy.
Yeah,
you
you
see
are
a crime
this guy.
immediately.
Yeah,
Shame on
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Shame on you.
Yeah, pedestrian in roadway doesn't automatically mean that they're allowed to cross. Then I can't hang out in the roadway. That's different. But
it is interesting though, because he basically embodies the like YouTube comment section of like immediately flipping to being like, this person deserves everything that happens to them because I find them annoying kind of mentality, where it's like it's like a natural like tribalism, you know, it's
right.
Caveman brain in modern society, right? Like, what are you gonna do?
Well, and
like, we all have that problem, but it is really emblematic of how the public kind of reacts to groups,
and even
can switch
watching
very quickly.
Like everyone that's currently here right now, right, has seen a lot of these body cam videos, right? So they've seen the drunk people, they've seen the argumentative people or whatever, but you've never been there. If you ever feel like what's comfortable to a police officer in a domestic, people are MFing and I'm gonna kill you if you come back, crazy stuff getting said, but you're like, even this is a crime. Like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, are y'all cool? Like, nobody pushed anybody, nobody hit anybody, I don't have any visible bodily injury. Are you cool just going down the street and hanging out with the old lady? Yeah, okay. It sounds and feels like crime, but it's not crime. It's weird, like what people. Well, the amount of times if I ever pulled a gun off of somebody, and the cop happened to be from Philly, he'd be like, "Yo, I gotta draw down on this guy." I was like, "It's Texas, dog. Like, isn't half the people here, you know?" Like, sometimes I'm like, "Yo, it's a nice piece." Like, you know, your dog's got taste. But like, it's a weird. It's anyone that's ever worked in a jail or in a law enforcement capacity or just grew up in the ghetto, they might understand that. Where what's normal to you is not normal to other people. And so to someone that's a YouTube commenter or somebody that doesn't have the, what's it called? Like the experience looking at this and like understanding how to evaluate. Being weird is not a crime. Being annoying is not a crime. Being an undiagnosed asshole is not a crime. None of those things are like, it still has to meet the elements of the offense. So like, that's he's embodying that. It's ignorance of the law. And when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And that's really what you're seeing there.
I participated in these weapons training thing, not real weapons, relax, but like these weapons trainings where there's simulations, and some guy, like I'm in the building, the guy walks out, he's got a baby, I shoot the guy right in the head, and they're like, "What was about the baby?" I said, "Sorry, I didn't see the baby." You know, I was a bad police officer. But what I really did, I'm serious. I realized the job is really hard. It was the end of a 12-hour shift in Camden. And we get a call for a potential overdose in a row house. It's an abandoned building. We bust in. A person dies within 6 feet of me. And
very normal call, depending on where you work. I think I worked.
You just stood there and did nothing, sir?
Yeah, what? Recovery position? Yo, dog.
Something?
Yeah.
You just watched him? Wow, you don't have Narcan on you?
Damn. What is it?
Why'd you shoot him?
Why'd you shoot him? He's incapacitated on the ground.
I want to just be a bystander during ride-alongs to just be annoyed.
I think I did like, I'm going to say anywhere from like 10 to 15. I don't want to call them successful overdoses, but it's the difference between an overdose.
That's technically a failure. You were not. That was not the intent. So I think that counts as a failure.
Well, we don't know because they gone.
We'll call them failed trips.
There it is. There it is.
That's what we'll call them.
I'm with Alex. If there's a dead body on there, I'm not letting my ride along get out.
Well, I think he wasn't dead at the time. He died
but I'm talking
in front of him.
If they're doing a dynamic entry into a room, like
he died because this guy let him die. Okay, that's what we're learning.
That is crazy work. There's a couple of times where it wasn't safe for me to leave my rider in my car, so I was like, I know it's a domestic, just kind of try to stay out of the way because I can't. If I leave you in my car, like something sketchy might happen. But,
is there a difference between, because I'm assuming this guy was press, or I mean, he's doing like a study or some kind of
study,
thing.
yeah.
Right. So potentially maybe he got a little bit like, and so they said they gave him like weapons training and stuff to kind of show him, but I'm guessing he had kind of like special permission to be out of the car during the ride along.
Oh, maybe he signed some extra waivers.
Yeah, like extra waivers basically being like, hey, dude, whatever happens to you happens to you. You're here as press study guy.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Probably like the, I'm guessing, on call or not on call. Don't make the comments, you bastards. On patrol live or cops, like all of those people probably sign like a bunch of extra stuff to be able to
actually get involved,
put themselves at risk.
Shook me up a little bit. And so I looked at the guys I was with and I said, yo, how about beers on me? And they said, what do you mean beers are on you? I said, I don't know. I don't know how to say it. Do you want me to speak in Greek? I mean, I don't know. It's beers are on me. We should leave here. Let the paramedics take over. We should go. And they said, we got to go back to work.
Yep.
And I said, but we just saw somebody die. And the police chief overheard me, and he was incredulous. He says, Roland, if I gave everybody a break every time someone died, no one would cover the shifts. And I was like, wow. It is a hard job. And so
personally for me, maybe because I saw too many dead bodies, that wasn't the hard. Kid calls were by far the worst. I would also argue like high levels of victimization. So depending on like what the crime that actually occurred, especially on an OD, I think successful suicides, like where it was pretty obvious that's what it was, those were a bit more depressing. Like that sucked for the rest of your shift. But like on a lot of those, especially after like I would argue like the first 3 or 4, the Band-Aid's done been ripped off and you're more annoyed that you're stuck on like you drew that call of all calls, because most of them it's like it's an old guy or
well, because you're there and you can't, there's nobody to help.
Yeah, exactly.
You're just essentially like a security guard for a crime scene.
Exactly.
Or not I guess not even a crime scene at that point.
Well, kind of. They still have to do their due diligence to make sure it's a death that happened not in front of a doctor. So we treat it like a homicide, but it's like we're not
like the frustration
people.
of like I signed up to be a hero and I'm getting to sit here and
worse. It's like a DWI. It's a DWI, but the person was so injured that you just have to sit in the hospital with them. And you're like, please just let me do this out of custody. And they're like, well, just wait to see if the doctor clears them. You're like, just do it out of custody. We'll get a warrant for him later. It's the worst. Data. Mac hit you with the on call.
Oh, yeah, you got me, bro. That's on me. That's for being sleepy.
Hey, shout out to Emu for trying to be the registered adult there. I'm impressed. She's not the usual suspect for that.
Through these experiences.
You see what she said to old Greg, so never mind. You're trying to tell her.
Hold on.
The adult.
What?
Where you go calling her the adult in the room?
Okay, hold on. I have a new nickname for her. She might have to be careful with them name changes. Be like Pick Me Mangina here in a second.
The notorious EMU.
It's his long story short. I collected a lot of data, and those experiences helped me understand what types of data to collect. We collected millions of observations on everyday use of force that wasn't lethal. We collected thousands of observations on lethal force. And the key question, I alluded to it earlier in a bit of a joke, but the key question is not just this arbitrary, silly snapshots that some journalists, not named Barry, do a lot, which is black people are 13% of the population and they are 50% of the police shootings. I'm sorry about that, but I don't know what that has to do with the question. Right? And it was in this moment in 2016 that I realized people lose their minds when they don't like the result. Right? And so what my paper showed, you'll see tomorrow.
I just got to pin a comment. That's incredible.
Like some of you, was that, yes, we saw some bias in the low-level uses of force, every day pushing up against cars and things like that. People seem to like that result. But we didn't find any...
So this does, I'd like to see his paper, but he's going to finish. But
yeah,
because this does kind of go a lot with what we see, which is a lot of the misconduct that we see, and especially the stuff that we find the most egregious, is sort of what you would consider low level, right? Which is just like, it's dumb charges, it's bad PC, it's stuff that nobody gets up in arms about. It's the stuff that doesn't draw headlines, but it's the stuff that has a huge, huge effect because it's systemic and it's everywhere. And it's the result of bad training or misunderstanding of policies or just not enforcing of policies, bad recruiting. It's a lot of that stuff. It's emotional cops, but a lot of it never ends up with anybody dying. A lot of times nobody even gets roughed up. Right. They're just, I'm an annoyed cop, I'm pissed off, and I'm taking you to jail because of that. And we'll figure it out on the back end what it is you did. And like that is sort of the untold story, I think, of police misconduct. And it's really the sort of shootings that get all the attention. And it's kind of annoying because that's the easiest thing to disprove. As far as like the stuff that needs to be fixed, right?
Oh, yeah.
So anyway.
No, that's the...
But I'm glad he's doing, like, I'm glad he came at it the way he did, which is kind of interesting because I was going to be like, at the very beginning, I didn't say it because I figured it was going to change, but he was saying basically like, I came in very biased, looking to make a very biased study. I was like, well, that's not a great way to go into a study, basically being like, I'm going to prove this conclusion, right?
Well,
ideally, you should go with, I'm trying to find something out.
Right.
Yeah. Like, you should have a hypothesis, not a conclusion before you go in.
Right. That's good science. You shut your mouth.
Yeah.
Racial bias in police shootings. Now, that was really surprising to me because I expected to see it. The little known fact is I had 8 full-time RAs that it took to do this over nearly a year. When I found this surprising result, I hired 8 fresh ones and redid it to make sure. They came up with the same exact answer, and I thought it was robust. And then I went to go give it, and my God, all hell broke loose.
Tell us about that. What was the...
Oh, I mean, well, your former paper published a thing, published a report about it, and it was a 104-page dense academic economics paper with a 150-page appendix, okay? It was posted for 4 minutes when I got my first email. This is full of shit. Doesn't make any sense. And I wrote back, how'd you read it that fast? That's amazing. You are a genius. People lost their minds. I mean, it was like colleagues of mine were going, well, I don't believe these results. He's using regressions. I'm like, well, what the hell else we been using? I mean, we've been using them for ever. That's what you use. And I had colleagues take me to the side and say, don't publish this. You'll ruin your career. I said, what are you talking about? I said, what's wrong with it? Do you believe the first part? Yes. Do you believe the second part? Well, the issue is they just don't fit together. We like the first one, but you should publish the second one another time. I said, let me ask this. If the second part about the police shootings, this is a literal conversation. I said to them, if the second part showed bias, do you think I should publish it then? And they said, yeah, then it would make sense. And I said, I guarantee you I'll publish it. We'll see what happens. So it was, you know, I lived under police protection for about 30 or 40 days. I had a 7-day-old daughter at the time. I remember going and shopping for, because, you know, when you have a newborn, you think you have enough diapers, you don't. So I was going to the grocery store to get diapers with an armed guard. It was crazy. It was really, truly crazy. And
shout out to the homies.
yeah, it was a really phenomenal experience.
And we talk about statistics all the time. I think the biggest frustration I have with the academic side of this profession is it's typically stuck in if there's not a fun statistic to put on it, publicists won't touch it. The news won't touch it. Journalism won't touch it. Advocates won't touch it. For me, for instance, like they talk about there not being enough women in law enforcement, and I was like, well, there's too many. My counter argument to that, there's too many sworn positions that don't have enough support. Right. So it's like, women or not, I don't care. And I was like, well, if you're going to try to have a mixed gendered environment like that, then you would have to have more robust laws for fraternization and all that kind of stuff. Right. That should already happen in general. Men oppress other men, and we just don't care as much because it's just the way of the world. Right. But like when
Suck it up, buttercup.
Yeah, that has been the lived reality for millennia at this point for men. Right. I do think it hits a place of bias for most people that would consider themselves empathetic and or protectors of victims when it's a man doing it to a woman, just in general. If Jeffrey Dahmer was killing nothing but men, I feel a little differently about it, right? It just depends. So I'm glad that he did it and he went through the experience that he went through. His experience is mirrored by most people. You can see this in the medical field. You can see this in anthropology. You can see this in a ton of different places. There's the stuff that sells, which is the rage baity, whatever stuff, where you're appealing to an emotion. You're not appealing to an objective, reasonable fact, right? And that's where we sit, right? We don't rage bait and say that cops can't do no wrong. We also aren't on the other flip side just trying to say, what's the controversial take on this and let me go with that, right? There's some times where we're going to agree with maybe potentially the majority because that's what's right. But I'm glad he did it. It's a good, let's see, society.
I mean, it's a good starting point for doing more, hopefully, robust studies on that kind of stuff without, again, going into, because he did the right thing in doing the ride-alongs and being like, okay, what should I be looking for before I go looking for it, right?
Right.
Because if you go into it with, I'm going to look for racial bias,
right,
assuming that there is racial bias in these things, and then you go and you just pull statistics, right? And you go, well, I can make those statistics say whatever the hell I want.
Yeah, I laughed.
You know?
Arlington, just recently, they had to publish an article, and Arlington Urban came out with it and said that, was it 75 or 80% of traffic stops involved African Americans? What they said. That's what the study read. So, of course, everybody in the comment section immediately thrashed it and said, oh, I knew it. Here's my people suffering or whatever. And I laughed. And I was like, pulled up a demographics map. And I was like, when it's the majority of what's there, it makes sense. Like the ratio was correct on the majority of the traffic stops are occurring in places where there's
Hey, 99% of the traffic stops in Chihuahua are Mexicans.
That's what I'm saying.
And I think we need to study that.
And if you go to a rural area, right? If you go to BFE, Texas, they're going to be 95% white. You know what I mean? Because that's just the demographic that exists. That's who's going to be involved with law enforcement, you know? I'm not saying there's zero bias occurring there, but it's way less than they present. And to Arlington Urban's credit, in the actual description, they described all of those things. Like, this is actually consistent with the demographics of the area where these traffic stops are going to happen. I think even the ACLU came out and was like, this is not indicative of bias. But they didn't. That was hidden behind a bunch of different posts.
The headline needs to be the thing, because the headline's what gets attention.
Right. And so the comment section in that was brutal, but it is what it is. Hopefully we can get away from that one day, but I doubt it.
No, probably not. Well, we like monkey brain.
Yeah.
Just ding the bell, get reward.
I hear Shalon.
Dopamine hit, yay.
Essential 7341, I'll be out with that Cadillac.
Come on, Danny, to update our title to be something clickbaity.
Right? That's sketchy.
Take a look at this side. Sir, can you get out of the vehicle, or is your door stuck?
Nope. I can get out. I'm not exactly sure why he's deployed.
You're not sure why?
No.
Okay. Well, the side of your car
Change
would
the
indicate
title to
he's
racial bias in policing, so that
there
we
it
get more
is.
clicks.
There it is.
struck something.
Like where?
Okay. Let me do a favor and walk around the back of your car there.
Okay.
So when we talk about indicators of intoxication, no, could he have been in a pretty serious car accident and have a concussion? Maybe. Airbag deployments are pretty serious, right? But stumbling around, maybe a little disoriented. We got some clues here.
Okay. Just do me a favor. Turn. Stop. Just turn around.
Yep.
Right here. Back of your car.
Yep.
Back of your car. Sir, step over to the back of your car.
Yep.
Okay. Step up.
Put your butt against the back of your car.
Come over
Put your
this
butt
way.
right here.
Okay. Okay.
Perfect.
What's your name?
My name?
Yeah.
Tom.
Tom.
So if he's been drinking, you'd probably smell it right there.
Come on, how much you had to drink?
Also, we don't let people put their hands in their pockets because we believe in procedural justice and we treat everybody the same way.
Josh, this is an elderly white man.
Could be an armed elderly white man. I
He's
don't care.
special. That's different when they're like that.
Yeah, that's true. We're more nervous about him diddling kids than trying to smoke out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Today.
Check his flight log.
Nothing tonight.
Nothing.
No.
Okay. Did you take anything? You on any medications?
No.
Okay. Well, you were in an accident here. You struck.
Something else is how slow it took for him to respond. Could be that he's going through a medical episode or something like that, but there are some mental faculties that are lacking here, right?
Some signs. Your vehicle was called in. You have full airbag deployment, so it tells me you struck something, right?
Yep.
Oh.
Right. So there's something going on.
Yep.
Right. Do you have any head injuries? Any history of head injuries?
No.
No. Never been knocked unconscious.
No.
Okay. No concussions or anything.
I'm actually a federal judge.
Okay. Do you have any? Do you have any history?
Is this official oppression?
I like Django's, he legally avoids paying his taxes so he doesn't pay your salary.
Hey.
So there you go.
Bro, one of these days I got to drop.
You gotta answer to
I'm
him.
pumped that I'm going to get to volunteer to be a cop just because, if anyone ever tried to drop that line on me, I'd be like, actually, I volunteer here.
Technically.
Suck it, nerd. But I like that one.
Of diabetes? Are you on blood thinners at all? No. Okay. All right. Are you able to see my face right here? Yeah. Okay. You don't wear contact lenses. Usually you normally wear glasses. Right. Okay. Why don't you just go ahead and put your hands by your side? Take one step away from your vehicle for me. Away from your vehicle for me. Yeah.
He's going to start.
Yeah.
He's not going to ask. He's going to start.
Yeah, you're going to need consent for a search here because this is a search of his persons for clues. This is also kind of dabbles in the Fifth Amendment section of, self-incriminating information. You believe crime is afoot. You're going to ask him questions and try to collect evidence pertaining to said crime. Got to at least get consent. Shout out to Bob also catching that. Also Juan caught it. Shout out to Julian.
Step toward me, one step.
Yep.
Toward me, one step. Okay, very good. All right, sir, you're going to put your feet together for me.
Yep.
Put your hands by your side. Okay. You see my finger? I want you to look at my finger, okay? You're looking at me, I need you to look at my finger.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
Right. I want you to follow my finger with your eyes, not moving your head. Okay, you understand that?
Yep.
Okay. I need you to look at my finger.
Yeah.
Right? And follow my finger.
I understand.
Okay. Right. You should follow with my finger here.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. You're not tracking my finger. Right, you're looking at me. I want you to look at my finger for me, right?
Yep.
Look at that. Can you see the finger? Okay. Track my finger with your eyes without moving your head.
Yes, sir.
All right, moving your head. I need you to move just your eyes. All right, not doing that at all. Okay, sir. What I want you to do
Take it as refusal and move on.
is I want you to imagine a straight line running from the back of your car.
So would it be a refusal, or is he? I mean, you didn't ask for consent, so technically, I guess you could. But like, if he's, are you taking it as he's refusing to do it, or are you taking it as he's not capable of doing it? Because
Either one would work.
right?
So
Because for me, that's he was trying, but he just clearly can't get his eye. Like, by the time he notices this is happening, it's all the way over here, and that's when he clearly tries to go over there, but there's a delay.
Yeah.
So
Also, the gum in his gum to cover up the alcohol in his breath.
Mhm.
Very, very common.
Yep. So I'm not entirely sure why this officer is getting annoyed at the guy not being able to do. It's like that is literally your points on your SFST.
Most people, like, we would get to the walk-and-turn, and I couldn't even stand there. And I was like, they're gonna fall down trying to do this. Like, there's literally a section. We had a DWI packet, and the section would say like a narcotic gum. Stupid. Ceased the test due to safety. Like, it was just unsafe for us to continue to do it, whether it's because they were crazy impaired or we're like on the side of the freeway or whatever.
Down the hill there, okay? Yep. Place your hands by your side for me. Keep them there for me. Right. No, sir. I want you to follow my instructions. I'll tell you when to begin. Right? I want you to imagine that straight line right there. Okay? I want you to place your left foot on that line. I want you to place your right foot in front of your left foot with the heel touching your toe. Can you do that for me? Think so? No, sir. I want you to watch my... Okay. All right, sir. I want you to just wait right here. Let's step up back up against your car. I want you to lean against your car for me. All right. Lean up against your car for me. On my car. So I want you to be honest with me. Tell me how much.
Maybe he's got a long schlong or something. You never know.
That's what I'm wondering, because I'm like, what is this wiener? Why are they blurring his shorts? It's very weird.
And I'm sad I can't pull up the soundboard. There's a great sausage joke here.
Oh, here, I got you. Which one do you want? Yours or Emu's?
You can do mine. Truth be told, I also like sausage. That's pretty good.
I had to drink today.
Seriously, I don't think I had anything.
You don't think so?
Oh, hold on. I just realized, boy's pants are undone.
Okay, so it is his wiener coming out. Maybe they're just preparing.
I have schlong.
Think so? Where are you coming? Where are you coming from?
Federal court in Bay City, Michigan.
In Bay City?
Yeah.
So you've driven all the way up from Bay City?
Yep.
All right. Where you headed to?
Outside.
All right. Do you have any history of driving drunk at all? Have you been arrested before?
Nope.
Okay, sir.
I've dealt with a lot of people that have.
Yeah, I understand that. All right. So what I'm going to do is actually take a preliminary breath test for me.
I wonder if it's like
Peace
an
officers,
auto-blurring, you know, like an AI blurring program, and because he's got like pink down by the crotch area, it thinks that his schlong is out, even though it's just his hands.
Sure you understand the state of Michigan, you're required to submit to a preliminary breath test. You have any questions about that?
Nope.
Okay. What I want you to do is take a deep breath from the bottom of your lungs, blow long and steady until I tell you to stop, okay? Okay, can you open your mouth for me? Can you open your mouth for me? You got gum in your mouth, don't you?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead and pitch that for me.
PVC in him?
Okay. I'm going to have to wait just a moment before we do the next one since you had that gum in your mouth.
Yep, I understand.
Do you have a wallet in the vehicle or is it on your person?
In the vehicle.
Instead, go ahead and get your wallet for me.
Why?
You can take it verbally. I'm sure this federal judge knows his name and date of birth and understands that if he lies to you about it, that's a problem. Do it the same way every time. Because it's not for fun. Like, it's a safety issue. I don't know.
Do you have any weapons or anything in the car?
Oh, yeah. I got a lot of weapons.
Do you have anything? Okay.
In Texas, older white man very likely to have a gun in his car.
Bro.
Thank you. All right, see, sir, right over here?
Yeah.
You see the damage to the side of your vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay, was this here when you started your drive up from Bay City? It was not.
No.
Okay. Yeah, on this road, just about a mile back that way.
I can't explain it.
You have no memory hitting the signs?
No.
He's like, got him. That's so funny. Also, you got fleeing an accident. Do you believe he's really a federal judge? I mean, a pretty nice car. It looks like he can afford it. Maybe.
He looks like a judge. He's got judge face.
This doesn't seem unreasonable. Glasses. It's a relatively clean shirt, you know. This is a very nice car.
Okay, your airbags just deployed.
Yeah.
And you drove from.
Could also be like early onset dementia or something. You know what I mean? He doesn't know what's going on.
Where they deployed
To here.
To here.
Yep.
About how long were you driving with those airbags deployed?
Well, I can't tell you that I know when this deployed. I don't. I have no memory of that.
All right, no memory of it at all. What is the last thing you do remember?
I mean, I've been driving up from Bay City to get to the cottage. That's it. I don't know anything about this. I mean, it doesn't.
Okay. What time did you leave your cottage in Bay City? What time did you leave Bay City?
4 o'clock.
About 4 o'clock? Yes, sir. Okay, so you've been driving for about 3.5 hours? Almost?
Yep.
About 3 hours at least? Okay, did you make any stops along the way? None. 5 levels of it for me with mouth in.
You know him?
I don't know that name. All right. Deep breaths, bottom of your lungs, blow long and steady. Okay? Like you're blowing up a balloon. That ain't going to do it. All right? Got to take a deep breath. Blow hard, like you're blowing up a balloon. Okay? Take that deep breath. Blow long and steady till it stop. You're sucking on it now. I beg your pardon? You're sucking on it now. I need you to blow. I can feel when you're blowing, all right?
Yeah.
Hey, yo.
So take a deep breath.
Yep.
From the bottom of your lung. Like that.
So sick.
Blow long and steady till you stop. Take your deep breath. Take a deep breath. Blow. Blow hard, harder. Okay? We're going to try something else here. All right? Once you try that again, take a deep breath.
What are we doing here?
We're taking a preliminary breath because you're not following my instructions.
Why not?
Because you're not blowing. Okay?
I beg your pardon?
You're not blowing through the straw.
Yeah.
You got to blow through the straw for the test.
Yeah, what am I not doing?
You're not blowing. Okay? So without this here, take a deep breath for me.
Yep.
Take a deep breath.
Yep.
Now go ahead and take a deep breath now.
Resisting.
Yep. Blow out hard.
I would call it resisting a search. Yeah, hell yeah.
Hard like you're blowing up a balloon.
Yeah. It's bad. They are in that process. Yeah.
All right. Together. Of the test.
I'm behind you.
This one. Yeah, well, you're sitting in the seat.
Oh, front seat.
Turn.
Oh, we got no disposition?
That's why. They also called it a traffic stop despite
Place your feet.
DUI investigation, which shows me MLive has a little bit of bias
No kidding.
towards Mr. Federal Judge over here.
Police reports indicate that his BAC was 2.7.
Bruh.
0.27's high.
But it's a traffic stop, guys. It's just a traffic stop. No biggie.
That's rough.
He struck 2 road signs.
I guess points from judges, right?
That was a great pause, by the way.
Very good. Oh, that should have been a thumbnail right there. I guess this is State Boys, right?
Yes. Trippy Boys.
I guess for once actually catching someone who's drunk. Good job. It's Michigan, so front of the car,
shout out to-
absolutely not. Hey, that's some people's SOPs. It's weird. But
The police buried the case until it was uncovered by the media. Take the points back away.
for real?
I'm going to look that up. Thomas Luddington.
Who said this?
Bragg.
Bragg?
There it is. Du-du-du-du.
This was in October of last year. This wasn't that long.
Yeah, all the videos came out like a week ago. Oh, yep, here it is. On Tuesday, there was a complaint filed by Gabe Roth with Fix the Court, a nonprofit organization advocating for more accountability within the federal court system. But Roth's complaint raises questions on how Luddington's arrest stayed out of the public eye for so long and only took a leave of absence once it came to light.
Bro.
Yep.
Sus. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I took the points back.
Statement also means taxpayers are on the hook for some $50,000 in paid leave because he was just allowed to take a leave of absence as opposed to, like...
I'm going to take some more from judges.
Anything else?
That's scummy. Probably politicians, because they're probably who's responsible for it.
I do like... Okay, so this is... Michigan law says any driver with a blood alcohol level above 0.08 is considered inebriated. Anyone at 0.17 or above is considered super drunk. I'm assuming that's in the law because
crazy.
they put it in quotes. I'm guessing that's in the statute.
He's super drunk.
Which constitutes a separate range of penalties. So, yeah, 3 times the legal limit.
Hard to get rid of a sitting judge, clearly.
When asked to pick a number between 19 and 21, he answered 15.
Jeez.
I think we skipped that part.
Okay.
It is in the statute. It's called the super drunk charge. Michigan's wild. Where's Bill?
What is going on here?
Oh, okay. So this one, I put this one in because it was Belgian officers are visiting. People, this is just like a fun palate cleanser video. You get to react to how Florida police does stuff.
As Florida deputies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen Angry Cops?
Oh yeah, you know what? Points to media for discovering.
I have not seen his video on body cameras. Is he against body cams?
Probably.
That would make me sad.
Seems to tag.
You said media?
Yeah.
Done.
It's an international exchange with our colleagues from the PBSO
This is what I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Palm Beach Sheriff Office to do things with our colleagues from PBSO, like ride-alongs, visiting all the different units you have in Palm Beach, such as aviation units, SWAT units, and also K9 units.
The actual first day of training was firearms.
The first time
You
they
want to
get shoot
see
guns.
what are the tactics.
No, I think Belgium, they're armed.
They draw the gun, they go out, they come back, they go
Then
down.
why do the Germans
What
keep
are
invading
the
them?
rules of engagement
right
here
through.
in the United States to compare it with all rules of engagement in Belgium?
The way that they did things was profoundly different than how we do them here in the United States and mostly in the state of Florida.
Their training is basically target shooting. That's what they're taught. And that's great, and it's good stuff, and it's a good place to start, but it's not necessarily going to help them in a gunfight. So what we're teaching them is more gunfighting tactics with both rifles and pistols.
It's pretty interesting, really intensive, especially at the end of the day we did an exercise to make more pressure on us with the instructors. So we had to do like a circle between cones to shoot at.
I'm not a huge fan of this style of training. I'm not saying you shouldn't put stress under a shooter to as a training tool. Oftentimes what they'll do here, what he's doing with this stick is he's inducing double feeds or failure to ejects in this rifle, which normally runs relatively smoothly. And I'm not saying you don't want to know how to solve that, but that is a separate skill from what they're currently teaching, which is just having and maintaining a good sight picture and muzzle discipline while you're moving. And so it's a lot of macho stuff. I get it. I just think it's dumb, especially for these officers that, I don't know, it seems dumb. This is just kind of a macho thing.
At the target to switch
Transition to your pistol!
between the pistol and the rifle, and we had pressure with instructors.
And if he, like, not to be a D-bag, but if he was this intense about his diet, he wouldn't look
You're still crossing your feet. What are you
Screaming at
doing?
us like to
Also, there's not ever not a reason to not cross your feet. Sometimes it's going to be necessary. There's actually a lot of actually, I would argue all subject matter experts that I know about shooting, which are way better shooters than anybody in this video or myself, say that what you do with your feet doesn't matter at all. Everything happening from the waist down is almost effectively irrelevant. A lot of Bubba stuff going on here is all I'm saying.
be in a situation.
But Florida deputy.
Are they doing like live rounds with the rifle and then simunitions with the pistol?
Real on pistol and rifle. Yeah.
Okay, why is the pistol red?
Now they had some while they were showing. They have red pistols to demonstrate like drawing. A lot of times
He's got one. When he pulled it, it was red.
Yeah, this is red. Maybe some of them aren't like qualified to use them, and so maybe they're not letting them carry dogs and deploy them like Pokemon instead of sirens. What a bad time.
Kind of the same situation in real life.
Things that we take for granted here is all new to them. From an instructor's perspective, it's great because you see light bulbs switching on. You actually see them learning the progression and they're having fun.
They were trying to give me a little bit of stress, which worked because I dropped my charger in the first round, which really sucked. I had a lot of fun. They laughed at me, they insulted me a little bit, and I just had to laugh. I couldn't stop laughing. It was a great environment, a great place.
See?
In Belgium, things are changing. There is an evolution, but we don't have the.
Also tells me that this guy's also not a dep. And I'm not saying you don't need sworn staff. Like non-sworn staff can teach this skill. There's plenty of very qualified people that can teach it. But if they don't have someone internally within the agency who you can afford helicopters and all this other stuff, but you don't have sworn staff within your SWAT team or whatever, that's a firearms instructor. that can do this in a manner that's safe and professional and going to meet the standards required by the state. I just personally have a lot of issue with what's going on.
So I saw a Florida firearms training hat on one of the guys. So I'm
Right.
assuming they're probably like contracted out.
That's what I'm saying. It's a contracted out skill, which I have issue with.
Same level of technology and tactics and equipment as you have here in Palm Beach. So from the beginning of our stay, I had the opportunity to do ride-alongs with our colleagues from West Palm Beach Police Department, but also with the PBSO.
With the ride-along, it pairs them with a deputy officer depending on what they were for that evening.
We spoke a little bit about everything. When it comes to work, there were mostly the same. We do things very similar here as they do there, but there are some minor differences, probably things that only a police officer would know the difference of.
So in Belgium, they ride 2 to a car, and that's not something that we're used to within the state of Florida.
Because there is always someone controlling the driver.
Must be nice.
And the second one is always on the other side.
They're very inquisitive about the technology, about the weapon systems that we carry.
It's a little bit similar. There is some difference. We don't have a red light into the car. And also, the computer, they can make the report on it. They can see the cameras directly. We can't. But what we have now, it's a big tablet to see the call that we have with all the information. We carry weapons, but not for the citizens. It's not allowed. Only the police officer.
Everybody in this building will kill you.
I think that's what sketches out most people that aren't like used to the American perspective, or more so like the more red states where like you have stuff like constitutional carry where there's like, I mean, it could be anybody. The 5-year-old could totally have a Glock on them. They're not supposed to, but they could. That is a weird stress a lot of people don't appreciate about American law enforcement. It's like, yeah, it's easy to do when you're the only armed person there. You know what I mean? Everyone tends to be a lot more compliant, right? Same thing with even like cars. Like the amount of people here that own cars that are a lot faster than law enforcement, and they're not terribly expensive. They're not hard to get. They're not prohibited for purchase. Where in a lot of other countries, like they might even require licensure to purchase a car, or have prohibitions or like extra taxes on cars that can do stuff like that. That's why everyone typically has like those really small, cheap, like economy cars.
Mhm.
You see,
Yeah, well,
like,
because also the roads are much smaller.
Right.
They're kind of like a lot of them are very old, so they can't handle as much traffic.
also their cities tend to be developed much better. That like there's no
Mhm.
food deserts out there. There's no, you know what I mean, grocery store
Yeah,
deserts
there's
out there.
actual public transportation
Right.
that works and
Right.
takes you to places where you actually want to be.
So like just by design, car chases, gunfights, fights in general are going to happen a lot more. Transients will happen a lot more here in America than it will in a lot of other places.
Mhm.
We're built for it.
Yesterday is what we refer to as a shoot house. It's a simulated residential home that has a very, very dynamic layout, which allows you to encounter different scenarios, different
Damn, who's affording this thing?
architectural designs as far
A lot of goofy stuff happened.
as windows, doors,
Ok, bah alors tu fais un pivot.
on how to approach them.
I'm very uncomfortable with how brave this cameraman is. I hope he's wearing like eye protection and some kind of cover for his lens.
cover, yeah.
Yeah, dude, because I'm like,
And make the training as absolutely real as possible.
Undead.
Okay, one down, next guy, take it. Mais on a appris à tirer.
The techniques are completely different. We learn to shoot handguns. We learn to shoot long rifles. We had to do some building searches. We don't have the same approach in Belgium, like over here.
Donc on a effectivement tiré à la relou.
The techniques of manipulating the guns, there are different techniques. Some of them are the same, but other of them are completely different.
I promise you, Belgium's probably learning the right way. Disparaging it a little bit. I've seen a couple weird things.
Everyone was amazed, and it was truly a great experience for each one.
So there's 2 day cameras, and then this is the infrared thermal.
So today we have a static display.
Now, I've never met a single person that does something like fly planes that does it poorly. I'm sure it happens. I'm too ignorant to know the difference, but I'm sure this unit's squared away.
With all the special units that you can find at the PBSO.
So they brought in various different units. Aviation unit showed up. You guys did a phenomenal job doing some wonderful displays.
So they did a show. It's really interesting to show how the dogs work on the targets.
It was really amazing. The dogs are a little bit the same in Belgium. We use the same techniques.
Yeah, but they got them grade A Belgian. I mean, it's Belgian Malinois, right? I mean, it's like, yeah. I've heard they don't even give like the cream of the crop dogs away ever. Like you can't even buy it.
oh, probably not. I'm
They
sure
stay
all
within
the
country.
best breeding lines are staying there.
Long distance fraterners. Y'all need to chill.
And we
Shoot
saw
your
some
shot.
explosives too. So yeah, it was really.
Don't share chain of command. Don't share, right? Shoot your shot.
Don't even share a
Interesting, and the
continent, so
helicopter
you're good.
came like with a patrol. Then they went on the target. Everything came like in synchronization. So yeah, it was really impressive.
They come down
So,
for
I'm
us.
gonna
with a
assume that's just a gun with blanks because he's
100%.
clearly.
What I find hilarious is that
they went on the target. Everything came.
we're gonna act like these two dudes aren't just immediately dusted.
They're dead.
Like
super dead.
It's cool that they can do this whole like fast roping on there, but like
It's 100%.
I'm not a
for the fun.
certified fast roper or whatever, but like
They're doing this like as a zip line more than anything, because like, hey, if you're in a helicopter and you're allowed to shoot him, you could just
I mean, like, what are we doing? Like,
especially when he's shooting at you in the helicopter.
Like you're deceased. There's no way.
Like in synchronization. So
Oh yeah, we're gonna take this shot. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, great shot. While running. But I'm seeing some weird stuff, you know. Like I know this was supposed to be a palate cleanser.
Bro,
but remind me
just
never
hit
to
him
go
with the
to
helicopter.
Florida. I'm never going to Florida. Bro, you got this cavalier stuff going on.
yeah, it was really impressive.
They come down in for us with a helicopter. It was really
Radioless
something.
for
Really
lying
nice
to the
see.
Belgians.
No kidding.
About what you do.
And
This
the
is
look
BS.
on their
This was so
faces
they
would
would
be
go
they
and tell
pulling them-
stories about how all the cool stuff the American police get to do. A bull crap.
of a child going to Disney World for the first time. They just couldn't believe, again, the resources.
This is just hazing.
Yeah.
Some of the guys have graciously volunteered to be exposed to a taser because this is something that they don't have. So an instructor's going to come in.
No, they got the melted
Give them
melon
an
law. What do they need a taser for?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Exposure for a taser. So they have an understanding.
I will say this: when it works, it is up there with one of the most painful experiences I've ever had in my life. There was multiple of my classmates that have had children before said the same thing. They're like, "Yeah, is having a kid worse because it takes way longer?" Yes, he goes, but the pain's pretty much the same. I was like, "It's terrible."
Okay, but have you ever bitten into a hot pocket right when it comes out?
Exactly. It's that, but on your
Microwave.
back.
And what it is, because we all carry them.
It was really painful. A good and a bad experience. Good experience because I know I've been tased. Bad experience because it hurts and it does pain a lot. It's a weapon, but it's less lethal weapon.
The tactics may be different, but again, we're still doing the same thing to protect and serve the communities.
Are we?
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's really great. I'm really grateful to be here.
It was a dream to make a patrol in America, and yeah, now it's done, and I'm very glad for that and very lucky.
I would like to thank the West Palm Police Department and also the PBSO, Palm Beach Sheriff Office. There is no difference concerning the people we are facing in everyday life during our duty.
Fraternization.
There was definitely fraternization.
However, the equipment definitely is different. The way and procedure are different. They have the same goal, is to protect and to serve.
Dog, what kills me about this
None of them are hitting the target? Or?
is that we're doing rifle drills at like 10 yards. What are we doing? Like, I'm sorry. I'm gonna give them 10 for doing it. I'm gonna take some from society.
I like the concept a lot.
I love the concept. I think it's very cool, but
Especially, I want to encourage it more so that maybe we can go and do some videos when you're
because honestly, what I would find more interesting is places like Japan or
Mhm.
places like even like France, where it's like dramatically different cultures around everything. And so it's like now, unfortunately, some of that there's also gonna be some language barriers there, but like I think it would be more interesting. Heck,
maybe France because they don't want to speak English to you, but they can.
Right, they can, right.
They know it. They just don't want to speak it at you.
Even like you can look at places like heck, Canada, I think would be hilarious. I think Canada would be fascinating because we should share a ton. There should be a lot of overlap, but there really isn't. Like when you really start looking at individual expectations, the way the law is in general, so like where our limitations lie, and then like the way that we divide up specialized units, just the way that the RCMP works in general versus the way that local, county, and state law enforcement work versus federal. It's a really fascinating system that they have up there. I think it'd be interesting. I only do it in the summer though. I'm not going up to Canada in the winter. That sounds terrible. We'll do Canada in the summer. We'll do Texas in the winter.
Yes.
I feel like that should be easy. Like that should be the easiest to do.
For sure.
I would even argue in the U.S., you know, go up to Washington State and see what that's like versus here, you know. A lot of stuff like that where I think that a lot can be learned by doing the kind of student swap, if you want to call it that. Josh, we had 0 snow this winter. You had more than we did. Really? No way. Is it 0 by y'all standards or 0 in general? Like actually 0? That would be wild. Bro, global warming my ass. It was cold this winter. There was a couple of weeks where it was terrible. Yeah,
it's only happening up north, I guess.
It was so boring. I can imagine there's a bunch of plow trucks that are pissed. You said seriously? Oh wow. Well, yeah, but like none this year, right? I guess it depends. European police are far more militarized than any U.S. police department. European police have just a lot more authority, like a lot more authority. It's crazy, the kind of Gestapo. Like, I genuinely blush at some of the arrests that European police feel comfortable making, where I'm like, yo, like, I would go to prison for some of that stuff here. It's kind of weird. I think also the way that it's organized in most European countries, it is a federal thing or a national thing. It's not on a local basis. And so the variety of law enforcement that you'll get from one agency to the next. There's a ton of agencies here that still they only carry pistols. They won't even have shotguns. They don't have helicopters. They don't have NRAPs. They don't have SWAT teams. They don't have any of that stuff. Versus you'll get, obviously, like this sheriff's office got whatever money they wanted, clearly, because they got all this cool stuff. But it is, it's interesting. There's just a wildly different take. Australia would be cool too, I think. A wild difference in culture. Actually, from Texas, it'd probably be pretty similar, I bet.
That's probably pretty similar. I feel like they got.
I bet they got dingoes,
cowboys with an accent.
They got dingoes and we got coyotes. That's basically it. We got insects and snakes trying to kill you here, but it'd be the accent. Oh, we speak a version of the King's English, you know. Crikey.
I opened the gate and the lady sitting there holding a baby and she's, in tears. She's just bawling. I'm like, ma'am, is everything all right? And she's like, no, this lady picked up my baby and just threw him in the water. I'm like, oh, shit. I'm like, do you
Bro, death penalty, bro.
know her? Like, no. I'm like, can your baby swim? She's like, no, my baby's a baby. She just picked him up and threw him with no regard. I'm like, that seems weird. The lady in question was actually talking
It seems like a felony.
to my 10-year-old. My son walks up to me and I'm like, hey man, is everything okay? She's like, no, the lady took Kai's goggles and she kind of threw him in the deep end. So I just asked her politely, I said, man, will you go get those goggles? My son can't swim. Oh, he can swim. I'm like, no ma'am, he can't. I'm his dad. I would know if he can swim or not. She grabbed him, she took him, and she threw him out of the pool across the field and she's like, you go get him. I'm like, okay. You go to leave, she gets out the pool, she kind of gets up in my face. She's like, I don't see what the problem is. You don't see what the problem is. Pick up the complete stranger's baby and throwing him into the pool. She's like, well,
It's assault, and it's going to be an enhanced assault because they are part of a protected class. I think it's under 12 in Texas and over 65. I'm trying to remember what the bottom cut. Maybe it's 14. But there's certain protected classes just through age alone as a status offense. I'm trying to remember. Smells like a felony. Walks like a Alex gets it. In Texas, this would get you pretty tore up.
he ain't complaining. I'm like, the baby? So then she tried to touch me, like, man, please don't touch me. So then she went back to the pool and just said she's walking back in. That's when the deputy showed up and, hey, what's up, man? I like your hair. That's right there.
There's a woman, she's like, kind of feels there, but she's on the rocker, she's drunk.
He was sitting on the steps and she picked him up and tossed him in the pool.
She was basically
Has no
weird,
idea how
like
to
being
swim.
weird, like, annoying us, but we were like being nice to her. And then she was like,
She came and sat down by us. Took he was sitting.
14? Was this the floor?
What Alex said.
Thank you. I don't have Google handy. But it's higher than I remember. When I was studying for TCOL, I have to go back to doing. But I remember being surprised at how high the floor was. I thought it would be something like 10. But yeah, 14 or younger, that assault against which is kind of crazy because I had 14-year-olds robbing people in my beat, so it got a little weird. But and then there would be an affirmative defense to prosecution there, but still.
took him and tossed him into the pool. And then she admitted it and said it doesn't matter. He wasn't upset. He doesn't seem to care.
I'd say, man, please go over there, leave us alone. And she just kept.
She's like, I was thrown in the pool. I'm fine.
Bro, the fact that you weren't throwing hands, respect, friend. You have pretty incredible self-control. We're society.
Also, I always love the line of like, I was blank and I'm fine. And it's like, yeah, are you? You're throwing kids in a pool, lady.
Exactly.
You touched other people's kids?
Okay. So she was throwing her kids in the pool.
Okay. Without consent?
Without consent.
That was an important question. Shout out to that deputy for being like, before we go and full McCoy, like let's make sure we got everything straight here. Nobody said yes to this, right?
Would you want to press charges for her throwing your kid in the pool?
I mean, I don't really care, but like I care.
I just want to know if she lives
I just don't want her to
here.
know.
I think there might be some mental.
You care about your child getting thrown in the pool?
So you consented or no?
I don't really care, but shut the hell up, dude. Put this lady in jail.
And in this instance, right, there is potentially some space because it's a felony, likely, where the state doesn't care if you want to press charges or not. I just got to get you documented as my victim. You can't. You cannot consent to a felony. I agree.
We'll evaluate her for that.
So you guys wouldn't want to press charges? You just kind of.
I don't think so.
All right, I'll get
Sounds civil. Leaving. I'm teasing.
So what's going on today?
Yeah, you might want to get their story, or did you get that already?
I talked to them a little bit, but now I'm just trying to get your side of the story.
Well, I'm heading home. You want to meet me at our house?
No, we could just talk right here.
All right, what do you got to say? What do you want to ask?
I just want to know what's going on.
What do you mean what's going on? I don't know what's going on. What do you tell me?
All right, let me give you the information I have, and then we'll see if you could help me piece together everything, right? So basically, they're saying that without permission, you took their child and threw him in the pool.
I tossed him in the pool a couple feet, yeah. Is that like wrong? Is that a law against that?
Yeah, well, you can't like grab.
You can't just grab somebody's random child and without their
I didn't do it with bad intentions. I mean, because you had
I said
bad
in chat, she's gonna admit
intentions.
to it because she thinks she's right. 100% immediately. She's like, yeah, I tossed him a couple of feet.
Dude.
Well, cool. Hands behind your back.
I'm
gonna be going.
I mean,
you have somebody to
cool.
come take your bike.
I'm gonna throw it in the pool.
Maybe we could have something happening.
Okay, but you can't grab other people's children and throw them in, especially an infant.
Right, well,
and throw them in
what do we do now? Do we lock me up in jail? Throw me away?
I want you to explain what's going on a little bit more.
Well, there's no explanation. I don't have anything to explain.
I mean, so you don't know why you did that?
Oh, for fun.
Yeah, but it's not your child.
That was okay with them?
Actually, no, I didn't actually get pre-permission. Did you get permission from your parent to come out here today and talk to me?
I did, actually.
Well, you did? Oh, did you?
No, I didn't.
Oh, well, see?
But this is my
oh,
job.
my gosh. You know?
But I'm a grown man.
Oh, my God, you broke the law.
But I'm a grown man.
But there's law
I'm
about that. It doesn't matter whether you're grown or not.
I'm not grabbing other people.
It's an excellent example of engaging in what is unproductive conversation, right? So know who you're talking to. Lady grabbing random people's kids and throwing them in pools, right? Probably not going to be a reasonable, rational adult. So,
If this was a 30-year-old man, would you be sitting here talking to her all friendly like this?
That's what I mean.
Trying to find out why she did it? Or would he be in the back of your patrol car right now?
Can I speak?
Wait, is there a law?
So there is a law. It's called battery, right? You committed battery against the
so
infant.
lock me up?
Okay, ma'am. How about this? Do you have your ID on you? Right. Can we start that? I don't know.
No,
I don't know
actually,
what your name is.
I do not have
Okay,
my
what's your name then?
Eileen.
Eileen. How do you spell that, Eileen?
I spell
come on, Eileen.
Eileen, E-I-L-E-E-N. Throwing my kids in the pool.
Random kids? Like
you can't throw kids in pools.
I put a baby in the pool. He was sitting on the step. She came over and chopped him in the pool.
So she at least put her hands on your kids against your will and kids will. Could be simple battery, could be child abuse. Are you interested in pursuing charges against her for it? Or you want to just evaluate her, make sure
Just look at you, not know who we are.
Okay. And the kid, and he's good?
So in situations like this, the scummiest thing I probably ever did as a law enforcement officer was what I call fear mongering, right? And so, because typically, because I don't ever ask questions like that. I would always say something. I'm assuming you want to press charges because you wouldn't be talking to law enforcement if you didn't want to. And a lot of times they would say, well, I don't want to press any charges, but they would start the conversation off like that. Verbally admit to a felony occurring, right? But I just don't want them to get in trouble. And the way that you would present this information, you have to be crafty about it. He's like, so you don't believe there should be any consequences for what's happening here? And we're not worried about her doing this to someone else's kids or to your kids again. You're going to come back to this pool, right? Well, that's not what I said. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to make sure that I provide whatever service that I can for you. But as a law enforcement officer, my job is to enforce the law and keep the peace. That's it. The two things I can do. Technically, is a third where I can take crazy people to the hospital without their consent. But like, generally speaking, that's all I really can do. You've told me what meets the elements of the offense for this. I just need to know if you're going to be cooperative with any level of prosecution that happens so that we can prevent this from happening in the future. Because maybe she needs help. And maybe we use this as an opportunity to force her to get help if she's not getting it on her own. But if you don't want me to do anything, then I won't do anything.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, if you don't want law enforcement action taken, why did you call the police?
Right. That's kind of my
This
point.
is not if you just want like go get a security guard or a lifeguard or an employee, like that's
she works at IHOP.
If you just want to talk to her and tell her that she shouldn't do that.
Correct. Works at IHOP, I bet.
Probably.
Oh my gosh. I'm not saying go as far as like accusing them of abuse of 911, but like, if you don't want law enforcement involvement, why are you calling law enforcement?
Okay, so Bob, before we get to that super chat,
right?
Bob had a question. So, kid one pushes the other into a pool. Turns out one kid can't swim. What is different?
So, kid, how old's the kid?
I'm gonna assume 10.
So in Texas, 10 alone, I can't charge him with a crime. Period. He cannot be held culpable for a crime. Let's make the kid 14, right? Or something like that. Let's make the kid 15, right? So kid pushes other kid in pool. Sure, you got battery. Likely because they're still a minor, there's going to be a different, we don't arrest kids in Texas, at least. In Texas, we do, it's like a detention of sorts, right? We take them, you process them, they're out the same day. You can field release in certain circumstances, I think on what would normally be considered a violent felony, right? Battery on a child, like it's like a 1-year-old or something like that. I'm still probably going to take him in to the judge. I need to get him fingerprinted. I need to notify the school that they're at, that they've been involved in an altercation like this, because the superintendent needs to know and all that stuff. And then there's some paperwork that happens on the county side of it to decide whether or not they want to recommend in like juvenile court, right? Diversionary programs, stuff like that. They have a lot of different things they'll do with kids. The issue I have, and the follow-up part of this is, in this situation, can you not arrest without someone pressing charges? It depends. So each state's probably going to be a little different. In Texas, I would have to look, because this sounds like a felony. And on a felony, most felonies are shall arrest, right? As if I catch wind of it, regardless if I have a cooperative victim here, the only exception to that rule is going to be domestics, right? So if it's domestic related, even if it's a misdemeanor, I take enforcement action every single time. But at a felony, I mean, that'd be like saying, well, the bank doesn't really want to press charges, even though he did the robbery part of it. Would they drop it on the back end? Probably. But what I don't want to do as a law enforcement officer is decide not to take enforcement action, because statute of limitations still exist, right? So let's say for battery on a minor, statute of limitations is 2 years. And they decide, you know what? No, I want to press charges on this lady. Well, now I'm the cop that didn't show up and do anything. And the story's going to run on the back end that these cops didn't care, because now it's up to them to decide and to paint whatever color that they want to. Well, they didn't say they wanted any help, but the crime still occurred. I was still on scene with them. At the very minimum, I need to get everybody identified. You can call a supervisor at that point and decide what the city wants to do with it or what your jurisdiction wants to do with it. But personally speaking, I'm going to say 9 times out of 10 on a felony, I'm going to take them in anyways. And if they choose, when the detective reaches out, they say, hey, I told the guy I didn't want to press charges, they can decide on that end that it's unsubstantiated and they want to not pursue charges for it, right? Or dismiss the charges. What I'm not going to do is let somebody commit a felony in my jurisdiction and me not do something about it. Because a lot of times you look at situations like again, this could be, they could conceal the fact that they're dating, right? This could be dating violence. I mean, not just know it, right? Or this could be a pattern of behavior for human trafficking or something crazy like that. But you don't know because you don't have all the information. What I do know is a felony occurred in my jurisdiction. Gotta go and do it. Oh, this is in Texas. Oh, he's talking about Texas. Well, there you go. Texas. There you go. If it's Texas, I say yes. You could take him. I would be shocked to if especially on a felony like that you're not going to go and take some level of enforcement action.
So Alex is saying that criminal culpability is over the age of 9.
Oh, 9. Well, there you go. So 10 or older.
Texas.
And again, Googleable things. You can look this up. It's not like you have to. It's good to keep it right off the top of your head, but right around there is going to be the cutoff. 10's going to be a pretty complicated. I know it moves for certain offenses. There are some offenses where that's floor's even raised. There's none where it's lowered. 9 is like a rock solid. You can't charge anybody if they're under the age of 9, but it's complicated. Also, that's likely going to move the same way cigarettes now moved to 21. I didn't know that. When I was a cop, you could be 18 and have cigarettes. They moved that age here recently. I was at the game for that time. But if this is not Texas, I can't imagine it's that dissimilar.
It's okay. Yeah, luckily I was in the pool with him, but he was very confused.
I think he was like mentally unstable, so I was like funny. I don't know. Did y'all do this one lessons with him? Or they know?
We're right now.
Hang tight for him.
No, do we really have to do this? This is like, talk to me a little more. I mean, I don't think that.
Eileen, what's your last name, Eileen?
You know what? I'm sorry. I don't really think they have a complaint.
Eileen.
Failed ID. Taker. At the very minimum.
What's your last name?
Complaint. You really want to do this?
Eileen, what's your last name?
It is you.
You know Eileen?
Yeah, I do.
I do. What's your middle name?
Why?
What's your middle name?
Why do I know it?
I need to know it to identify.
Why? Well, you know what? You don't.
Hey, look, I'm Sergeant Cavus for the Sheriff's Office. I'm one of the supervisors. You put your hand on a kid against their will. That's a crime.
I did not know.
I'm talking. I'm talking.
The sheriff is, or the sergeant is excellent at de-escalation.
Yeah.
I'm talking.
You people. All right. Yes.
Well, Big Sarge didn't have to figure that out at all. Like, well, you're going to jail. You touched a kid. I don't care why.
Thank you, folks. Look what you're doing. Look what you've done.
No, ma'am, you did this yourself. They didn't even want to press charges, but we got to identify you. So you're at least going to jail for resisting now?
No, I was going to make the joke, and then I did it, and I missed it. Ah, that's so stupid.
So this would be failed ID in Texas, right? You're detained for an offense, and which you've both admitted occurred, whether they want to press charges or not, but I'm trying to get you identified. I'm good with that on the failed ID.
Want to play games? This is what you get, okay? Just go take her to the car.
It's not if you play games, this is what you get. It's if you don't provide your information for us to identify you fully, you go to jail for failed ID.
Keep walking. Come on. Going back here. I see.
What do you do it for?
Why? Here. There's a place in the trunk for this. Why?
At least it's seat belted in.
That's so dumb.
I got it.
Spare tire.
16-year-old said, hey, she took our goggles and just threw them.
They don't want to pursue charges for the battery. We can do resisting because she wants to play games with we're doing an investigation. Yeah. Because she's resisting, so we can at least hit her with that.
Hey,
all right, Eileen.
Let me out of here, please.
So you're
towing the bike. We actually had a bike holding area. It was for larger property that we couldn't put in like the jail holding place. We would take their bicycle. We had like a little tag we'd put on it, and it would have the case number and everything. And it was like a piece of metal. It was like a really soft piece of metal that you would use your pen. It could mark it. And we'd put it in lockup, and the jailers could go and find where the tag was, and we'd describe what it is. It would go in the arrest report, so if they came back to come get their property, we literally had, and there was a ton of bikes in there. There was like 180 bikes at one time or whatever in there. And mostly it was from homeless people that we would arrest that have bikes, but it's their property. So can we add a class in Academy called What to Not Say on body cam? Right, dude, phrasing is a thing. That should be a thing. Aren't allowed to do it anymore. Do what? Last time someone was under the age of 17 was executed. Whoa. Yeah, I don't think we execute anyone under 18 now. At 18, you're qualified to get executed, but we as a policy in Texas, though we have capital punishment, we don't do it to kids.
You're being arrested for resisting without violence, okay?
And what will be the great outcome about this all? What is the purpose of it all?
Because you committed a crime.
Can you... I am just right here already. Maybe you... I didn't...
To not being able to... Eileen was charged with felony child
Of course she was. I'm annoyed, sorry.
abuse and resisting an officer without violence. She pleaded no contest to felony child abuse and did not enter a plea for resisting without violence due to not being able to stand trial for that charge. Her felony child abuse charge resulted in adjudication withheld, meaning the judge accepted her no contest plea but did not formally convict her. Eileen was sentenced to 2 years of probation.
Yeah, this is probably due to pre-existing conditions for her mental health issues. They're like, rather than trying to go through the court, because it's going to be, dude, especially when somebody's like a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, the trial's a beating. And they're like, look, we can force her to get treatment and then hold, because there's going to be a statute of limitations for those 2 years. If she screws up at all, we get to now throw the book at her for that child abuse case. And then you can prosecute for whatever the punishment limits are for that. But you have to do a good investigation and have all the facts there, all the contact information and all the addresses and pictures and all that stuff, so that if they have to convict a year or two later, they have all the information present.
This plane that was
This was deputized, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give him 5 points.
There was a municipal there, but he just did the chit chat and then
I'll give him 5.
Left.
They should have seen the child abuse or the battery on a child right off the rip. That's like an infant getting shoved by an adult, regardless of the mental capacity issues there. That's for the courts to decide. It's not for me. We always treat the crime regardless of the mental side of it. I have beef with that. It's not taught enough. They went to the DHS School of Academy, which is not a school at all.
about to take off is being forced to deboard by Adam Pacman Jones, a retired NFL football player who reportedly made $36 million during his NFL career.
The power in the deep. Bro, I would have thought he made more, bro. Pac-Man was legit for a while. Wasn't he a cowboy for a little bit?
Was he?
He might have been. I'm trying to close my door. He played for a couple teams.
Wasn't working, and you started swearing at them, and they needed to fix it, and he was being belligerent, and they couldn't do so. I have no idea. Sorry, that's 30 day off. Nope.
The entire full plane of passengers is now forced to deboard.
Oh, dude, that's cancer.
So officers can speak with Pacman. However, officers have no idea what's in store for them.
My boy runs, he's getting away. Oh boy was fast.
Let's go this way. First of all, I ain't did nothing wrong. Hey, first of all, we're gonna walk this way, right? Oh, you ain't gonna tell me where to walk. Am I up under arrest? Listen, are we gonna walk? I'm asking you a question.
You're detained. Yes. For not getting off a plane. Criminal trespass.
Am I up under arrest? Yes or no? I told you. Do not touch me. Listen. Am I up under arrest? Yes or no?
Sir, right now you're just being detained.
Sir, I'm not being detained because I ain't did.
Do you have your ID on you?
Listen, let me tell you something.
Drink?
Failed ID. Jail. Like, this is not a complicated.
Is it failed to ID if you don't know who he is?
Right. That's fair.
Take your hand out of my face.
Excuse me,
How
sir.
much? You're not going anywhere. How much have you had to drink? And do you have your ID?
Bro, I ain't had shit to drink. I had one drink. Sit down. The fuck you talking about? You ignorant. No, like, I got witnesses. I got 20 witnesses that was sitting right beside me. Only thing.
Also, him drinking or not drinking is irrelevant, in my opinion. But
I asked for the plug is not working. Can I get another
You
plug?
can't do like PI for this?
Do what?
Could you do PI for this, or is it?
I would have a hard time with PI for this only because, like, so in Texas specifically, right?
Plain intoxication.
So, like in a hotel where you're a paying customer for that hotel, you can get as hammered as you want as long as you don't start like assaulting people, right? And you go for the assault, not for PI. So in this instance, you're not, I mean, this is like a semi-public place, right? They will furnish you alcohol here. It's not unlawful for you to have. You know, you can't have like you'll get jacked up in Texas if you're just straight up drinking booze on the sidewalk or whatever. But you have some open container, but it's a citation at best. I'm not saying you can't go to jail for it, but if this was here, I feel like it's private property, so they can tell you where you can and cannot go. I would argue almost universally, I feel like it'd be safer to just say criminal trespass. They wanted him to leave, he wouldn't leave. The second he doesn't leave, you've been told to leave, you didn't leave. We have the right to refuse service, and you're now in a place where you're not supposed to be. It's a controlled access area. TSA is controlling who can come in and come out. There's one-way doors to leave. That's really the best way to go about. I don't know how this isn't just a universally applied policy in airports, but it's not typically jurisdiction that's handled by like local PD. A lot of times they'll have their own. I know in Love Field, DPD does do. They cover parts of that, but it depends. Technically, once you get past the gates, I feel like that's more TSA's boundary there. But I wouldn't care about the PI because criminal trespass is provable right now. He's in a place he was told to not be in. Take him to jail. He didn't leave when they told him to leave. They had a right to refuse service. Just go. It'd be that easy.
Bro, doing this on 9/11 is wild.
No kidding. No kidding. Because like on the PI stuff, you could argue, well, who's PI here? There's a bunch of other drunk people. It'd be so much easier to prove bias on the back end, especially on somebody who could afford an attorney, right? And that kind of stuff. I always went with the stuff that I could very easily prove. Just stupid not to.
Normally,
We're going to have this discussion up top because other people have to get off the plane. Grab your bags.
Talk to a motherfucker.
Grab your bags and let's go.
Because I don't mind going to jail.
Okay.
You know that. But
that's
you
fine.
gotta learn how to motherfucker talk to somebody.
Okay.
Because you ain't my daddy. Oh, man, this is wrong. I'm talking about.
Here, listen, we're done. You're under arrest, okay? You're under arrest, bud.
I'm not yelling.
I know you're not. I know you're not.
I'm getting locked up for plugging in the charge.
Do me a favor and put your wrists together so this don't hurt you, okay?
I don't understand that. I'm not saying there's not a PI charge potentially there, but like,
yeah. Let him stand up.
Y'all drunk. Y'all see this? It's 5:30 a.m. Y'all think I'm drunk? Y'all sound stupid.
Let's just go back down to the car and go.
And then y'all had the nerve to say I'm drunk. Boy, I can't wait to do this over to you. Ooh. Everybody gets sued. I don't need y'all around.
Don't be so stupid on the stairs, okay?
I can walk myself. I don't need y'all around me.
Okay.
Like, what are we doing? Like, we should have a conversation, bro.
You had a chance to have a conversation. You chose not to.
Listen to me.
You're right.
I'm cool with it. When we do this, okay. I'm suing everybody.
Can you tell me what happened?
Sir, we're about to take off. We'll help you in the air. Then we need to fix this now. Started swearing at them. Seatbelt was off.
Protest. I'm suing everybody.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yeah. Sir, we're about to take off. We'll help you in the air with that. No, you need to fix this now. And started swearing at them. Seatbelt was off. Wouldn't comply with their instructions.
Okay.
And then they said they smelled a significant level of alcohol in his breath.
What's my charge?
so him not listening to the flight crew, right? I mean, it is their plane again. Their plane. This is their service. They have the right to refuse service, generally speaking. They want to kick him off the plane for that. That's their prerogative. He refuses to leave. That's one thing. But like the PI angle seems odd because like him being confrontational is not him being assaultive. That's not him being a danger to himself or others, which would be required in Texas at least for the PI charge, right? I have issue with that. I just it's their MO, so that's just how they operate, I guess. But it seems stupid.
Disorderly conduct and AI.
I could see disorderly conduct. Alcoholic intoxication.
Yeah, calling it AI is very stupid.
Because that's their version of PI.
They're just sit out.
I'm not drunk.
Okay, like, well, you got drunk.
Yeah,
Go to jail.
but I could see like a breach of peace kind of deal. You're causing a disturbance. It's interrupting other people's ability to get on the damn plane and leave, and arguing with staff and whatever. I could see that.
Take a blow test.
No, I haven't taken.
I understand you've had quite a morning.
Yeah, you know, I'm telling you.
Can you tell me what happened?
So, passenger 22D Jones asked me if I could fix the charging port.
Okay.
I said, sir, we're doing a live safety demo. Give me 1 moment. He unbuckled his seatbelt. Then he turns around, yells in the aisle, you need to come back here. And I said, sir, I need you to fix this. It's your job to fix it.
Yeah.
I don't care if we have to go back to the gate.
Yeah.
And you could smell alcohol on his breath the entire time.
No blow test.
Have a seat. Have a seat, please. Slide your feet in.
Bro, can I ask y'all one question? Can I talk to you for 1 second?
You'll have the opportunity to talk to me in a minute.
Bro.
Put your feet in.
So y'all, you get, it's wrong. That's all I'm telling y'all.
Sit back so I can see Coach in.
You gonna seat back me in with my hands in the back?
Yes.
What's your name?
Janine.
Janine? I'm suing you. He definitely gets it.
Why are you doing all that, bro?
Why the fuck you doing all that?
Your safety.
Man, y'all let him do this.
Hey, yo, I want to take a breathalyzer. Hey, yo, I want to take a breathalyzer. Hey, you gonna lose your job. Don't search my shit. No, you cannot search my shit. Yo. This can't be right, bro. This can't be right.
It is search incident to arrest. If they had PC for the arrest, they can search your stuff.
Hey, you f***ing cracker.
While Pacman says this can't be right, surveillance footage at a bar just months later actually shows a pattern of the same exact behavior.
Yeah, I tried to walk out with a wine glass. I was like, yo, man, everybody have a good night, but the wine glass got to stay up here. And he said, off, and then kept walking. I grabbed it and was like, listen, man, the wine glass has to stay up here. And then he chopped me in the throat.
Police then arrive on scene to investigate, and things get out of control.
You are detained right now, okay?
What am I on the detain for?
I don't understand why you're making it.
He's got a big old piece of dip.
I'm asking, what are you locking me up for?
For a possible assault, dude.
No, me? I ain't talking.
Me after he dead to rights hit that guy. He's incredulous.
Nobody.
All right, okay. All right, we're not doing this. Turn around. I swear, give me my face. Turn around. Because you were detained. Stop. Don't go away from me. We just act like adults. I want to take a run. Stop. Why are you grabbing me like this? You grabbed me like this. This the mother that was grabbing somebody. Y'all locking me up. Y'all crazy. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Funny as fuck.
It's all good.
Pacman's behavior gets even worse at the jail.
Hey, stop. Listen, stop.
Touch me again.
Stop. Man, touch me. Stop. Don't touch me, bitch. You're gonna grab me 3 times.
To 2018, where he played the positions. Adam Pacman Jones played for the NFL from 2005 to 2018,
A long time to get some CTE. Golly.
where he played the positions of cornerback and return specialist for the Tennessee Titans, Dallas Cowboys, Cincinnati Bengals, and Denver Broncos. According to Celebrity Net Worth, he reportedly made approximately $36 million during his NFL career. Pacman has an extremely lengthy history of being arrested. He was arrested in 2005, 2006, 2007, 2011, 2013, 2017, 2019, 2021, 2023, 2024, and 2025 for
My boy loves jail. Goodness great. That is a pattern of behavior.
Who, me?
Me?
a wide range of charges, including disorderly conduct, obstruction, resisting arrest, felony evading, intimidation, assault, felony assault on law enforcement, public intoxication, marijuana possession, felony vandalism, felony coercion, and terroristic threatening, based off the arrests that are publicly available. According to Celebrity Net Worth, even though he reportedly made approximately $36 million during his NFL career, his current net worth is reported to be around $1 to $2 million due to lots of post-retirement spending and legal costs and fines from his many criminal offenses. Despite the large amount of arrests in his criminal history, he has reportedly only spent a total of 40 days in jail.
Big L. That many charges? Yo, like
every year, basically.
And some of those were legit charges, bro. You know what? Where's the attorneys, lawyers?
Bro, those lawyers got to be feeding him drinks because they are making bank off of him.
Oh, I bet they hope he gets in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the same guy.
Probably less now because he's less likely to pay him now. But
true. That's true.
Early on.
Yeah. Points from judges. I took it. Don't worry, Alex. Oh, man, that kills me.
With the majority of the rest of his sentences resulting in probation. Only once was he sentenced to something other than probation when he started a fight in a strip club in 2007, which led to a shooting that left 3 people wounded, including a bouncer who was paralyzed from the waist down. For that incident, he accepted a plea deal to a gross misdemeanor charge of conspiracy to commit disorderly conduct and was given an NFL suspension for the 2007 season. Regarding the incidents in the body cam footage, he was charged without...
I was going to say, he was worth a contract then.
And I am shocked there was not a civil lawsuit from that.
No kidding.
alcohol intoxication, terroristic threatening, and disorderly conduct for his actions at the airport. He took a plea deal and pleaded guilty, resulting in a
Should make a spot for celebrities. That's not a terrible recommendation, honestly.
We don't get enough of them. I don't think. I
It's
guess maybe
pretty
if we, yeah,
Guess we can look for him.
it was like once a month.
I
yeah.
took a lot of points from judges.
2-year conditional discharge, meaning he avoids a sentence altogether as long as he stays out of trouble for 2 years. However, before
You know
that,
what's
2
funny
years was
about
up.
that is based on his pattern. That's almost exactly when he's going to get in trouble again.
Yep.
Like it's been every 2 years.
We got what?
He was arrested in 2024 following the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul
Made it 1
boxing
year.
event, and he was arrested in 2025 for the second
I thought this was Antonio Brown that got in trouble for this one.
Maybe both of them did.
incident
I
seen in
wouldn't
the
be
body cam
surprised if
footage.
More than one. You know, I wonder if they were fighting each other. That'd be funny.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, honestly. Dude, because, yeah, Antonio Brown, like, he got in a fight. It was one of those stupid Jake Paul fights. And the only reason I saw about it was because, or saw something, is he was abroad. He immediately fled to go be in, I don't know, Ibiza or something like that.
For both of those incidents, he was charged with public intoxication, disorderly conduct, evading, resisting, and assault on a peace officer. As those cases are still ongoing, he has not received any sentence for either, and he is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
I've always
Crazy. He's like, I've always loved this guy. Great for my fantasy football team. We'll keep on going.
Jason, this is the Pullman Police Department.
Oh, I
Come out
gotta
now.
take points from PD. Dumb. Should have sorted that out faster.
Now with your hands up. Nobody has to get hurt.
The SWAT team approaching the target had to deploy multiple armored vehicles, snipers, and a boss.
Oh, dude, this dog is sketchy.
Yeah.
What a weird. Oh, it's a smoke. That's weird. What a weird setup. Also, what in the cancer? Bro, my boy's got an LPVO like 3 inches off. What are we doing? This is a goofy build. Sorry.
And a Boston Dynamics police dog, in the hopes of arresting a man who had just tried to kill his family members that morning. But nothing was going to prepare.
White Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
That was very weird to me.
RC4. Bougie. The newest server. This is the, they call it the uncircumcised suppressor.
But them for what was about to happen next.
Hey, Jason. Hey, what's up?
When officers received a call from Dale reporting that his son Jason had hit him with a knife, tried to kill his brother Jarman, and threatened to kill everyone in the house, including his little son, they immediately responded to the scene because they knew the person they were dealing with was a dangerous and unpredictable individual.
I talked to you yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, so what all happened?
Jason was upset this morning, and then my dad was in there, and I hit my dad over the head. And I...
Robo good boy, you know what? That Boston.
There were real good
Dynamics
boys in
guy.
there too.
Ah,
There were. I counted 2 other dogs.
You know what? Hold on. Boobies. Oh, I need an E in here, right? Boobies.
You needed a 3, yeah.
Right here.
No.
The other side.
Is that French? Boobies?
Boobies. Boobies.
There you go.
God, that's a lot of points.
That's a lot of points.
They're not upset.
That covers this for a while on Good Boys. I feel like.
I was locked in the other room, and because he.
Also, I want to compare this one to the one we saw last week. That was basically the same thing of like my brother fought my dad and my brother.
Right.
Pulled a knife
Hey,
on, or one.
at the very
knife
least,
on him.
we're having this discussion from a place of cover. This is solid cover. Ain't nobody seeing you from back here. Good job. I don't like the idea of keeping the kid here, but.
Okay. Did he hurt you right here?
No, that's just me. I like nervous.
Okay, because you have a scratch on your face as well. Is that you?
Yeah. This morning. Well, yeah. This morning he dragged me out of the house and then through.
Maybe lead with that.
Okay. Okay, just stay down there for me, okay?
Shout out to fighting gloves on her.
Bro, I also love that the kid had a stick and is like, "That's my stick. I'm keeping this." Shout out to that kiddo.
And then through.
He's armed. Point a gun at him.
Okay, just stay down there for me, okay?
So you can see her gloving up.
She gets it. Oh, they both get it. Look, they both got gloves.
And rifle girl over there too.
Come out with your hands. Pullman 450.
Oh, I think she's got less lethals.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, these look like
Oh, yeah.
40 Mike canisters.
The 450, close the air, please.
You're under arrest. You're under arrest.
Front door.
They got lethal.
I heard a click. I'm gonna get to the front of that hood and get a different view. You cool? Okay. I know there's a door down here. 2.
So the only thing I kind of hate about this is I have a lot of females here that are effectively unarmed because they're either hands or 40 Mike, and we're taking our one piece of lethal cover and moving it completely away from them. They might be able to, they might be able to see a deadly threat he can't see or potentially even address. So I don't like splitting this unless you're gonna give them additional lethal cover, right? Just from a tactic standpoint. I don't hate where they're at, but there's some considerations.
I'd like to see kind of the layout here because obviously they've got that weird like trailer or RV or whatever that's up there. And so what I'm wondering is he in the house or is he in the RV?
I think he's in the house.
Okay. Because I don't know how much they can see from there.
He's in the kitchen. I only see his face. He's just peeking around. He looked at me and then he looked at you.
Okay. I can't see that. I got a good avenue here. Let me know if you see something. I've got a doorway, access to backyard.
Do you have a phone number for him?
They don't have any. We don't have any weapons or anything.
Okay. Other than the knife.
Yeah, but he was using that for cooking. So I mean,
He probably isn't going to use a knife. I don't think he will, but he will.
It's a cooking knife, not a killing knife. Don't worry.
Culperistic. I'm going to say this counts as an arrest plan. Not a great one, but it is an arrest plan.
Probably fight you.
I hear it.
We also have we also have a BB gun.
Okay. Now don't worry about that. That's,
it's broken. So if he shoots, it's probably gonna
Okay.
pinch his pinky.
He did yell shotgun when we got here.
But talking to brother yesterday, they don't have any guns in there.
Any fake guns?
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
Don't worry about that fake gun we have in there.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
How about he
You
worry
should
about
worry
that?
about the fact that your son might point that at the police and get shot.
Because you telling me it's fake doesn't guarantee that it's fake. So he's going to meet the FAFO scale. I don't hate calling SWAT here just because he's a barricaded person. I do like that they're not pushing it, right? It's like, if there's nobody else in there with him, why are we in a hurry to go in there and get into a confrontation? As patrol, I've had to do this on ourselves because either SWAT's not there or we're not going to wait for him. So patrol should be able to do this. But it is what it is.
He was talking about something about Spokane and killing something, but it's really hard to hear from this distance with the wind.
The suspect had completely barricaded himself inside the house and wasn't willing to come out at all. Moreover, there was a possibility that he had a gun, which the family
Okay, they got lethal cover.
members had no idea about, making it difficult for officers to approach the house in any way. So they were going to try calling him to see if he could be convinced to comply, but they weren't expecting the things he was about to tell them.
Hello.
Hey, Jason. Wait, hey, my name's Officer Stolniker. Yeah. I can't hear you very good. What? Jason, I can't hear you. Can you say that again?
Okay. I feel better now. I got my purse. He pops out.
I appreciate the levity. I respect the game.
At his kitchen window a lot and yells at us.
Oh, it's like a Griffin armament suppressor. Okay.
The one right behind the brick, there's 2 of them. Yep. He's popping out at the left side one. Or he's opening the door or the window very wide and then he's yelling and then he closes it. It's the one closest to the front door.
I don't really understand the whole idea of like people not understanding it. They probably should have just not named everything house. But I decided to blow this up to a level 10 Rick and Morty situation.
We just don't want anybody to get hurt. That's our goal.
Do you actually have power over shotgun or do you think shotgun's fake?
Do you have a shotgun? Is that what you're saying?
I can kill people, that's what I'm saying.
Well, we don't want that.
But nothing but the power of my mind.
Okay. Do you have any weapons with you?
My mind.
Your mind. Okay. That's a strong one. Jason.
Excellent. Excellent de-escalation skill. Just trying to keep him engaged. Just trying to keep him talking. All that stuff. Very good job.
We need you to come out, please. We don't want anybody to get hurt. We want to help you.
Have you talked to him before?
Yes.
Well,
He's fought with us before.
yeah, he's a big
So,
guy, right? Or
yeah.
he's a size guy, but he was slow or something.
So there's really only one way that this is going to end up. You're going to either touch me and die or not.
Will you please come out and talk to me? I'm going to be honest with you, we can't leave.
So go and get me offerings of meat, and then we can start negotiating the depopulation. Well, at some point, we're just going to have to pull the trigger and find out.
This is when the Italian Uncrustable
So I just spent,
comes in
like-
real handy.
Bro, the Italian Uncrustable would crush here. Fling that thing. If you open a window for us, I'll throw it in there.
I got an offering of meat.
Could you imagine?
Don't clip that.
The Juan trying to offer his meat to the MHID
Suspects.
population.
Hey, whoa, chill. Chill.
If you're just like a local pizza joint and you sponsor the Uncrustables, the Italian Uncrustables, and just every time they use it, kind of like Axon, they have to put it in their like
What you just
media
you do
response.
like a little brand or something on there, like what they do with burgers with your logo on
That's
it.
what I mean.
Just press it on there.
Call it the
Shows up on bodycam every time.
bro. That's what I mean.
That whole time on the phone with him, he's not screaming at me anymore, but he is not making any sense. He keeps saying this a Rick and Morty ending, how if we come up there, we're gonna die.
Officers tried talking to Jason's family again in order to better understand the situation and what he had done to them. They were informed that Jason had recently been making remarks about jihad, the world coming to an end, Attack on Titan, and that he also believed he was in a Minecraft game. They were also about to reveal what had actually made him behave in this manner.
He was actively trying to kill you when he started to hit you on the
I think he
head.
was trying to kill me, but I'm not sure what he was doing. And I do live in fear with him a lot of times because I'm just never sure, because I raised him and he was a good kid. Started doing and the other things, and it's really messed up his mind. I'm not sure what to think when he's like that. I mean, that's just it. It's scary.
Okay.
I mean, it's normal people don't talk like that.
Do you live in fear that he may actually try to kill you?
I sleep with my door every night.
But when he says things like this, do you believe him?
Yeah, enough. Yeah.
The parents have been spoken to so many times about how to help him, and they are enablers. So they
Surprise, some fries. I was about to say. I was like, he's too old for these behaviors to be new. Now, if it is like related to substance abuse, because let's say he just did K2 not even once, and it fried his brain, there's not much you can really do about that. It's awesome that the parents are still trying to be there for the kiddo, because nobody else is going to be, especially for an adult male. There ain't no resources for you. But I'd be curious to see if it's maybe a little bit of bias speaking. Could also just be 100% the truth, and this kid's had diagnosed like autism or something since he was a kid, and they just don't cooperate with his medication or whatever, or let him watch stuff like Rick and Morty or whatever. That's not good for your kid that takes everything literally. Yeah, whittle will we
want to help, but they're ultimately are gonna pick his side.
We're gonna pull armor up right in front of the house. So if you just pause, we will move some patrol cars when you get here, and we'll park this thing right in the middle.
319 and myself all in the back door. Subject keeps coming to the back window and looking out, but walks back to the front of the house again.
Jason, can you tell me what's going on today? What happened? What happened today? Jason, we want you to come out of the house.
I have eyes on suspect. Front window, just to the right of the front door. It's going to be side one. I don't see anymore, but clear sight through there. Saw shoulder for a second.
I can only see half through the windows. It's shielded visually by the foliage, but there's still a lot of windows right there, and it's really not that beneficial because I can't see all of the windows. So
Jason, unfortunately, we can't leave, so please answer your phone so we can talk about it.
Jason, can you please turn your phone back on?
Yeah, if you yell at it, it hears you.
You're an important person, and you deserve the help. We want to give it to you. Jason, I'm letting you know that we have a big vehicle coming up. We don't want to scare you, but we're going to have to park it in front of the house.
not a terrible plan. Tell him what's happening so that he can kind of understand. Oh, you move. I can see this. Don't you worry. Oh, can I not see it if a mod gets rid of it?
Well, no, because she retracted it as opposed to deleting it. She was being sus.
She being sus? She's like, I can fix him. Do what?
She was angling for that meat.
Wow. Drop the sound chat. You can do mine. I'm fine with it. I too like sausage.
Like, I like sausage.
No, I accidentally shared a link to the video submission instead of Patreon. That's hilarious. That's top tier. Thank you for sharing links. I like how she's about to get that soundbite. Like for us, there's a delay.
Hi, Jacob. I'm Julian now.
Yes, Jacob.
I know you missed
Welcome.
a couple streams.
That is a beautiful truck. Good heavens.
What the hell was that?
He's screaming that we're gonna die. He yelled from this kitchen window just to the right of that front door. That's the one he keeps opening.
It was nearly impossible for police to track all of Jason's movements with the foliage cover in front of the house, so they were going to attempt to monitor him through the armored SWAT vehicle. However, time was running out quickly, and they had to come up with an infiltration plan soon, as the 28-year-old was very unpredictable at the moment, and could also try to hurt himself in a fit of rage.
We have one rifle and two pistol shields right there. Yeah. One option is turret and place his shield, you know what I mean? And then we could actually have somebody in the turret with the shield window. Let's pop this. Does he know to have rifle handgun unknown? So he claims to have a gun. And we thought no. So intel is no gun. He claimed and said, I got a gun. Okay.
Where's my watch here? Texted his sister and
Your phone.
Besides him.
Nobody.
So it's just
I'll
barricades.
fill you in.
Just barricades with threats to us.
Family said that they've removed.
Inside besides him.
Nobody.
Mod line?
So it's just
I'll fill you in.
What a weird mount.
just barricades with threats to us.
Family said that they've removed
BCM, bougie.
weapons prior to today, like just because of him, you know who he is.
I arrested him for chasing a phone around the hatchet.
Yeah. So family's saying that there are no firearms in there, possibly a BB gun, but he's been making a lot of references to shooting us.
So it could be he got a gun, he's unaware
Possibly.
of the family.
Possibly, yeah.
And like I said, I think you got
Position C.
it's been a while now. Anyway,
Police at all, and it had already been 4 hours since they arrived at the scene, so they had a search warrant drafted for his house and were ready to begin their next move. However, before that, they were just going to give him one last chance
Bro, this is a HoloSun IR device. Interesting.
to surrender.
Do you need a search warrant if the family's out there and they can just tell you, like,
They give you consent?
it's cool, go in there? Yeah.
Probably, but a lot of times what ends up happening is that they still want the magistrate to sign off on it because it's kind of like EMS doesn't want to clear people medically. They want a doctor to do it because if they say that you're not going to die and then you die later, there's some amount of liability in that, which is why they almost always are like, let's just go to the hospital or sign the refusal is the way they like to do it. It's a liability game. So for us, if they give consent, well, they can withdraw consent at any time. I could boot the door in the middle of booting the door and running in. They yell, "I withdraw consent. I declare bankruptcy," and literally you have to stop at that point. And so going to the magistrate themselves and getting the warrant, you get to skip all that. Also, it's on the magistrate's authority that we are forcing entry, not on our own at that point, which is also from a liability standpoint better.
Let you guys take a peek, but the 4 windows to the center of the house right there where that closed curtain is, that's where
got so much equipment.
He's been communicating with us through the back door or back window. He'll come and go from that curtain.
Jason, this is the police department SWAT team. Please come out with your hands up. You are under arrest. Jason, you are under arrest. Please come out with your hands up. We do not want to hurt you.
Jason, your dad's really worried about you. Can you please come out and talk to us?
Mike, you have a perfectly good piece of cover here. What are we doing?
You can have part of this if you want.
What is it?
It's really good protein bar. It's like apple pie.
I haven't eaten anything. I'm so sorry.
Don't be.
I will buy you a new one.
No, you're good.
Jason, I've had the chance to talk to.
I appreciate the levity. Dude, I tell you what, so I packed my lunch every day. Shout out to my wife for hooking it up with food. But also Aldi is not a bad place to go for like cheaper, not terrible for you, like protein bars and stuff. But I typically have like a sandwich, I would have some Celsius, let's be honest. And then protein bars were a good thing for sustainment. But dude, gold on patrol. 1 is a de-escalation tool, but 2 as a help your buddy out when you get stuck on calls.
Asher a little bit. He's a great kid. You've done a good job raising him.
Yeah, where's DoorDash? Where's Aaron getting the Chipotle?
Is he really?
I don't know. I mean, that's what I suggest.
Getting us the list, guys. Oh, hey, Scott Patrick. What's up?
Hi there.
Different?
Yeah.
Done more for his house?
Yep.
You wrote it up?
Yep.
Does it look good?
Yeah.
What's it for? Did you get approved?
Yeah.
His house.
Yep. It's all
Nice.
signed and ready to go.
Wow.
Good
Now
job.
what?
We just walk right in and get him, right?
Yep. Anybody asked him just to come out? Yeah.
Oh yeah, lots.
Yeah, he said.
Oh, heck, they have like a whiteboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Are
arrested.
you sure?
fighting.
He said,
Like,
Just ask. Yeah.
he actually said no?
He actually said he would kill us. Jason, I know you said your brother is the Antichrist.
this is like a episode of The Office, but
Kind of, yeah. And
I kind of love it.
the in a long standoff, I think the longest one I participated in was almost 11 hours. It took forever. It was, and most of it was at the aftermath because they CS'd the house, so we had to wait for decon to come in and like uncontaminate. And then it was also crime scene couldn't walk in because the house was full of CS gas, and so we had to wait for crime scene
What
to
a bunch
show
of
up,
wimps.
and it sucked. The whole thing sucked. And yeah, the amount of levity that you get while you're there gets pretty hilarious.
I want to understand. Please tell me what I need to look for.
Properly staged.
SWAT,
tourniquet.
special weapons and treats.
Yes.
Snipers 405. Do you guys have a good location? We have a turret open if you'd like it.
Just this height overboard is disgusting to me for an LPVO. There's no reason for it. No good reason.
Pop it. Breach, insert dog, and come back.
Robot dog.
Yeah, you got a phone to
They got
spare?
robot dog, yeah, it's
Send it all
bougie.
the time, every time.
We'll roll up to the
Yeah, Pullman has all the toys.
single point.
Sure.
Jason, we have the pizza for you. Can you at least come to the window so I know that you hear us?
Great idea.
Jason, I have to advise you. You are under arrest. Jason, this is the Pullman Police Department. Come out now with your hands up. Nobody has to get hurt.
I'm hands if he comes out.
Don't want to see anybody get hurt, but you are under arrest at this time. If you do not comply,
Push
force
past that
may be
wheelbarrow, one of the
against
back
you.
people get it.
That is a last resort for us, however. And the decision as to whether to force you to get you is up to you. We do not want to see
I
anybody
need
get
some cover
hurt.
on this door.
Open the door
Yeah, I like how the shield's covering nothing.
and come out
Yeah.
to us.
That's what I was saying. Even on the walk-up, they're covered in snow.
Oh, it's a Hux can. Okay, that makes more sense. That noise got me right in the feels.
Stay there.
Look at the dog.
Let me cross.
Hey, Jason. Hey, what's up? Come on.
That is how
Decentralized.
That is how messy these get. Emu, you missed it. We gave points. It's a lot.
We gave a lot of points. I think we're good on doggos for a while.
We gave a lot of points for Robot Doggo. Ugh. I just didn't want to mess with the number. Don't understand the taser deployment here. But I'm not SWAT, so.
He's grabbing for guns. Holy shit. Dumb.
Hey, why'd you punch me? I got it. Okay. Stop resisting. Punch me. I got left arm. Got it? Yep. I can't do it.
Got him, Seal?
I got it. I got match. We got love. You can hold that pressure. Pressure my leg.
Nice and neat.
We got guns.
I'm gonna take this. You bring it up there.
What a mess.
Get this needle straight up. It's an awkward place to. Come on. In between a car and a wall.
Get back.
With a bunch of trash bags because they don't clean their yard.
Bad time.
Concrete mix. I guess they were doing renovations or something.
Get back. Get back. Get in there.
Oh, buddy.
Say, do I have another taser to hit him if he's fighting again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Jason, listen to me.
You got his arm.
We already know what to do.
One of y'all.
This dude's haircut.
He's got the Hulk Hogan.
He does have the Hulk Hogan. The neck press, I don't think it's that egregious. It's a little weird. It's not taut, but I don't really have that big of a problem with it. Oh my God! Hold on, I gotta go break up this cat fight. Y'all chill. Hey, let her out. Let her out. Go. Go. Ari. Go. One of y'all pick it. Go.
Y'all ready for it?
This man's touching my pussy.
There it is.
Okay. Solved.
I got this arm pretty good.
That's the reason why you're all scared.
Yeah, that's a problem.
My leg's pinned.
Good?
You're right, yeah. I jumped on him once he toppled on the stairs. Yeah. I freaking kneed him out.
I think it's Bruce.
Like how they just disarmed it. They're like, yeah, we'll just pull the mag out. Make it safe.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Okay, need anything else?
Yeah.
After falling down the stairs, Jason tried choking one of the SWAT officers with his own helmet strap, nearly cutting off his oxygen. All he had to do was come out peacefully, but now he had multiple felony-level charges stacked against him. Though his family members were still not very happy with how things were going to proceed.
So he's been tased. He also took a 40mm blue nose impact round, approximately right hip, or excuse me, left hip, and then he fell down the stairs. And then he fell down the stairs. No.
You were with us when you stood up? All right, so look at your butt there. Roll your right butt. Stand up, 1, 2, 3.
Turn to your right. There you go.
Nothing else. Yeah.
Had eyes on it.
He had, it was my, I don't know if it was my strap or this, but one of them was around my neck. And I was just pulling out.
Yeah, right, we pull them over, got him.
You know how that never happens to me? I don't have a ballistic helmet when I do this.
You want to get checked? Let's get you
You
checked
got
out.
abrasion on the bottom of your nose. So him and I went face to face.
Dude, there's this SWAT boys. They're like, yo, it was so crazy. Like, this guy ran out and we had to fight him, and things that regular patrol officers do on the daily. Bro, jailers be doing this on the daily. Like, come on. Like, I would argue the average jailer probably going hands-on way more than this fool.
I grabbed his head and went downstairs.
He assaulted the police officer.
Yep. That's what they tased. They tased.
Yep, you got tased twice and got 40'd.
There's been times where he had.
So for others, I mean, he was cutting his face up. So,
And it's really frustrating because I feel like that something awful has to happen for something to be done.
It's because of his violence towards us and our.
Yeah.
And
Well, like when he's cutting himself, that is.
Harming yourself.
That's grounds.
But
His body, his choice. Yo, dog. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. We can intervene in most states. I think still all 50 states. They will intervene on an attempt on your life like that. But technically, the cut alone isn't enough. There has to be intent. This is a weird side part of it where, if you really want it to stick and for them to get some level of treatment, technically, without the magic words, it's a gray area. I'm not saying I've never tried that angle and been like, well, he was espresso, he made a cut. He's got a history of wanting to hurt himself. I think I got enough for the, and I mean, the clinicians agreed with me, so it is what it is, but just an injury to yourself's not enough. I mean, I nick myself all the time fixing stuff, that alone isn't enough to say that I was intentionally trying to harm myself.
if he is only harming himself, we are not going to escalate the situation and put ourselves in harm's way.
Hold on, man. We're just going to get these out of you, all right?
What?
We're just going to get these out of you. Are you hurt anywhere?
Everything.
Where?
What?
Are you hurt anywhere?
No.
No?
His phone in his hand. What hurts?
Making threats to them.
Guess who's coming after with that knife?
Right.
And guess who's going to have to...
Exactly.
Right.
Okay.
Jason was charged with assault in the 2nd and 4th degree DV, intimidating a public servant, threats to kill DV, and resisting arrest. His arraignment was scheduled for May 30th, 2025, and his bail was set at $5,000. His family advocated for medical treatment over incarceration, citing his long history of mental health crises. As of now, his case is still moving through the court, and a sentencing has not been reported yet.
These cases make me so sad. Like, I really, in his situation, I mean, he really needs intervention, you know, but like the family's not really in a position to do it, and affording like inpatient care, like long-term inpatient care for that's
Expensive.
like, and there's no, it's not like when you're old, Social Security can kick in and maybe that helps you pay for what's still really scummy care. You know, if you look at like state-sponsored old folks' homes, which really don't exist, it's just old folks' homes that make them cost exactly as much as your retirement or your Social Security check will clear, which is not much. It's almost never enough, especially now. But he needs very real behavioral and like safety plans and all of that stuff. And it just, there's no real good solution. Well, the second they age out of school, schools actually have a semi-decent, like especially larger school districts, they have special education, and it's not inpatient like per se, but they have a lot of stuff where they're spending most of their time getting good coping mechanisms. It's almost why you never have these kids become an issue until they're 21 and they're completely out of the school system, because then there's no funding. If the parents can't afford it on their own, they can't have a live-in person, or worse, they get too old to be able to do it themselves. Because like I could, like, let's say I had a kid that was 180 to 200 pounds, I could fight that kid, but my wife couldn't, you know? And then like, what happens if I'm now 60 and that kid's 30 and now 250 pounds? And it's just like, you know, like I'm gonna have a real hard time trying to manhandle someone that's half my age. And you know, if he fights me and wins, what are we gonna do? Like, it's a hard situation. These calls are probably some of the worst in my opinion. So it's PD. I think they did good, to be honest. Nobody got hurt. It was kind of a weird. SWAT's always kind of goofy. I always find SWAT goofy, but the kid didn't get hurt. They managed to take him into custody. Oh,
yeah. Pullman PD. I think they did a good job.
yeah. Okay, I'm good. I'm back. I had a little hiccup there.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. I was like, is that me or you?
No, that was me. That was me.
Okay.
Did we get the light goal?
Yeah, we did a while back.
Oh, I feel bad now. Light goal.
Well, we were talking about important things like Uncrustables. and
Uncrustables.
Emu's desire for sausage. So
there it is. Thank you very much of my friend's siblings. He's now permanently institutionalized. Unfortunately, our mental health support is lacking after 19. Yeah, I and that's coming from Canada, where I would expect, given that they have, it's not perfect, but it's closer to universal health care, that they would have some sort of, at least a tax base getting pushed into it to provide something like institutionalization for that. But like in America, it's like not
yeah,
existent.
I mean, we had it and it was awful, and you were just lobotomizing and sterilizing people.
Yeah,
and doing terrible stuff.
I would be curious to see if they didn't give it to college institutions, where as part of like, so the military does this with learning hospitals, right? Where they're like dentistry was literally invented by the Navy, like modern dentistry. And so they had these opportunities where, hey, it's low cost because it's already being attached to something that's being paid for by other people. In the military, it's by the taxpayer, right? But if it's by a college, it's college tuition. So rather than spending money on college football stadiums and stuff like that, we could have attached to almost every major university that has like a mental health program. You basically have free technicians. You would have people doing studies to help to try to work on treatment plans. And that could collectively reduce the cost burden to the, because it's really not a huge portion of the population that needs this help, but there are people that are going to qualify for that long-term like need. And so you'd basically get sponsorships through the state. The state would find the people, we would find and catch the people, right, who probably need this level of intervention, and then sponsor them to be part of long-term studies and long-term testing where you could have college students and stuff like that. There's some fun things that I would like to see if I could get implemented. I think that would help in a huge way. It would be harder in rural areas where like you might get them, but then how do you get them to that institution and get family near them or whatever? But It's really sad to me.
This is for Poe because he won bingo.
Oh. There it is. There was a kid in my high school worked, and her parents died, being raised by her grandparents. Stayed HS school because her grandparents couldn't handle her physically. Yeah, that's so sad. That's sad to me. I don't know. I had a special place in my heart for there's 3 that aren't dead because I decided not to kill them because they decided to be weird. Their parents did not give them enough. One pulled a knife on me. Unfortunately, that ended very well. But there was a couple I had to fight just because they didn't know what was going on, and I'm like, yo, like chill. And I had excellent. We had some of the best training, I would argue, on the planet for mental health intervention. There's a couple departments that I've had to go take some CE credits for that don't have that. Will not name until I get my license back, but they always some that I was like, what is wrong with you? No. Literally had to correct 2 or 3 instructors. Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but that's incorrect. You are currently teaching peace officers. Please let this be correct. And then they had to get the Google machine out. And I was like, oh, yeah. Well, good on you. And I was like, yeah, do better. Change your PowerPoint.
Good job being more up to date.
Jeez. Oh,
Time to take to the skies. Air 1, ready for takeoff.
Oh my
God. Woo! This is living.
Suspect
located. Deploying net. Ah! Get off me! Police, stop
Hilariously,
resisting!
like the way my face ends up there looks like one of my uncles.
Air 1, job done.
Hell yeah, you're welcome. True hero.
It is
All right, this
spicy
one's
time,
for
so
Dog
you
Sled
just
Shrimp
know.
because I didn't do it last week.
It's so good. Oh man, what a good time.
Hey, how are you guys?
Officer Cracker Boise Police. The reason I'm stopping you is registry.
This is spicy warning. Spicy warning.
Yeah, you've been warned. This is spicy from now on.
Someone in this car will die.
Chill. You don't know that. There's a higher likelihood though on this part of the stream.
Yes.
Wait, no, it's not expired.
Okay, so here's the issue, right? That's not the license plate that's on the car. Okay, so
What license plate? I
it's a
just,
two-
well, I
it's a
just
two
got it.
Charles, it's a 2 Charles license plate. So even
You
if
mean
it's,
a Canyon County license plate?
Canyon County license plate. So that's what's displayed.
I'm trying to figure out if this is like Alfonso or
I read Julia, but you
Oh, yeah,
have
maybe
probably
it's
higher
Julia.
res than I'm getting.
it's not much. Hold on.
La Boo Boo.
Okay, so if that's what is actually it's registered under, then what it is it's a fictitious display. You can't have an old plate.
Well, what do I do if I don't have the new plates delivered yet?
Take the old plates off.
Oh,
and
I don't know. My
keep
dad
something
was
in
the one
there.
handling everything.
So yeah, as long as if you take the old plates off and just
Oh,
leave the
can we
temporary
do that?
registration in the window, yeah.
Okay.
As long as you have a temporary registration in the window, you're okay, and we can see it, then you're okay.
So I'm free to roll these windows. It's kind of cold out here.
Yep, that's fine, man. You have info?
What's that?
Did he actually have a driver's license?
Yeah, South Carolina.
Okay.
Dude in the back, but I didn't see him at first.
Yeah, I didn't. I barely saw him as I walked up there. Wondering if he's got a warrant.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a seatbelt on.
We'll see if I can get the backseat passenger's ID.
Yeah.
Here's this bag.
Thank you.
Got independent reasonable suspicion of a crime to get the backseat person identified.
Is it going to be the seatbelt?
That's good. Yeah, that's good policing.
Okay.
I don't think in Texas it's required to have a seatbelt in the back seat, but I'm assuming it is in this state.
Alex, let us know.
Yeah, Alex, hit us up. Enhance, Poe. It says my name.
Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
And then, can you roll the back window down for me, sir? This one?
No, there's no reason to.
This one? There is actually. I need to ID him.
Dad, I
do. He's not wearing a seatbelt.
What crime is he in?
He's not wearing a seatbelt. It's a citable offense, so I need to know who I need to write that citation to.
Let's go.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent articulation.
So, I need to be able to identify him.
Oh.
Hey, sir. Let me see your hands, please. Hey, sir, back seat. I need to be able to see your hands. Show me your right hand.
Do you care if I wake him up?
Sir, back seat, show me your right hand.
Okay, keep that where I can see it. You understand? I'm gonna pull him out.
It's hard to see what they're seeing.
All right, here's what I need you to do. I need you to put both of your hands on the back seat rest. Okay? Put your hands on the seat rest. Put your hands on the back seat, sir. 2214 code 1. Here's the thing, sir.
Assuming code 1's like, give me the channel. It's about to get down. We're about to go down.
Okay? I have a legal reason to identify you. I do. You weren't wearing a seatbelt.
The seatbelt doesn't work.
Okay. Either way, that's not
It not working and you not having one doesn't matter. You not having one's the charge.
the issue. The issue is that you were not wearing
So everyone needs to wear a seatbelt. Well, there you go. The more you know.
a seatbelt. When I asked you, no, it wouldn't, because he's an adult. If he was a minor, it would be. When I'm talking to you, you were hiding your hands from me. Okay? That is pretty suspicious. I have every reason to have you step out of the vehicle.
No, I am a minor.
Okay. If you just keep your hands where I can see them, okay? But I need to identify you, all right? What's your last name, sir? What's your date of birth? What year? 2000? So if you were born in 2000, that means you're not a minor like you were just telling me. Hey, stop fucking reaching.
I'm bad at math.
Yeah, that reach is going to be problematic.
You understand me? Don't fucking reach. Roll your window down. You need to stop reaching. You understand?
Sorry.
Sir, understand that I can control your movements right now. You understand that? So here's what we're going to do. Put your hands on the back of the seat rest. Driver, unlock the car. Hey, get in the car. Go ahead. Hey, what's you doing, man?
Hey, shoot me, the
Shoot me. Get out of the car. You two, out of the car.
Shoot me, then.
2014.
Get out of the car.
Clear the air.
Fuck yourself, get out of the car.
Sorry, units code 3. He's got a knife.
Glad he figured it out.
Get away from him.
Get away.
Get away from him. No.
Get away. Get out of the car.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. Get back here, dude. No, get back here.
Weird, he was reaching for a weapon. Odd.
Get back here. Sir, get back here.
What, are you going to shoot me too, man? Back over here, man.
Hey, get.
Stop.
So we got a perfectly usable street here. You can use a car.
Twenty-two 14 took the suit. Northbound Vision. Just turned eastbound Highland. Black male adult. Tan jacket. Blue jeans. Armed with a knife.
Great radio
With a knife?
traffic.
Boop him.
Yeah, exactly.
Sir! Yep, he just went around this. Can be a black male adult, tan jacket, blue jeans. We're currently at 517 Highland. He's in a, he ran back in this gated area. And he starts at the perimeter. I'm on the north side. We can get people to the east and south. Okay, just stay out there for now. We got a suspect with an armed suspect back there. Hey, just make sure you guys know he is armed with a knife and took off running from us. But he, in the call.
He reaches in his pocket, so we unholster, we pulls out a knife. Do we know his name?
Maybe. If he gave me the right name.
Have we gotten any return on him?
I don't know.
As officers set up a perimeter and search the immediate area, a 911 caller reports seeing the suspect jumping fences and traveling through people's properties.
Stop right there! Where's the police? Stop right there! Do not move! On the ground! All right, I'm challenging him. He's coming at me with the knife. Stop right there! Do not move!
Well, that'll do it.
Do not move! Shots fired. Suspect is down. Knife is still in his hand. Don't move! I understand that. We love you too. Okay? Put the knife down. Put the knife down.
So a lot of times you're lucky when they're being dramatic like this. They typically pass out. Disarm them after that.
Put the knife down.
I have not ever had to shoot anybody, but I've had to deal with people that are critically injured doing the song.
Right next to Division. He's got the knife in his hand. Let go of the knife, sir. Let go of the knife. Okay, stand by. We can get the knife to him once up.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that knife away from his right hand. See if you come up.
Gotcha. Yep.
Sir, do not reach for that knife. Do not reach for that knife, sir.
Good.
What? Give me this, man. Yeah, they're coming. Go to the cuffs. Don't worry.
One round.
3.
One here.
Yeah, right.
Look at this lady this guy's getting more care than that lady at the DWI earlier this stream.
Yeah.
There's 2 in the chest.
We love you too.
Yeah, that's it.
Look at that. Wearing gloves. Got a seal for
No, just me. I'm gonna go off tape.
This incident took place in Boise, Idaho on November 13, 2024. The suspect, 22-year-old Gabriel Pope, was shot 3 times during the incident and was quickly provided.
The officer that shot put him somewhere else.
Yeah,
Other
weird.
people took care
They're
of the rest of the
you no
scene.
longer need to be here. Yeah.
Yeah. Man.
Medical aid before being transported to a nearby hospital. The officer who fired the 3 shots, Boise Police Corporal Steve Martinez, was placed on administrative leave after the shooting, while an investigation was opened into whether he was justified or not. Pope, after being treated at the hospital, survived his injuries and was later charged with felony aggravated assault on law enforcement, resisting arrest, and providing false identification to law enforcement. Pope's attorney said that he has had a very traumatic life, as his mental health issues have caused him to commit crimes throughout his
Been a lot of people that have had very traumatic lives that also have mental health issues that don't commit crimes. That's sorry. That comes off as insensitive, but not an affirmative defense to prosecution. Sorry.
his whole life, even while he was a minor. In September 2025, 10 months after the incident, as part of a plea deal, Pope pleaded guilty to aggravated assault on law enforcement with an enhancement for use of a deadly weapon during the commission of a felony, while the other charges were dropped. The judge told Pope he needed to, quote, grow up, sentenced him to 10 years in prison with the possibility for parole after 4 years. She also urged the Idaho Department of Correction to provide mental health counseling, aggression replacement therapy, and substance abuse treatment during his incarceration. In November 2025, a full year after the incident, prosecutors found the officer who shot Pope justified in his decision under Idaho law after reviewing the body cam footage.
You want to know how fast I...
That's crazy.
I'm curious why was it just because he's had bad interactions with police and that's why he pulled the knife? Or they didn't mention he had any kind of warrant or anything, so.
Some people just be like that, yo. Like the amount of times that like no warrant, no previous arrest, no nothing. They're in an acute level of stress for some odd reason. Like, dude, the heinous things people will do when I guess lizard brain takes over or whatever, but like, bro, it's so frustrating to be around too, because you're like, this could have been nothing. This could have been a ticket at best, and here we are. What did I do to you to deserve this? Excellent, Mark.
I would give points to judges too, because that felt fair.
Yeah. I like it too because they get treated the crime judicious. You can't be running around threatening people with knives, right? But we're like, while we have you incarcerated, that is 4 years minimum of uninterrupted treatment, and likely an additional 6 of like supervision, and part of like cooperating with his parole is taking those mental health appointments. So that's wild. For that,
it is unfortunate that our best mental health care happens in prison. Like that's still wild.
And I really think they should have like a minimum security prison that's specifically for people with mental health. You'd have to earn it.
We do it for fucking financial crimes and Ghislaine freaking Maxwell, but we can't do it for.
It's like because it for violent offenders that don't meet that crazy criteria, right? Fine. But like, and there's going to be people that try to abuse that, right? And the punishment for trying to abuse that, if you get caught abusing that and you're committing crimes there, like knowingly and intentionally, and they can prove it, I would just double your sentence or something crazy like that. But like, it really would, I think, help.
Yeah, I mean, once you're in custody, very easy to just be like, well, you're going to a different prison now because you're
right. Mexi Tex. I'm on break. Nothing like some OnlyCops. Welcome, brother. Or
Shout
sister.
out.
You never know. Admin leave, pay for a year. That's crazy. No, I don't think he was on admin leave for a year. So he was on administrative leave from the department standpoint. They looked at it and said everything he did was within policy. That was the DA's office taking a year to evaluate. Is likely having a year to just have time for it, to be honest. They finally got around to it and they're like, yeah, it seems legit. He was not on admin. That would be crazy to have a year-long vacation. That'd be kind of crazy.
I mean, at that point, you're encouraging.
Right. Oh, yeah, we got to pull. Hey, bro, Well, a side hustle for a year.
Like, I'm gonna be looking for anybody with a knife.
Oh, no kidding.
Baltimore.
Oh, let's lower our expectations here.
Like Baltimore.
Yeah. Bro, these type of bodegas kill me. I was in South Fort Worth. We went to the Warhammer store for Kinsey, which is hilarious. I went and bought my wife a bunch of Warhammer miniatures and paint and stuff. But there was a Walmart. We had to go to Walmart. And I was like, oh, let's go to the one here. Like an idiot. Let me go to the one here. And I walked in and I was like, why is everything behind glass? And I was like, oh, it's because of where I'm at. I'm an idiot. Getting soft. Yeah. Bro, the hoodie on duty with the hand in the pocket.
Mm-hmm. Complacency.
My boy. Bro, we're in stabbing distance.
That's called a 1-year vacation right there.
That's what they're looking for, probably.
Or the crossfire if he did pull that knife, though.
Bro, for real. Like, yo, my boy's got a knife. He's 1,000% running. 1,000% about to run. There it is. Surprise, some fries. He ran. Crazy. Definitely working it off duty as security. Well, man, bro, Dallas, Baltimore, Minneapolis, y'all working some wild part times.
Get it out, get it! Let me see it! Let me see it! Let me see it!
I'm trying to figure out what for. Like, why did they make contact with him?
I was gonna ask because I'm either they know who this guy is and they were looking for him, or having a knife in your pants is a crime in Baltimore.
I guess, yeah, because that's not a crime here. And here, that's just being prepared. But this is weird so far.
Woo! Fuck! Fuck! Shots fired! Shots fired!
He just yelled shots fired at nobody.
Let me see it!
So we got the chicken leg here,
Chicken
right?
wing?
The little chicken wing.
Chicken wing, knife and a gun.
Yeah,
There it is.
That's a bad time.
Crossfire. Oh, not that bad actually. Backstop's rough for that.
Hands! Let me get fucking hands! 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 Guard!
Yeah, that first shot was a little sus. Shout out for cutting him off though.
The guy shot back. You can see it right here. If we go back a little bit. Try to go back. Just enough here. This is a muzzle flash. Hold on. I happened to catch it. That's a muzzle flash.
Yep.
As the gun's falling. He maybe cranked one on it.
Let me see your eye! Let me see your eye!
He figured it out.
Oh, so he was a cop. I thought that was just a random bystander running around.
Let me see it! Let me see it! Show me hands!
My man has money still in his hand.
Mando said you cannot conceal a knife in Maryland and there are blade length restrictions. Is it considered a concealed knife if he's wearing it on a
It
little
was
holster
out,
outside his
yeah.
pants?
That was weird.
You good? You good? You good? You good?
Can we go
You
back
hit? Do it. No.
to right here? Definitely
Like,
not a
it's pretty-
concealed knife. Now, unless they thought he had a concealed gun and they could tell from here, I just outside of the bulge in his front pocket would not be enough for me on thinking that there was a weapon there. I'm not saying it can't be, but like it could be his phone. It could be anything. That's not by itself. Now the knife, it's hard not to see it from Texas' perspective because like the knife is a nothing to us. It could be a samurai sword, and I'd be like, stay over there, and I couldn't even tell him that because he's not under my lawful authority. That's
Like I've had one of those attached to my keychain. I don't.
that's what I mean. Yeah, like.
Oops.
That's interesting. Okay, so what happened on the back end here?
Presentation.
Officer Wong.
Oh, this is hoodie guy.
Hoodie guy. I hate this for on duty. If these guys are on duty cops, like we got Skechers and you know what I mean? Jeans. This is DHS level stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
That's definitely an officer. And not a cop.
Is that a bolt? What is? Yeah.
Yeah. What is this? Also, who's my boy here? Cop. And this guy's a
Because
cop.
so I'm wondering if they know who he is because this looks like
narcotics or somebody like that.
Narcotics or gang unit or something.
Well, obviously,
and
it
they're
can
just
be.
like
it was. I'm not saying it can't be. I'm saying that alone is not enough. So their approach is weird. Why not do it? Why not do it in the bodega?
Right? Or you can very easily
Fuck
bunch of other people, maybe.
I guess.
Just seems a very weird apprehension.
But if I know right here I'm going to apprehend him,
Mm-hmm.
he's getting pushed right up against that wall. And honestly, you'd push him. You might get punched, unfortunately, doing it. You'd push him by pressing right up against his waist to make sure he can't retrieve a weapon from there. The other place it's going to come from is going to be his waistband or his pockets, right? But like right around there, you just press. You'd have this guy take this guy's hand, other officer take that hand. You just take him into custody right then and there. If it gets to OK Corral shooting, that's what you got body armor for. But why not take him here? I just got beef with that. The apprehension tactics were terrible. I will give
Maybe it was a gang hit.
I will give.
I mean, it is Baltimore.
It would not surprise me if that wasn't a gang hit, dude. Honestly, I'm gonna give him 5 points because technically, I'm sure. I guess this guy was doing something illegal. Let's see.
I guess we gotta assume, right?
Observed an adult male. Officers saw the man exit.
Oh, adult male. Yeah, that's a crime. You can't be an adult male in Baltimore. That's a combatant. Enemy combatant.
Bro, what?
They did. I'm assuming before they turned on their body cams, they gave commands, and then it was in the non-audio part, or otherwise they're lying in that report.
Observed an adult male.
Mm-hmm.
Saw the male exit the store and began to follow him. The man began to run from the officers. The officers gave multiple commands. Man continued to run, pulled out a gun.
That's rules of engagement of Iraq, right? You're over 16.
Military age male in Baltimore. Should he have pulled a gun? No. But what was the offense prior to that? Bro, some DHS stuff.
Paywall.
Oh.
Let me see if I can get more details.
See, Alex, you say, I would say the vest and badge clearly labeled police is enough identification. But how hard would that be to be fictitious, right? Or to forge versus the pants, the boots, the shoes, like there's a lot more that goes into a police. I'm not saying I would never use cops in this capacity, just not to do apprehensions, especially if you're going to do an apprehension. If you're observing, I believe in like plain clothes, but this is strictly for observation. They want to go rip off a hoodie and have a police uniform under it. Cool, but I got beef with that because I think it erodes public trust, in my opinion.
There appears
I know
to
it makes
be
them feel
maybe
cool, but
Facebook post here with a hang on, let me listen to this real quick.
what are you listening to?
So it's like the update from some admin.
They checked
Uh-huh.
a suspect photo before they engaged him. Was rookie day? Plain clothes day? Man went to finish his run home and he was wanted for it.
Okay, so apparently it's that they saw a male inside the store who they believe to be armed, is the reasoning they're giving.
And I mean, he was,
Yeah,
but like, that's a papers, please kind of
100%.
situation.
That's real weak, especially because like you can't really tell he's got a gun in that hoodie. You could go with maybe the knife if that's gonna be your best, like if that's gonna be illegal in Maryland, I guess, Baltimore. But that's super weak.
It wouldn't be illegal here. That's what kills me. So, and you got to remember, I'm seeing this through the lens of my job, right? Do I pay extra close attention to the guy that I think is armed in the middle of the sketchy bodega? 100%. But I don't have any reason to detain him. I wouldn't even consent stop that guy. Because what happens when it turns into this? The question's going to become, what was your original? And like, maybe you get away with it, right? Maybe these officers skirt on this. Or maybe they don't.
Probably.
Well, that's my thing is like from a culture standpoint, in law enforcement, you shouldn't be looking at a situation like this and decide whether or not they'll get away with it or not, or whether or not they should get away with it or not. You're going to decide whether it's worth even being involved in. Because what's my law enforcement objective outside of getting oh boy out of there with a gun or not? And the state law is going to be a little different. Their law enforcement objectives are very different. In New York, they shake down anyone and everyone that's got a gun. California is the same way. You got a gun, you might as well be a terrorist, right? In Texas, it's just not. It's a very different culture around armed citizens. Even if you're a gangbanging armed citizen, if you're a criminally active gangbanging armed citizen, I have no interest in you whatsoever. But that's a. Did the guy earn getting shot? Yes. He pulled a gun on officers in the middle of whatever this is. The problem I have is we're getting into a use of force situation when I'm not entirely sure that we had good probable cause or reasonable suspicion that a crime was afoot.
Yeah.
Weak is Baltimore's middle name.
It's weird that that specific set of cops dressed like that
right
goes into this bodega all together, like without knowing who he is. Like if this was a like
known guy,
investigation,
known
guy,
sure.
warrant service, like, or they just saw him do a hand-to-hand somewhere and they're like, well, it's fine.
Sure.
Okay,
I could totally see that.
The saw a suspicious man, so followed him out of the store, turns into a shooting, seems real suspicious to me. And that's where I'm like,
the guy earned it. The guy earned the bullet, right? I don't think he earned the detention, and that's where I have beef.
And I have a hard time saying he earned a bullet in a situation where you put him in that
right
mindset. Because also, like, and again, this is Baltimore with a very like long history of super sussy cops.
Yep.
Where my mentality going into this and 3 cops following me is, do I know these are not like cops who are employed by my ops to just off me? Right. So I don't know. It feels very weird to me. I don't like it at all. I think,
and regardless of the legality of it, it erodes public trust.
100%. I think,
and that's where I have issue. I as quickly as I bless, hey, that guy's holding that person hostage, dust that fool. Like that is such a quick use of force decision, in my opinion. You stop valuing other people's lives. The guy's trying to ram people off the road. Dust that fool. You know what I mean? Like I have no beef with the use of lethal force. But
what would alleviate this for me is, hey, you saw this guy, you followed him, because clearly they followed him into this bodega. Like you have no reason to be inside this bodega if you don't think you're looking for somebody, right? You weren't there buying alcohol. Turn your body cam on the second you're starting to go and you know you're going to interact with this guy, or that you know you're going to start doing something. Because if I heard, hey, I need to talk to you real quick. Hey, I need to talk to you real quick. Hey, stop. Hey, stop. Which is what they're saying they did, but there's zero evidence because none of them had their body cams on during that portion of it.
Right. Also,
that's a different story.
Stop for what?
Right. Yeah.
Ah, man, this kills me. I did take some points from admin. Old Greg was like, for not getting rid of the plain clothes. Bro, also in it shouldn't matter. If you have a judicious reason to do it, it is what it is. But like in the day and age, this is February of this month. You're getting out after what's going on with DHS. You feel cool with doing plainclothes apprehensions? Like, you're learning lessons the hard way, friend.
You are risking your own life.
There's no point. DPD.
And I can't find any article, anything that says anything other than suspicious man.
Bro, they were killing the ops, dog.
Yeah, 100%.
Or put it all in the report. Not just a random person I saw. I know.
Even then,
dude,
like, bro, you could lie.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be lying in the report, but at the very least, you would have some
least there's
justification that you could hang your hat on.
That's what my thing is. I was like, yo, like, that doesn't sound like probable cause to me.
I am Major Nathan Swires, the Dallas Police Criminal Investigations Group. I will provide you with the details as we currently know them regarding the officer-involved shooting that occurred on Friday, February 20th, 2026. This marks the fourth officer-involved shooting for the Dallas Police Department in 2026. The details you're about to hear are based on the preliminary investigation.
They're doing pretty good for Dallas. 4 is not bad.
And may change as more information is confirmed. On Friday, February 20th, 2026, at approximately 10:05 a.m., Dallas Police SWAT officers responded to the 1000 block of Shaw Street to assist the Louisville Police Department and the DEA task force with executing a narcotics search warrant at that location. The preliminary investigation determined that multiple SWAT teams were deployed to clear the structures on the property, which featured a single-story residence and a 2-story detached structure just behind it. As the SWAT team approached the second story, 2 flashbang devices were deployed when the team encountered 2 dogs. The devices were effective, allowing the team to continue up the stairs where they observed 2 closed doors. Just as they announced police, the suspect, later identified as 26-year-old Matthew Leha, opened one of the doors with a firearm in his right hand and pointed it towards officers. Officer Elias Wells fired multiple shots from his rifle, striking the suspect. The suspect dropped the weapon and fell to the ground. The SWAT doctor on scene attempted life-saving measures, and despite those efforts, the suspect was pronounced deceased at 10:23 a.m. 3 fired rifle casings were recovered in the second story, and a total of 5 firearms were recovered from the property. 1 weapon recovered was confirmed stolen from the city of Irving. Several individuals inside the single-story residence, later identified as family members of the suspect, were detained and interviewed by DEA task force officers. Additionally, 2 infant children were found in the second story immediately after the shooting, unharmed. Child Protective Services responded, and the children were released to their mother. To ensure transparency, the department is releasing the relevant portions of body-worn camera. Police additional.
Just a random person.
On that left side, Sean. Yep.
Go. Bro's got a maul. Bro. Aim point. A pretty bougie rifle. DPD. Be,
Dallas
SWAT be going hard in the paint with.
That's why they can't afford to pay their officers better.
No kidding. This thing costs more.
Well, that
than
and the
most people's-
corruption.
Oh, that too. The corruption do be a thing.
Hey, you got us. Come on.
Oh, don't you dare.
Big dog. I respect the muzzle strike. Like a 9.
Watch behind.
Got it.
Yep.
Hey, let me see.
Well, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Watch your shots fired. Hold. Hang on, Peach. Wait.
Hey, let me see your fucking hands.
Stop.
Let me see your fucking hands.
All right, hang on.
It's like this is this SWAT officer's like 15th OIS.
Shots fired.
Like, hold on, don't get in trouble. Hold on. That's a wild time. I don't like the lack of announcements. I know they're going in hard and fast here, right? Because they're trying to prevent this dude from getting rid of. I'm assuming if the DEA is involved, likely some sketchiness. DEA specifically for drugs, right? That guy's probably involved in some sketchiness, but he looked like he just woke up. Yeah.
He did.
Yep.
Hey, you got us. Come on. Bang. Drop it. Move.
Oh, they put the flashbang near the dogs.
Watch your behind. Yep.
Okay, I did hear police. Not from them though.
Yeah.
Watch your shots fired. Hold.
What a wild time.
Go.
What's that he's holding?
Hey, slow. Easy. Hey, you got us. Come on. Bang. Get that bang out. Drop it.
At that point, why throw the flashbang at the dogs?
I know. It's to destroy everybody's hearing, I guess.
Watch your shots fired. Hold.
Just some gauze, probably. It's gonna be in the thing that says bandage. The first.
I gotta listen to that for too long. He didn't make it, guys. I'll tell you what. Has a parabolic mic, Django. Yeah, I got jumped by a couple dogs. Typically they got a kick in the chest was the first kick I was aiming for. The second kick was going to be to the nose. The third one's going to be like a muzzle strike to the nose. Typically the kick did it for most dogs. There's also like a presence thing you do for dogs. Now there's some dogs that don't care. They will mess you up. But there was only one dog. It was the New Year's 4-year-old that got shot. That dog was enormous. And me and now a very good friend of mine, I was the best man at his wedding. But him and I went through that door. We're both dog people, like animal people in general. And this dog not only had brain matter all over him from the shooting, I like found a hot dog and I like tried to be cool. And I was like, hey, you want a hot dog? And I tossed it to him. And it literally hit him in the face. He didn't even like not lock eyes with me. It literally did this. And he was just like, try me. And we're like, let's back out. Like, let's not do that. Truth be told, I also like sauce. There it is. But that was the only dog that I was like, nah, that's a dog we're going to have to shoot if we push it in here. And at that time, we didn't believe there was anybody inside of the structure.
Mm-hmm.
We knew the injured had been removed from the building. We're just like, well, the barricaded person at best now. So we just locked it down. And I was like, yeah, that dog. And we didn't want to shoot the dog. So eventually me and some poor animal control lady got into a terrifying wrestling match with this dog on a catching pole. It hurt. We finally got the dog until we locked it into a bathroom. And she looked at me and I looked at her and she's like, I'm not coming back to come get that dog. Like, y'all gonna have to kill that dog. And I was like, we're not trying to do that. Also, crime scene was not hyped when they heard the dog.
Mm-hmm. So I found one more. It's a small update on the Baltimore one.
Oh, yeah.
So apparently they were part of the group violence reduction unit.
Right. They always are.
Yeah. And then it just literally says police officials don't know why the officers with the group violence reduction unit walked into Bel Air Discount Liquor. Anyway, 2 of those officers had just come back after another use of force, after being cleared of wrongdoing in a different shooting. So,
not saying they don't have a legal right to be there, but I'm good, and I'm good with it, man. I get like getting after it and knocking down traffic stops and going after warrants and running people, but like every single time, without fail, we established one thing: lawful authority. Very clear. Every single law enforcement interaction I ever had, I observed a crime. I leveraged that reasonable suspicion of a crime that I on-viewed or had a reliable witness give me, and leveraged that to detain the individual. If force came out of that, cool. I'm covered. That's the legal way to do it. There are rules for a reason. And this goes back to my original complaint. If you just have officers that don't know, I'm just going to spook him. And when he runs, we have a reason to chase him, I guess. And these guys typically like to pull guns. And so he's going to pull a gun and we're going to dust him and we're going to high five ourselves and be cool guys. I got beef. Dallas SWAT. I mean, I guess they dusted a guy. Not a great outcome, mostly because I don't like that they flashbang the dogs, but they managed to not hurt anybody, technically, outside of Oh Boy. And Oh Boy earned a bullet there.
I also wish they'd announced more, because the difference between, hey, is that a cop? And, hey, I heard a loud noise outside, and I'm going to grab my gun to see what it is.
Yeah, so no-knock warrants, I do believe, are still going to get blessed in certain circumstances. I don't like them because there's no amount of evidence that's worth an officer's life, in my opinion. I don't care what you're trying to preserve, unless you're trying to save, like, a kid, right? Like, there's a kid in there that might get murdered if we don't come in surreptitiously. Fine. And in that case, you have exigency. You don't need a warrant, right? But the unless it was something crazy like that, I don't care about evidence, personally speaking. I'd rather destroy evidence all day long because they can't use it if it's destroyed, right? Go in there, not get it. Maybe the warrant's not as successful as we'd like it to be, but we're not risking officers' lives. If this guy decides to start shooting at us before we even get to the structure, cool. At least we know it's what we're walking into. You get a sniper from over there, situation's done, and we're minimizing. That officer's very lucky. That guy didn't just start shooting at him through the window. Right? Did they have a shield up? Hell no. Guy would have taken one to the plate, hopefully. Had a cool story to tell, but I really don't like no-knock warrants, which is the only time they're going to be absolved from announcing. But I'm with you on the announcements. They should have happened. I can hear you thinking maybe I don't go back. I think I have to. I had a really good conversation with a buddy of mine that's actually going to be reserving in the same agency that I'm going to be reserving at. So, very good officer. I would argue potentially a better officer than me. Probably, honestly, a better officer than me. I just care a little more than he does.
I'll be out with 2 next to the hamburger place.
That's not very specific.
What's up, bud?
How's it going?
Good. What's your name again?
Jason.
Jason.
Nicholson.
Behind Ma's
Jason Derulo.
Hamburger, Clinton and West. Jason.
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Go ahead, put your hands behind the back.
Huh?
Jason.
Remember, on a simple instruction is a huge red flag. That should make the hair stand up on the back of your neck. It honestly minimizes my desire to go hands-on unless I got backup with me. Someone's starting to be weird. They don't show it, but read the title on the video. Bullet tears through officer's head during a close call. Wow.
No.
Jason, we're
Please
not.
Stop. Please stop.
Jason, look. I will tase you.
No.
Jason.
I don't.
I'm not asking.
I'm not on parole or nothing.
Jason.
I'm not on parole.
This.
I'm not on parole.
Jason.
Stop.
Jason.
Stop.
Stop.
Stop, man.
Jason.
Stop.
I'm gonna dump you, bro.
Dude, stop.
Jason. Hey, what are you doing?
Stop, man.
That chicken wing should bother you.
Jason.
Stop.
Next sweep.
Let go, man.
We're also fighting this guy by ourselves while there's another guy present.
Let go.
Jason.
Let go of me.
Jason.
Let go of me.
Jason.
Let go.
Not terrible hands-on skills, but he could be a little bit more efficient.
I'm gonna drop you right now.
Let go. No, you're not. Let go.
That was a gun. Oh.
Oh, shit. Shots fired. Shots fired. It's gonna be Nicholas. Jason. Give us the air. Give us units now.
Are you by yourself?
Shots fired. Give us the air. We got one at gunpoint to the north. Back alley.
Show me your fucking hand!
Jason!
This guy's pretty amped. He did just get shot at, though.
Go ahead, Jason Nicholson. Jason! Put the gun down now!
Put it down!
Now! now,
We're in the
Jason.
alleyway, the parking lot, in the back alley.
Put the gun
Not a great description.
down. You want a cigarette, boss?
Yeah, he's kind of just assuming.
Okay,
they
come
know.
out.
They know where he's at. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, you got a ping on me, right? You just find my iPhone. Just that'll tell you where I am.
Out here, boss. We don't want to hurt you. Where's the gun? Jason, put the gun down, please. Jason, it doesn't have to go this way, boss.
This guy shouldn't have been apprehending this guy by himself. One, big stupid. Humongous stupid. Especially because officers were there. Like, clearly backup got there very quickly. Extra stupid.
Jason, put the gun down. Please. Please put the gun down. No, we don't have time for that, Jason. Can you put the gun?
Oh, dude, the compressing here. That's when you've been pointing a gun for a long time. You've been doing this whole time. You're like, my arms are tired. An unlit cigarette. Bro, whatever agency that was is never going to live that down. Give you an unlit cigarette.
Gun down, please. Baker Chick 3, put a note in the call that he's lighting up a meth pipe.
Just straight to alley. Hands up. Perfect.
This way.
Just straight out.
It's the only parking lot in their jurisdiction. Oh, that kills me.
That way.
Okay, just keep your hands where where officers can see them. Someone will contact you.
I'm locking on the side.
Hella crossfire here. Oh my god.
Also,
Hands
are
up,
the
hey,
people to
Brad,
the right
just
of the
keep where they
officers, or are they just random people who are now a backstop for that officer?
This way.
Just straight out.
That
Okay,
way.
just keep your hands where where officers
I think these are officers. I'm pretty sure these are officers.
can see them.
Okay.
Someone will contact.
I just don't understand why we're doing this.
Yeah. I mean, either way, you're a backstop for no reason, but
Like, let this concrete wall be a backstop, you know? Like,
yeah.
what are we doing?
Contact you.
I'm locking on the side.
Okay, you got him. Okay, hands up. Hey, Brad, just keep them where they can see them.
And they did give him the cigarette. You see him
Mega
dropping it?
Hey, you guys are off. You guys are off.
Hey,
Bro. Dude. 10-yard, 40 mic. Hey, it's better than shooting him. Again. Yeah.
You guys are off. They're off.
That's how you know it's California. We have to wait for 50 officers to show up.
Is that LAPD?
That's Fresno.
Oh, well, somehow worse. The end result was okay. I think the guy was fine. I don't think he got shot.
Shout out to hitting nothing but concrete.
Yeah, bro. From Cop MOA.
Okay, they observed two men standing in an alleyway near a warming fire. He recognized one of them, who he knew to be on post-release community supervision. He provided a false name of Jason.
Nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
Oh no, he got a gunshot wound to his left cheek.
The officer did?
No, suspect.
Oh,
Officer
suspect.
was fine.
Oh, okay. Good. So he's on community supervision. So what was the approach for? Just because he's on community supervision and you can
That's
Officer
my
West
guess.
him and
It's-
hassle his ass?
Yeah, I think you can papers please him there in Fresno.
That's whatever.
Deadly force was
That's-
authorized and we whiffed it the whole time, right? Approaching the guy by yourself when you have officers present, extra stupid. I'm not saying you don't see the guy and say something. See the guy and hang out. Wait for, hey, give me a back.
Hey, you committing crimes?
No, Fresno.
Okay.
Bro, it's Fresno for forever. That made my day. We got a palate cleanser. What is this?
An important consumer alert tonight from the San Diego Police Department. Officers are warning San Diegans to beware of people in sashes distributing what they're calling highly addictive substances. Take a listen.
Residents plan to buy one box, but one becomes two and two becomes five very quickly. We ask that the public maintain situational awareness around grocery stores. If you encounter one of these highly addictive substances, please report it to your local police station immediately so that we can respond and dispose of it properly.
My boy burned a legit evidence bag for this. This is legit evidence tape and everything. That's incredible.
We have all fallen victims to Girl Scouts at some point. I'm a Girl Scout mom, okay? As we know, these cookies.
So, I'm about to white knight it here for women or young girls here, because it is bullshit that effectively Girl Scouts is just like child labor.
It's a cookie pyramid scheme.
It's a cookie pyramid scheme. Yeah, it's like an MLM for kids. I love Girl Scout cookies, and I like the concept of finding a way to fund ways to like let young kids like get involved with the business management side of it or whatever. But I could be helping these kids do like STEM or survival stuff or I don't know, MMA, something cool. Anything other than peddle cookies when convenience stores exist and stores, you know what I mean? Like seasonal end caps exist in stores. Box tops for education exists. I have always found this incredibly predatory, in my opinion.
They're not learning any scouting skills.
That's what I mean.
It's gonna be useless. In World
I
War
just
III.
I think it's frustrating because it's like they have really weaponized the hell out of this, and like they have such good marketing around it, you know. And of course, like why wouldn't you know my friend's doing it, so I want to do it, and it's like I don't know, you can have cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's a wholesome like group activity or whatever, but
yeah,
it's weird.
Bro, Goodwill also mad scummy. Like, not only do they get everything for free, they have recently raised prices on stuff. And I'm like, yo, what do you mean raise prices? Marshalls as a business model can work where they're still having to exchange money with other companies to get whatever products that they're getting on for pennies on the dollar or whatever. You are literally not paying for logistics. You're just paying for people to work the store. You're likely getting, because it's a 501c3, not having to pay property tax probably on the structures that you're doing this in. Like, bro, Goodwill does piss me off sometimes. Because I would rather do like, I guarantee you, if you did something like that for just like a city, like the city decided to sponsor something like a Goodwill, where it's like you can donate stuff, get the receipt for what you donated, right? So you get nice little tax incentive for it. And the city uses that money to pay for stuff like combating drug abuse and mental health issues within the city. You could totally do the same thing and tell the Goodwill to shove it. Volunteering programs are not just work for free. There's some times where that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of good things that come out of volunteering, but
Can go by the names Thin Mints, Samoas, or Explore Moors, just to give you some information on what to look out for.
that is not valid evidence tape. This stuff is tore up. Oh, bro, tampering with the evidence.
And I somehow got a look at the evidence. And I'm going to admit, I'm going to tamper with the evidence right now.
Oh, at least she admitted to it.
She
I
admitted it.
find myself, because I'm just going to be victim to these highly addictive substances. Oh, do they make the packaging? Aha.
About to say they're kid proof or what?
I've been scammed.
I kind of want to take points from media for that one. I get what they're doing. They're promoting a pyramid scheme.
Yeah.
They got permits. These kids committed crimes. They got no permits. Anyways, that is the stream. We managed to do it in just 5 hours and 30 minutes. Knowing diabetes. Thank you to everybody that came and hung out with us. I might have another random Wednesday game night with you guys. I think the wife might be going to a writing deal. So I might have some free time. So if you want to be part of that, you can do so by being part of the either Patreon group or YouTube membership group. And if you do that, you can get access to our Discord. I don't think we're having to change to TeamSpeak or whatever yet, because Discord is putting off their weird age verification stuff until June, I think. And they'll probably not do
Oh,
it.
good.
That's my guess.
I don't want to verify anything.
No kidding. But you need to play fast.
I'm a minor.
I'm a minor. I'll probably split my time then. I'll probably do half of it with my we do admin days where I have to reward my administrators for their tireless work. You want to talk about somebody that gets exploited for free labor? It's my my admin staff. But anyways, how excited are you going to spend people moon flyby within a month? On a moon flyby.
There's some kind of launch. I think they're doing a moon rocket thing.
No kidding.
I saw something. I could have sworn it got delayed. Is that to next month?
That's kind of cool.
What it is?
I don't know about it.
Yeah.
But anyways, if I do it, I'll do it then. I'm gonna hang out with.
Crazy that y'all think the moon is real.
Right.
Piccolo destroyed it.
Exactly. This is all a conspiracy.
Come on now. It's a projection.
It's a projection. But I will likely be hanging out with you guys on Wednesday. Thursday is allegedly my last TCOL class. We'll see. I'm taking it. This is after verifying that the last one I took was the last one, and they told me it wasn't. So I am 4 hours away from completing training, and then I get to do a bunch of other stuff. So hopefully that stuff works out. You guys will get updates here on the channel as we do it. We are doing our best to try to get produced content out. It has been a mountain of work, unfortunately, on the back end. I have kept Juan very busy with my day work stuff. If you want to go support that stuff, it's at ARFCOM News. Go watch me do journalism sometimes for work. They're going to move the goalpost again. I agree completely. But yes, I will be at 4,224 hours of total TCOL training by the end of this. And then I'll still have to do more. I just did CRACE training. I'm going to do free training for its civilian response to active shooter stuff. It's pretty cool. The class was kind of a beating. I kind of disagree with like half of it, but when I'm teaching the class for free, you can get Josh notes on this is said in the training, but this is my recommendation as a qualified professional and subject matter expert. But anyways, I love you all. I'll give you guys an update on potential police adventures here soon. I don't think it should change anything about live stream scheduling. I know I've discussed it maybe doing that, but I don't think it will. The way that it sounds, it shouldn't be that complicated. Speak for yourself.
Good, because I've built my life around this.
I apparently do it to get made fun of. Emo, you clearly don't pay attention. Of people that get made, I literally have a score sheet here that is just meant to mock me on how many times I can't read something correctly. But anyways, I'm going to go hang out with the wife. You guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. I will see some of y'all tomorrow, depending on if the wife does or doesn't go to a writers group thing. And until next time, peace. Not in the Middle East until the Trump administration is done with it.
Yeah.